The morning rays filtered through the open window, landing gently on the figures lying on the bed. On both sides of a broad-looking man were two women, beautiful, flawless-skinned, and utterly naked beneath the thin blanket that barely covered them. Both of them were wrapped closely around the man sleeping in the middle. It was a dream many men would kill for, to be in the company of two stunning women, but the man currently looked far from peaceful. His forehead was dotted with sweat, and the bed beneath him was soaked. A pained expression twisted his features as his head moved side to side like he was fighting a war within. His face held nothing but disarray. A knock came at the door, followed by a voice. "Captain." The man's eyes shot open, his gaze locking onto the cracked ceiling of the cheap motel he'd rented the night before. Shit, again. He breathed heavily, chest rising and falling. His heart raced and the cold air from the harmattan brushed against his damp back, turning his sweat ice cold. Damn, why is it so cold? His body was hot from what he'd just experienced, but the chilly wind had turned that heat against him. He placed a hand on his head and groaned. How annoying. The nightmares always came with a biting headache, and sure enough, there it was. "Captain, we're going to be late." He shot a glare toward the door and sighed heavily. Carefully, he shifted his body, trying his absolute best not to wake the women beside him. Despite the noise, they slept on, looking peaceful, angelic, even. But all that would change the moment they woke up and realized he had no money to give them for their services. He looked at them and grinned. Works every time. Last night, he'd made sure it was unforgettable. One of the moves in his playbook, pretend to be loaded by ordering drinks on the tab of a friend who owned a bar. Target women he normally couldn't afford, bring them to a rundown motel with some sob story about supporting the mother of a dead friend, then exhaust them so thoroughly that they'd be out till noon. It worked. Every single time. Another knock came. "Captain." The man scowled. His far too eager lieutenant was about to ruin everything. "I'll be out in a minute," he whispered, but considering their keen senses, he knew she'd heard him. No more knocks came. He made his way to the small mirror above the lone table in the room, grabbed his clothes, and dressed quickly. A black innerwear, a pure red jacket bearing the crest of a blood knight, black trousers, and finally, a pair of socks with strange patterns, which he caressed like they were precious gems, before slipping on his boots. Fully dressed, he limped as silently as he could toward the door, but... Bam! The captain winced. He just stubbed his foot against the bed. Not that it hurt, he was a bloom, after all, but his ever-growing curse of being accident-prone had struck again. The real problem was the impact had shifted the entire bed, shaking the women awake. What? Their eyes fluttered open, blinking rapidly as they processed the scene before them. The fully dressed captain, crouched and clearly trying to sneak out. Their eyes widened in unison. Before they could speak, he waved with a charming smile. "Last night was fun. Let's do it again sometime. But I've gotta run. Busy day. Hey, wait." One of them started to rise, but before she could finish, the captain turned to bolt, only to trip on a nail jutting from the floor, sending him sprawling forward into the door. Shit. He scrambled to his feet, but as he did, his head slammed into the doorknob, snapping it clean off. His eyes nearly popped out of their sockets. He tried the door. It didn't budge. "Lieutenant, are you there? Open this door," he hissed, but no response came. Behind him, one of the women screamed, "You bastard. You think you can just leave after last night? I'll grind your dick into dust." He flinched. They were both up now, barely dressed but clearly pissed, storming toward him with murder in their eyes. Panicked, the captain faced the door again. "It's an order," he shouted. Click. The door creaked open and he slipped out, slamming it shut behind him. He turned, only to find his beautiful lieutenant standing there, arms crossed, her gaze full of judgment. Bam, bam, the angry banging from the room echoed behind them. The captain's eyes widened. "Judge me later, Layla. We have to leave." Her scowl didn't budge as she followed him down the stairs, but it slowly shifted into a smile when, true to form, the captain tripped and tumbled down the stairs like a rag doll. She stifled a laugh. His accidents were always something to see. A loud crash rang out from upstairs. The door had been broken down. The captain threw her a panicked look. "We're leaving now." They nodded briskly to the receptionist, then broke into a sprint. With their speed, the motel was soon left in the dust, the furious voices of the women fading behind them. "Ha, that was so close. Ha ha," the captain laughed, hands on his waist as they finally slowed down. Their fast movements had gotten them far away from their pursuers, and now they were calmly blending in with the morning crowd. "Ah, I feel so refreshed," the captain said with a stretch. "Last night was a good one." Still, no answer came, only the hum of city life, the sounds of footsteps, chatter, and wheels grinding against stone. The streets of Vidimore were alive. People filled the paved roads, walking past one another, while large gravithorns dragged carriages down the center. It looked like a scene pulled straight out of a medieval age, save for the towering buildings around them, sleek and metallic, scraping at the skies. It was early in the morning, but Vidimore was already wide awake. The captain turned slightly, casting a glance at his lieutenant. "Anger makes you look less beautiful, Layla. You should lose it." Layla exhaled heavily but said nothing. "Oh, come on," he said. "I was just having fun. Why are you even mad that I didn't choose you? I told you." You promised me you'd stop. 147 Last Remnant. You promised me you'd stop. The captain went quiet. His grin faltered for a second but returned just as fast. It was just a night of passion. Besides, they came at me, you know. I heard you from my room, Layla cut in, her voice low. It came again, didn't it? This time the smile didn't return. The captain's expression darkened briefly before settling into a neutral calm. So I was talking in my sleep. He had assumed he hadn't. After all, the women were still asleep when he woke. Seeing his silence, Layla sighed and looked ahead. You'd changed before. You stopped all this pointless acting out. The drinking, the one-night stands. But these past few years, you've just gone back to your old ways. The captain didn't respond, and for a moment, a somber shadow passed over his features. What do you want me to say? That I went back to this empty lifestyle because he died. The only man who had ever earned his respect. The man whose smile could light up the darkest of rooms. The man who had made this hollow life feel worth living. Valerian von Sanguine. To the captain, there had never been a man greater. Layla could sense the shift in mood, and her own expression softened. Everyone had loved Valerian. He had been their leader, their guardian, their family. His death had carved a hole in their faction no one had been able to fill. Still, she remembered his words, words that had once held her together, and they slipped from her mouth, almost unconsciously. Find a reason to wake up every morning and you'll live a life that means something. The captain shut his eyes. I'm still searching, Valerian, still searching. A second passed, then Layla said quietly, You're here because of him, aren't you? He'll be participating in the hunt for the first time today. The captain didn't respond. He didn't need to. His face said everything. Today was the hunt, the most sought-after event in the region. It was the reason the streets were flooded despite the early hour. The captain didn't respond. He didn't need to. His face said everything. Today was the hunt, the most sought-after event in the region. It was the reason the streets were flooded despite the early hour, an event the captain had never once deemed important, not after Valerian's death, but this year was different. This year he would be participating. The ninth vein, Valerian's only remnant. How could he not come? The captain let out a long breath and straightened his posture. That's enough sad talk, he said. We're late. Layla opened her mouth to reply, but the captain quickly raised a hand. Let's not cast blame. It's unhealthy. Let's go. Layla fought the urge to strangle the shameless man. Shaking her head, she followed as they broke into another sprint. Everyone who saw them, crimson hair and eyes, the unmistakable crest of the Blood Knights, parted like birds before a storm. Soon they reached the gates of the Crimson Hold, slipping past the strict checks with ease. A minute later, they arrived at the grand building situated at the northern end of the hold, where a massive crowd had already gathered before the towering entrance. The captain scowled. So many people, he'd never liked crowds, and now no matter where he turned, he saw them, crimson hair, crimson eyes, cold and probing stares, all of them looking, all of them judging. They made him sick. You still haven't gotten past your crowd thing, Layla said casually. At her remark, the captain's frown deepened. Then he sighed, let's just get it over with. As they began moving through the sea of sanguine youths and family members who had come to wish the participants good luck, Layla sent a sidelong glance toward the captain. Of course, she wasn't surprised in the slightest. It was one of his many habits. In public, he always wore a mask, a cloak even. His hair was unkempt, shoulder length, and rarely ever tied. His clothes were rumpled, probably hadn't been washed in gods knew how long. Both hands were tucked behind his head as he strolled with a carefree gait, whistling with a lazy grin. His face was undeniably handsome, but his entire appearance, it was nothing short of scandalous for a captain. He never showed his true self, never revealed the pain behind the smile. Only one man had ever been able to bring that side out of him, and that man was dead. It was pitiful, really, watching someone in so much pain, acting like nothing mattered. Layla shook her head as they approached a cluster of men and women, each clad in the crimson jackets of Blood Knight captains. On their sleeves was the insignia of the Reborn faction, the #1 faction in the entire region and the faction of the sovereign himself. As their eyes fell on the nonchalant figure approaching, they narrowed instantly. Captain Rhett, to what do we owe the pleasure? One of them asked coldly. Rhett grinned. You know me, just came for a little sightseeing, nothing serious. Their icy gazes made it clear none of them bought that excuse. After the disbandment of Valerian's faction following his death, many had scattered to other groups, but Rhett, along with a few others, had joined the sovereigns. Within the Reborn faction, his reputation was already well known, a wild card, unreliable, irresponsible, well hated by many. The captain who had spoken clicked his tongue in annoyance and turned away, clearly deciding Rhett wasn't worth the energy. He returned his attention to whatever they had been doing. I see you're still well hated, Layla whispered. Rhett only grinned wider. Layla shook her head. A lot of them showed up today. The area was swarming with sanguine youths, but Rhett's attention wasn't on them. His gaze lingered on the other captains present. To some, the hunt was a simple competition. To others, a stepping stone to greater power. But to the captains of the Blood Knight, it was a hunting ground of a different kind. This year's hunt had attracted multiple geniuses, and even more significantly, 5 veins were participating. 4 of them were expected to join the Blood Knight. So naturally, captains from all over had come, hoping to secure one of them under their command. Every apprentice had to serve under a captain, to guide a vein personally, to mold them, to earn their loyalty and possibly secure future backing. It was a prize no one wanted to miss. Rhett's gaze drifted past the confident youth standing in formation, radiating strength and unshakable pride. Veins, his eyes rose to the skies. A carriage was approaching. His pupils sharpened, narrowing toward the figure within. It's him. Even from a distance, his eyes locked onto a boy whose gaze was as cold as death, Malachi. The crowd was filled with people from all across the Sanguine family, those with standing, those without. Chatters from parents echoed through the area as they fussed over their children, making sure they were in the right frame of mind for the competition. But amidst all this chaos, one part of the crowd stood out, youths whose aura felt different, unshakable demeanors, cold, distant gazes, the veins. The rest made sure to steer clear of that section, even the captains, who were themselves walking weapons of mass destruction. Yet somehow in this gathering, the veins felt even more threatening. They would get their chance to try and win them over later. But now, with the tension running high and each youth on edge, trying to engage them would only be a mistake. Still, many captains stole glances at the veins, already beginning to map out their approach. In the middle of the buzz, a random captain's voice suddenly rang out. "He's here." The crowd paused. Eyes turned toward the voice to see the captain gazing into the sky. They followed his line of sight. A carriage was approaching at high speed. As it drew closer, tension rippled across the area. Eyes narrowed, and people locked onto the carriage. It was smaller than usual, and the fact that it was flying inside the fortress could only mean one thing: a sovereign-sanctioned carriage used only by direct descendants. A direct descendant was approaching, but the pulses were already present, currently inside the building along with the sovereign. 4 of the 5 veins participating in the event had arrived. That left only one person, the ruined heir, Malachi von Sanguine. The murmurs abruptly died. The crowd's focus locked on the carriage as it landed a few meters away. Rumors of the 9th vein had spread across the clan, whispers that were hard to believe, yet too frequent to ignore. Many present hadn't witnessed the infamous meeting between Malachi, the sovereign, the direct descendants, and the other highbloods. They had only heard tales of his feats, his defeat of a veteran warrior during the meeting, his performance at the clan's training camp, achieving the advanced rank and becoming one of the top students on the very first day. And then the most unbelievable rumor of all, that Malachi, who had evolved only 3 months ago, had defeated the 8th vein, Julius. He was a known genius, even amongst the monsters that were the veins, but Malachi had beat him. The carriage door creaked open, everyone's eyes sharpened. This was the moment they had all been waiting for, the moment they'd finally lay eyes on the boy shaking the foundations of their clan. Footsteps echoed, a figure stepped down, thousands of eyes locked onto him. From Genesis stage youths to earth-shaking blooms, no one looked away, no one held back. They scrutinized, they analyzed. But Malachi simply stood before the carriage, his presence calm, his posture relaxed, as if daring them all to make a move. In 9th vein, Renlo's terrified voice echoed from behind, but Malachi didn't look back. He turned forward. "Let's go." With that, he began walking, Renlo scrambling after him. The entire area had fallen into complete silence. Every eye was trained on the boy walking with a calm gait despite the piercing attention. The crowd instinctively parted before him like the Red Sea. His dead cold gaze and chilling aura made it clear no one wanted to stand in his way. But as he passed, more eyes widened. And they each felt confused. Unlike the youths, the captains and older members had the perception to probe him. What they sensed made no sense. One node, that was all. Malachi had only formed a single node in his body, yet he had defeated Julius, who had 3. Even more baffling was the sheer amount of Vita being drawn to him. It was unnatural. One node shouldn't be able to manage that. Something was wrong. The whispers began. Wait, are the rumors true? He's only formed 1 node. How can he beat the 8th vein with just 1? And it's not even enhancing his speed or strength. Something's off. There's no way someone with 1 node should attract that much Vita. Something about the 9th vein isn't normal. The whispers grew louder. They had finally seen the ruined heir, and instead of answers, they were left with even more questions. Regardless. "You're smiling too much," Layla whispered, glancing at Captain Rhett, who had a wide grin plastered across his face as he stared at Malachi. But Rhett didn't seem to care. His entire focus was locked on the boy. "They have the same eyes." Rhett clenched his fists, his eyes blazing. He wasn't just staring at Malachi. It was like he was looking at a younger Valerian, that same unshakable demeanor. Those same eyes, filled with raw, unyielding resolve, as if ready to take on anything the world threw at him. Even the handsome, innocent features everything. As Rhett watched Malachi walk, a deep ache settled in his chest. Valerian, he missed him so much. The sound of teeth grinding sounded through the air as Julius's cold eyes locked onto Malachi. "It's all your fault." He had fallen out of his father's graces because of that humiliating defeat. It was a fluke, he kept telling himself. A mistake. Malachi had caught him off guard, and he'd miscalculated. That was all. He tried to explain it to his father, but the man had simply silenced him with pain. For 3 straight days he'd endured torture, no sleep, no rest. He trained till his bones felt like glass. He absorbed Vita from darkness creatures, pushing his body to its limits. 3 days of hell, all because of one person. Malachi Julius muttered, teeth clenched. The attention Malachi was receiving gnawed at him. It made his skin crawl. They should be looking at me. They should be praising me. He was the genius. Instead, all he got were curious stares, doubtful stares, people wondering if he really lost to Malachi. Malachi this, Malachi that. Every whisper, every murmur chipped away at Julius's pride. This will be the last time I see your stupid face. His eyes gleamed coldly. He remembered his father Varnal's plan, and he fully intended to see it through. Malachi eventually reached the area where the other veins stood. He gave them a brief glance, cold gazes meeting cold gazes, then looked away and walked to the edge of the lineup, choosing not to mingle. This only enraged Julius further, who didn't bother hiding his hostility. But Malachi wasn't just feeling Julius's burning gaze. Aurelia, his eyes landed on the 6th vein. She's gotten stronger. He could tell instantly. She'd formed another node, which meant she had 4 now. I hope she didn't form it there. His thoughts drifted, already running through possibilities when a voice chimed in beside him. You're very cool, 9th cousin. You're very cool, 9th cousin. Malachi turned and blinked. A girl no older than 12 stood beside him. She was short, cherubic, and her eyes shone as she stared at Malachi. Why is she talking to me? Octavia von Sanguine, the 10th vein, the only daughter of Valera von Sanguine, the 6th pulse. Just like her mother, Octavia had a knack for chaos. Her eyes sparkled as she looked up at Malachi like she had discovered a treasure chest. Malachi raised a brow, unsure of what to make of her. Then she chirped, the way you walked through the crowd without flinching. It was so badass. You have to teach me how to do that. She brought her hands together, clasped in a pleading fist with full-blown puppy eyes. Malachi wasn't sure how to respond, but he remembered her mother, the way she'd completely checkmated Varnal during the meeting. If this girl was anything like that woman, his guard needed to stay up. Still, she hadn't been rude, so he wasn't going to be rude either. Just walk calmly. Keep your back straight, look forward. Octavia blinked, then suddenly burst into laughter, her voice echoing through the area. You're so hilarious. You actually meant it, huh? Malachi frowned. Did I say something wrong? No, don't mind me. She paused, then smiled brightly. You know, when I heard you beat up 8th cousin, I almost didn't believe it. But now her voice rose a little, just enough for the people around to hear. I'm starting to believe it. Malachi immediately noticed it. She raised her voice. Now others nearby were listening, and as expected, Julius's gaze burned into him again. Then she added, I always thought 8th cousin was a genius, but you've only evolved for 3 months and still beat the crap out of him. Octavia Julius snarled through gritted teeth. More heads turned, more stares landed on him, and the air only seemed to thicken with every passing second. Octavia tilted her head and blinked innocently. What 8th cousin? Did I say something wrong? What the hell are you doing? Julius snapped coldly, stating the truth. Or are you saying it was a fluke? Yes, Julius shouted before his brain caught up with his mouth. Octavia's lips twitched. She fought the grin threatening to split her face. Manipulating idiots like Julius was always easy. Oh my, she said. So you mean 9th cousin won by mistake? Ah, then are you saying that if you fought again, you'd win? A wave of murmurs spread through the crowd like wildfire, and Julius froze as the realization hit. He had been played. Now if he and Malachi met during the hunt, he had to win. Otherwise, he'd be branded a liar too. I'll make you regret this, he hissed. Octavia whistled, so violent. She turned back to Malachi. Why can't you be more like 9th cousin here? Maybe you wouldn't get your ass handed to you so often. Julius's face darkened. Octavia's tongue was as sharp as her mother's, maybe sharper. There was no winning against it. He turned away, biting his tongue, knowing that if he kept talking, he'd just dig his grave deeper. But it was too late. The crowd was already filled with anticipation. Whispers turned to chatter and excitement brewed. A rematch between the 8th and 9th vein, everyone wanted it. Octavia smiled in satisfaction. Ah, mother, you're missing out on all the fun, she purred inwardly. She was just 12 and she loved causing chaos, just like her mother. Something about it just made her feel whole. Heh, this is going to be fun. Before she could finish, she froze. She couldn't move. What is this? A cold aura had suddenly engulfed her. Slowly, she looked up and met Malachi's eyes. Cold, it felt like a blade had been placed against her throat. Killing intent, the realization struck her. How does he have so much? He's just 2 years older than me. Malachi was just 2 years older, but why did it feel like he had been through hell and back? Malachi spoke, voice like iron. If you try to manipulate me again, I'll make you my target. Octavia shuddered. She didn't even realize when she quickly nodded. The killing intent vanished as quickly as it came, but Octavia's body still trembled. She had never felt anything like that before. Just as she tried to make sense of what had happened, the grand doors of the main building suddenly opened, and the entire clearing fell into silence. A figure stepped out. In the next instant, an overwhelming aura slammed down on everyone present. Without a single word being spoken, every person in the clearing, without exception, sank to one knee, fists thumping firmly against their chests as they echoed in perfect unison. All blood flows to you, sovereign. May your will shape the veins of the world. Stand, came the sovereign's calm voice. The command was obeyed instantly. Everyone rose to their feet, though their heads remained respectfully bowed. Behind the sovereign were the pulses, each flanking him with dignified silence, their gazes forward. Othric swept a measured glance across the assembled crowd. Then he nodded once and spoke in a steady tone. Today is a monumental day for each of you and for the clan. It is a day to show the world the force that you are, to show them the might of the sanguine. Today the entire region will be watching. The clan will be watching. I will be watching. His words burned with weight, and I expect nothing but the best. Raise the sanguine to the peak. Am I clear? The response was immediate. Yes, sovereign. Othric nodded once. Recite the creed, when death comes close and shadows near. The words echoed from every mouth as they began to chant the ancient creed in unison. But in the middle of the creed, Malachi suddenly felt it, a heavy gaze settling on him like a mountain. His head slowly rose, and then he froze. The sovereign was staring directly at him. His eyes, the sovereign said no words, but Malachi understood those eyes. He knew exactly what they meant he would be watching. Malachi didn't say anything. He had nothing to say to the sovereign. He had seen the man's gaze and knew exactly what he meant. However, he didn't feel the need to respond. From the very beginning, he had already resolved to give it his all. He would join the hunt and he would win it. Nothing would stand in his way. Those weren't words he spoke aloud. Instead, his eyes had said it all. The sovereign saw it, and his eyes glinted as though intrigued. Malachi lowered his gaze after that, his mouth never stopping as he recited the creed. Soon enough, the crowd echoed the final words of the creed, and once again silence fell. Othric nodded. I wish you luck. As the sovereign departed, the crowd began to murmur again, only to go silent when the Iron Saint stepped forward. We will begin moving the youths to the location. Say your goodbyes. The hunt was set to take place far from Vidimora. Considering the magnitude of people present, parents, older siblings, and more, the clan would only provide transportation and protection for the participants alone. Loud chatter soon filled the space as parents began saying their goodbyes to their children, urging them to do their best and make them proud. Of them all, the veins stood motionless. The pulses were with the sovereign, and the veins were seen as independent in his eyes. As a show of strength, none had come to wish them farewell. They each stood alone, alert, radiating an aura of unshakable confidence. Looks like it's just us, ninth vein. Malachi didn't respond to Renlo's comment. Instead, he calmly swept his gaze across the area at the strict parents, the worried ones, and even the ones who treated their children coldly. A pang struck his chest. Mom, Dad, no matter how much he tried to hide it, the scene overwhelmed him. If his father and mother were alive, would they have acted like the pulses and kept their distance? Malachi shook his head. Not Mom, he knew her. That woman was fiercely protective. Not even the sovereign's words could stop her from wishing her little Kai good luck. Malachi felt his eyes sting. Tears threatened to fall. I miss them, he chuckled slightly. So much. But before even a single tear could drop, he clenched his jaw and hardened his gaze. The tears vanished, and a cold aura enveloped him. He was sad, but that sadness only fueled the raging fire within him. The people present, the ones currently inside the Crimson Hold, some of them had plotted to have his parents killed. They had taken everything from him. His joy, his peace, his family. That was all the fuel he needed. He would not cry. He would not show weakness. He would only show them his blade. Beside him, Renlo shivered. Octavia too. Both of them instinctively took a step back, staring at Malachi with wide, trembling eyes. They had all just been standing there normally, and in the next instant, his killing intent had engulfed them like a suffocating weight. I hope I don't run into him during the hunt, Octavia gulped. Since when had her ninth cousin become this scary? He had been called trash for years. She had always thought of him as pitiful. She loved her mom more than anything. Just the thought of losing her could drive her insane. She couldn't imagine what Malachi must be feeling. That was why, even though she loved causing chaos, she always instinctively avoided Malachi. He had lost too much. Still, right now, he looked more like a monster than the pitiful boy she used to pity. Are you okay, ninth vein? Compared to Octavia, Renlo fought through his fear and asked. He was genuinely worried about Malachi's sudden shift. Malachi took a deep breath, his expression returning to its usual coldness as he turned to Renlo. I'm fine. Renlo didn't believe him, but he didn't press. He knew better. Silence returned between them. Compared to Malachi's icy calm, Renlo glanced at the scene of goodbyes with a sad expression. Soon enough, the Iron Saint's voice broke the chatters. That's enough. Those of you who aren't participants, leave this place. The crowd listened. The parents and captains began walking away, some heading back toward the main building, others lingering at the side to watch their kin depart. As this happened, the Iron Saint raised his arm. A massive shadow fell over the area. The people instinctively looked up, and many eyes widened. A beast, ginormous in size, blocked the morning sun as it hovered over the crowd. For many, including Malachi, it was their first time seeing one in person. A Skeldrith Malachi recognized. They were a rare, mutated carrier beast, so rare their numbers could be counted inside the dome. The Skeldrith was flat and wide, like a living platform. Its underside writhed with hundreds of thin, twitching limbs that moved as though carried by an invisible breeze. Its body was covered in coarse black fur, giving it an eerie, unnatural presence. Above it, a transparent, glass-like structure stretched across its entire length and breadth, almost like a dome of glass. Whoa. Malachi turned to see Renlo staring up, mouth wide open in awe as the Skeldrith slowly descended. He wasn't the only one. Despite being sanguine, most of the youths had their mouths agape. It wasn't every day one got to see a Skeldrith, a beast with no wings that could still fly at blinding speed across the skies. As the Skeldrith hovered just above the participating youths, multiple ropes were tossed down from the glass dome above. "You can start boarding," the Iron Saint's order rang out, but none of the youths moved. Instead, they all turned toward the veins, waiting for them to make the first move. Without hesitation, Orlais stepped forward and approached one of the ropes, followed by the other veins. "Let's go," Malachi said to Renlo, moving toward one of the ropes. Renlo hesitantly picked one close to Malachi. Since he followed Malachi, he was the first non-vein to move. The gazes boring into his back made his spine tingle. Still, he climbed with Malachi and soon reached the top. Inside the glass dome, Malachi and Renlo made their way to a corner and stood. Other youths began arriving, and soon enough, the space filled with quiet chatter as they discussed among themselves. Malachi's gaze shifted to the Iron Saint, who now stood at one end of the dome alongside several other Blooms and Blood champions. "Looks like they're taking this seriously." They were about to leave the city, and aboard this beast were the future geniuses of the Sanguine clan, youths who would one day lead. The dangers that could come were too many to count, but with the presence of Blooms and Blood champions, many of the participants felt a sense of relief. With everyone on board, the massive doors of the dome slammed shut. Then the beast began to rise. Malachi felt the shift in the air. Spirals of intense wind whipped around the Skeldrith. The air grew lighter, and in the next second the beast shot forward, tearing through the skies at blinding speed. The sudden movement sent many of the youths tumbling. What? Malachi grabbed Renlo by the sleeve before he could fall, helping him regain his footing. "You need to work on your balance," Malachi replied. "When we get back, I know what will do the trick." Renlo instantly felt dread. His earlier excitement about riding the Skeldrith vanished in an instant. He could already feel the pain coming. Malachi ignored the lazy boy and turned his gaze toward the others. Many had fallen and were still trying to catch their breath. So it's true, he thought as he looked outside. The world was a blur. Winds howled around them. They were moving fast, faster than even the Equilators, despite those being over 100 times smaller. He had read about it in books, but seeing it now, it was something else. The Skeldrith could control air currents just like the Equilators. That was how it could fly despite having no wings. It was truly incredible. Due to its incredible speed, the ride lasted only 30 minutes. "Get ready to disembark," the Iron Saint's voice suddenly echoed out. The moment the words fell, the youths, who had been relatively quiet, burst into excited chatter. They all made their way to the edges of the glass dome and peered downward. Malachi's gaze locked onto the vast forest that stretched endlessly below. The dark forest. "Damn, this place still gives me the creeps," Renlo muttered beside him, crossing his arms like the very sight of the forest sent chills through his body. Malachi didn't respond. Instead, his attention remained on the forest and its history. It hadn't always been a forest. Long ago, it was one of the strongholds of the West, a vast and bustling city. But then a calamity struck. The wrong person had died. A grade 4 corruptor had been spawned, and what followed was nothing short of annihilation. The battle that came after reduced the city to ashes, erasing all life within it. And from the ruins, the land began to change. Trees sprouted, but they weren't the trees people knew. None of them were green. Tainted, abyssal black trees grew in droves, unnatural and twisted, born from the devastation. And thus the dark forest came to be. A grade 4, Malachi clenched his fist. It was a grade 4 that had killed his parents. That had wiped out an entire city in moments. He couldn't even dream of facing one right now. This was the world they lived in, one where the death of the wrong person could spell the end of millions. As the Skeldrith reached a halt above a massive platform hovering just over the dark forest, the glass dome's doors hissed open, and once more the Iron Saint's voice rang out, "You can disembark now. Remember, we'll all be watching. Raise the Sanguine name to the peak." The youths all clenched their fists and bowed respectfully to the Iron Saint. As the veins began disembarking, the rest followed, and soon a sea of red-haired youths moved across the expansive platform, led by the veins. The sound of chatter soon reached their ears. They turned their gazes toward the front where the noise was coming from. Youths, thousands of them, scattered across the platform, each with varying traits, conversing with one another. "Wow, there's a lot of people this time," Renlo whispered beside Malachi, his eyes wide with shock as he took in the crowd. "It's a region-wide competition." "What were you expecting?" Malachi replied. Renlo scratched the back of his head, mumbling, "Still, during the last one, they weren't this many." This was Renlo's second time participating in the hunt, so Malachi wasn't surprised by the comment. He turned his attention to the crowd. The sanguine youths were already more than 1,000, and these new additions had easily tripled that number. The Aurelius and Glandes clans, Malachi noted. The hunt was a region-wide competition, meaning any youth who met the requirements was allowed to participate. Amongst the crowd, Malachi had spotted two of the great families of the West, the Aurelius and Glandes clans. The former were a group of youths with pure white hair and calm demeanors. The Aurelius clan specialized in lung control, mostly using their breath to amplify their physical prowess. The latter, the Glandes clan, were harder to ignore. Malachi had fought one of them before back in the pit, where he had been forced to kill for the first time. A memory of the girl he had murdered surfaced, but he shut it down. The thought was dead. He had made his peace. Now wasn't the time. His gaze settled on the Glandes youths, mostly women with vibrant pink hair. They were the second great clan of the West, with abilities centered around the manipulation of hormones and enzymes, capable of controlling emotions, reactions, and actions through sheer biological influence. Malachi's gaze didn't stray from those two. Aside from the other sanguine descendants, they were the only ones who posed any real threat during the hunt. The rest of the participants came from other clans across the West, each with their own unique abilities, but none that stood out as much. As the crowd took notice of the approaching sanguine youths, a hush fell over the space. The air grew colder. They stared at the sanguine like prey watching predators approach, the rulers of the West. The bloodline whose overwhelming might place them on par with the other overlords of the dome. The sanguine youths held their heads high, radiating the raw dominance that came with their lineage. In that moment, many of them had never felt prouder to be born sanguine. As they reached the youths, the crowd parted for them like a tide retreating before a storm. Heads lowered, and the silence was loud. The sanguine clan were the coldest in the dome, bloodthirsty men and women who wouldn't hesitate to rip anyone apart for the slightest offense. Their public opinion was far from good, but they were feared, they were respected, they were worshipped. Their rule in the West went unquestioned, and even the other overlords of the dome tread carefully around them. As the sanguine youths walked through, countless eyes followed, especially those focused on the ones leading them, the Vanes. And as the onlookers took in their regal gait and overwhelming presence, their hearts slowly sank. "There's more than one Vane," one youth whispered in dread. "We can kiss any hope of ranking top goodbye." Another muttered the rumors were true. Not just one, but multiple Vanes were participating in this year's hunt. It went without saying that the Vanes of the Sanguine clan weren't just monsters within the clan, they were terrors to the public as well. There hadn't been a single year where a Vane's participation didn't completely skew the results. Not only did they always claim first place, but their presence in the dark forest made it feel like the darkness creatures weren't the only monsters to fear. "Where's that Vane, the ninth one?" "I heard he evolved. Is he not here?" one youth asked. There was a brief silence, and then someone pointed. "There he is, at the far back." All eyes shifted toward Malachi, who, unlike the other Vanes, walked behind, matching his pace for Renlo's sake. His cold expression and imposing gait stole the words right out of the mouths of those watching. "I thought he was useless. What is that aura?" one youth asked, stunned. "Do you live under a rock?" Another responded, voice dropping. News of his evolution already spread. And not just that, his voice lowered further. "I heard he defeated the eighth Vane." Gasps followed. Eyes widened. The chatter continued as the sanguine youths reached the middle of the platform, where dozens of men and women stood, each radiating the aura of at least the synergy stage, all clad in light red armor. "Blood guardians," Malachi noted. While the Vanes soaked in the awe from the crowd and the hushed whispers spread, Malachi's eyes slowly swept through the platform, planning. "Aside from the Vanes, I need to identify more threats." There were thousands of youths gathered on the massive platform. Even for him, it was too many to assess one by one, but Malachi had already narrowed it down. His gaze fixed on the youths closest to the center. Only the truly strong could stand there, and aside from the Sanguine, it was the Aurelius and Glandes clan members who dominated this space. These were the ones he focused on. In less than a minute, his eyes locked onto two figures. The first, a lean, athletic boy with snow-white hair. An Aurelius Malachi recognized instantly. He was surrounded by fellow clan members who stood with pride, as if guarding him. The glances they threw him were telling. "He's their best," Malachi concluded without hesitation. He memorized the boy's face, then turned toward the other side where a similar scene played out, only this time with the Glandes. He repeated the process, then scanned the area for any remaining potential threats. But before he could continue, a member of the Blood Guardians stepped forward. He was a sanguine man, red-haired and red-eyed like the rest. His intense gaze swept across the crowd, and then he released his aura, the aura of a bloom. It blanketed the entire platform, pressing down on the youths like a mountain. Chatter died, whispers vanished, all eyes turned to him. "Welcome, youths," he spoke, voice ringing loud and clear. "I believe I don't need to explain why you're here. But for the sake of the newcomers, I'll summarize briefly." He paused. "Let's skip every useless formality and go straight to the point. You're here to hunt. It's as simple as that. He pointed to the ground. Beneath us lies a land spanning hundreds of kilometers, the dark forest. Within it are countless darkness creatures, spawned specifically for this trial. You will all be randomly transported into different areas of the forest. Your goal is simple: kill as many darkness creatures as you can. He paused again, his gaze sweeping the crowd. There are other rules. I'll leave you to figure those out yourselves. He then raised a small, circular device, one with a single button in its center. Malachi's eyes narrowed. A wide-range activator. It wasn't just for show. Malachi's own lifeguard band, currently strapped to his arm, could only monitor vitals, but he knew it had far more capabilities locked behind restrictions. Only a few were granted access to those functions. That device was the key. It could unlock those advanced functions and transmit data instantly across long distances. The man pressed the button. A subtle pulse radiated out, enveloping every youth on the platform. Then came the sharp beeping sound of countless lifeguards activating at once. And before some of the youths could even wonder what was happening, the Blood Guardian's voice rang out again. The rest of the rules are now in your lifeguards. Go through them. We're starting soon. Many quickly tapped their lifeguards, searching for the information. Malachi turned slightly and saw that Renlo was already reading. It's his second time, he reminded himself. Then he tapped on his own lifeguard and the screen lit up. Two icons appeared: the hunt. Rules. Rankings. He clicked on rules without hesitation and scrolled through them in seconds. It's the same as usual. Malachi's mind moved quickly, dissecting and processing the information with ease. He broke it down into a few core points. All participants would be split into groups labeled A to Z. Each group would be transported to a different part of the dark forest and scattered randomly across the terrain. The main objective was to kill darkness creatures. Defeating other participants was allowed, but optional. Killing a darkness creature would earn points, the amount depending on the vita it released upon death. As for defeating a fellow youth, the winner would claim 40 of the loser's total points, and the loser would be forcibly removed from the forest, permanently losing those points. The lifeguards would alert their users when a darkness creature was nearby, but they would only display the creature's grade, nothing more. The hunt would last for 3 hours. Rankings would be based purely on total points accumulated. Only the top 10 would receive a reward. It's simple enough. The rules weren't overly complex, and Malachi preferred it that way. He turned to Renlo. What group are you in? Renlo scratched his head with his free hand. Group F, 9th vein. What about you? Malachi's gaze shifted to the bold letter Z, along with the figure 500 displayed beneath the rules. Z, he replied. Ah shit, Renlo groaned. I thought we'd be in the same group. It doesn't matter, Malachi said. Stick to the objectives and focus on racking up as many points as possible. Remember, the captains are watching. If you want a chance to fall under one of them, you need to stand out. Renlo straightened up and nodded seriously. Yes, 9th vein. Malachi's words weren't empty. The captains of the Blood Knights were watching. They held the power to choose who would come under them, and not even the veins were exempted from this. Failing to be selected meant joining the general training with the common recruits, which would severely limit one's growth. But I hope we still meet in there, 9th vein, Renlo added with a sheepish smile. Malachi arched a brow. Why? So we can fight? Renlo's eyes nearly bulged from their sockets. That's right, he could actually do that. Sweat beaded across his brow. Malachi, the fighting maniac, might actually go through with it. He gulped. On second thought, that's a bad idea. Not enough targets for two. Don't worry, 9th vein, I'll survive alone. Renlo looked away and Malachi shook his head, barely holding back a smile. You're mean. Look at how you scared the poor boy, Valentine said with a chuckle. I was only pulling his leg, Malachi replied. Wow, cold-blooded Malachi making jokes. Oh, how far we've come, Valentine teased. Malachi shook his head. Leave it to Valentine to exaggerate every little thing. Just as he was about to sink back into thought, the Blood Guardian's voice rang out again. That's enough time. We begin now. The crowd fell silent, all attention shifting to him. Look up and locate your respective group markers on the platform. Move over there. You'll be taken to your deployment zones shortly. The youths began moving. Malachi glanced up and saw the letter Z at the far edge of the platform. After a quick goodbye to Renlo, he headed there, ignoring the glares from the 8th and 6th veins. Reaching his group, Malachi did a quick scan. He's here. The Aurelius youth he'd noticed earlier stood amongst the group. Other sanguine youths were present too, though none of the other veins. It doesn't change anything. A smaller platform soon hovered toward them, enclosed by a dome of reinforced glass. One of the Blood Guardians Malachi had seen earlier stood atop it. You all can start mounting now. Within seconds, the youths jumped onto the platform and into the dome. Without pause, it launched into the air, speeding toward one edge of the dark forest. All right, the instructor began. Listen closely. Once I call the number beside your group letter, you jump down. Gasps echoed throughout the dome. Many looked down and instantly paled. At this altitude, not even their evolved bodies could handle the fall without consequence. A drop like that would break bones, slow movement, maybe even take them out completely. Before protests could rise, the Blood Guardian added, "Don't give me those looks. If you bunch of pusses can't handle the jump, raise your hand when your number is called, and I'll give you this." He raised a large circular object and recruits immediately relaxed. It was a portable cushion. All one had to do was slam it into the ground and a soft surface would burst out to catch you, but it's not free. Malachi recalled the rules clearly. One of them stated any outside aid beyond standard weapons would lead to point reduction. That included cushions, that included explosives. He glanced around and noted a few others had come to the same conclusion, each one silent. All right. The Blood Guardian barked, "Let's get this started. Your lifeguard will flash green once it's time to begin the hunt. Move before then and you'll be immediately disqualified." Now a youth stepped forward. He immediately asked for the cushion. The Guardian's face twisted with disdain, but he handed it over. The youth jumped. The next number was called. Again and again the sequence repeated. Number 403. Malachi's eyes narrowed as the Aurelius youth calmly stepped forward. He asked for nothing. Just reached the edge and leapt without hesitation. The Blood Guardian's eyes flickered with approval. Numbers were called quickly after that, until 500. Malachi stepped forward without pause. The Blood Guardian recognized him instantly and went silent. Will he ask for the cushion? He knew who Malachi was, the ninth vein, but unlike the others, Malachi hadn't shown off in public. Everything people knew about him were rumors, whispers, no real proof. But as the man looked into Malachi's steady, icy gaze, felt the stillness in his steps, he shivered. Why did it feel like this boy was going to war? The morning sun gleamed off the blade of Malachi's scythe strapped to his back. He said nothing. He reached the edge of the platform and jumped. The cold wind howled past him, tugging at his hair, his cloak, his thoughts. His crimson eyes narrowed. Below him, the dark forest surged up like a beast waiting to devour him whole. But Malachi didn't flinch. He was ready for war. Inside the large and expansive hall, where Malachi had once met with the sovereign upon returning to the clan, a massive crowd had gathered. Unlike during that quiet meeting, the seats were now fully occupied. The highbloods, the veins not participating in the hunt, the pulses, and at the very top, the sovereign himself. The air was heavy, the tension at its peak. For many in the hall, today was more than just a competition. It was the future. Especially for the pulses, the veins, the Scarlet 10, and many of the high-ranking highbloods seated across the room. Their eyes were all locked on the large array of floating screens at the center of the hall, displaying live footage of the dark forest, the stage of the hunt. But of the thousands of youths participating, only 5 truly mattered to them. The veins. Their performance today would shift alliances, decide political movements, and bring down bodies. Only the direct descendants had any true claim to the sovereign's seat. Not even the highest-ranked member of the Scarlet 10 could dream of becoming sovereign. Because of this, many had allied themselves with the pulses they believed had the highest chance of ascending. The performance of their children, the veins, was one of the deciding factors, and so many eyes were on the third pulse. He sat calm, his gaze fixed on the screen. 2 of his children, the 6th and 8th veins, were participating today. Many expected one to emerge the overall winner, with the other ranking high. The 10th vein, Octavia, was still young, the youngest of the veins. While expectations surrounded her, they weren't as intense as those laid upon Aurelia and Julius. Then there was Maximus, the 7th vein. He wasn't the focus of the Scarlet 10 or most highbloods, all because his father, the 5th pulse, had shown no interest in clan politics, and neither had Maximus. And lastly, the 9th vein. Malachi's recent feats had torn a rift through the beliefs of the highbloods. He had accomplished in 3 months what took others years, and word of his battle with Julius had spread like wildfire. He'd beaten him in a direct confrontation. Varnal had done everything he could to label it a fluke, but still many were curious, eager. They wanted to see for themselves. Was this the second coming of Valerian that they all feared, or was it truly a fluke? The hall remained silent, filled with anticipation. The future of many hung in the balance, but it wasn't just this hall. All around Crimson Hold, massive chambers had been designated to stream the event. The captains of the Blood Knights, along with other members of the Sanguine family, were scattered across them, waiting. And across the entire region, the same could be said. Streaming halls had been erected in every major city to manage public access to technology. The hunt had become a release for the people, an outlet for the pressure of the ongoing war against the darkness creatures. Arguments occurred across towns and cities, debates over who would emerge as the victor. Bets were made, fortunes were risked, some even sold all they had just to place a wager. The region was alive, excited, hungry to witness greatness. And then the screens flickered. Live footage of the participants lit up the hall. WHOA. The crowd erupted in a frenzy, shouting at the top of their lungs. The hunt had begun. Malachi felt the bite of the cold morning air whip through him as he plummeted from the skies into the dark forest below. Unlike many others, Malachi hadn't requested a cushion device. He had jumped from the platform with nothing. He reached a large branch of a leafless tree and crack, his foot slammed against it, redirecting his momentum. He hit another branch, then another. Each one slowed his descent and guided him toward the forest floor. Bam! He landed with a roll, body steadying as he came to a stop. Rising to his feet, Malachi checked himself, his breath calm, his expression focused. Everything is okay. No broken bones. Weapons intact. Vita reserves full. Utility belt complete. He was ready. Malachi scanned the area, taking in the scene. The trees stretched taller than buildings, blacker than a night without moonlight. They looked like twisted, naked monstrosities, exactly the kind of creatures parents used to frighten their children with. But Malachi's heartbeat was steady. His eyes were cold as he calmly took in his surroundings. No threats close by. There was nothing visible, so he reached deeper, he felt. The forest was crawling with darkness creatures he had developed a unique sense for. The air was already cold. But Malachi searched for a chill of a different kind, the one that always sent his skin crawling, the one that dragged the memories of the night he lost everything back to the surface. He searched and found it, 100 meters west. Still, Malachi didn't move. He remembered the rules clearly. They were only allowed to act after receiving a signal from their lifeguards, so he waited still, eyes closed. The forest was silent. Time passed quickly. Beep, not a nanosecond wasted. Malachi spun. Vita surged through his limbs as he dipped low and blasted forward at immense speed. His lifeguard beeped again. He glanced at it. Grade 1 darkness creature nearby. His gaze snapped back forward as his hand reached for his scythe, yanking it free. His eyes sharpened. There, ahead of him beside a towering tree, stood a ginormous bear-like creature, cloaked in pure blackness. Its claws jutted like blades from its fingers. White, rabid eyes gleamed in the shadows. Its jaw parted wide, teeth bared as it spotted prey charging toward it. Sheech, a guttural screech ripped from its mouth as it grinned and dropped to all fours, tearing toward Malachi at full speed. Its claw raised and then descended in a blur. But Malachi's expression didn't change. His stance shifted. His body flickered aside, narrowly evading the swipe that slammed into the ground, sending dust and debris spiraling outward. But before the haze could settle, Malachi spun. His scythe spun with him. The blade sliced through the haze, reaching the creature in a heartbeat. Before it could react, the tip of the scythe pierced through its skull with a sickening crunch. The creature convulsed once, then stilled. Malachi yanked the blade out in a single motion, black ichor spurting from the wound. As the haze cleared, the beast crumpled to the earth with a heavy thud, unmoving. Across the region, a deafening silence gripped every viewing hall. No one roared. Everyone stared, stunned, as the screens displayed a single scene, a crimson-haired boy slaying a massive darkness beast. The footage was programmed to cut in only when a battle was about to begin. The competition had literally just started. And already all screens had flickered to the same image, a crimson-haired youth facing a bear-like darkness creature. People expected a brutal clash, they expected blood, they expected something. But only one attack had been made, and the beast was dead. The crowd didn't cheer, they stared speechless. "Hey, isn't that the ninth vein?" someone shouted. Another blinked. "The ninth vein, yeah, the ninth vein of the Sanguine clan, the child of Valerian, the genius Pulse that died. Yes, that one. I heard he recently evolved, but what the hell was that? Is he really that powerful?" Chatter erupted like wildfire. Many already recognized the faces of the veins, and now more and more began identifying Malachi. And as realization dawned, the roar erupted once more. "Hey, I want to change my bet. Place a quarter on the ninth vein." Inside the great hall, where the high-ranking Sanguine elites were gathered, the tension rose even higher. The highbloods stared at the screen, visibly shaken. Drenos and Varnal stared as well, gazes cold enough to freeze oceans. And the sovereign smiled. "Hey, can I borrow some money?" "Come on," Rhett grinned. "I want to bet on him." He pointed toward the screen displaying Malachi's figure, still standing beside the fallen creature. Around them, captains burst into discussion, their voices rising in disbelief. "He's Valerian's kid. There's just no way he won't win this." Layla hesitated. He had a point, but it was hard to trust Rhett with money. She lost count of how many times he'd wasted it all. Rhett noticed her expression and smiled. "Look, our squad's broke, right? We need to look good if we're going to welcome him. And wouldn't Valerian be happy to know we trusted his son enough to bet on him?" Layla's face twisted. She knew he was manipulating her, but she couldn't bring herself to refute him. She stepped close and whispered, "If we lose this money, I'll cut off your dick." Rhett gulped. "You worry too much," haha, sweat beading on his forehead. He pressed his lifeguard to hers, accepting all her credits, and rushed off to place the bet. Across the region, as the people reeled from one youth's performance, the screens began to flicker again, one by one, shifting to showcase other battles from across the forest. And the roars returned once more, 20 points. Malachi's gaze was locked on his lifeguard. He had just accessed the rankings to check the points he earned from slaying the darkness creature. Malachi von Sanguine 20 PTS. He was currently in first place, but Malachi knew it wouldn't last if he stayed put. Still, before moving on, he wanted to note everything he had just learned. A grade 1 gives about 20 points, more or less. A gradeless would be lower than that. But a grade 2, they were all assumptions, for now. Assumptions that would be confirmed the moment he killed one of each. He wasn't even sure if there was a grade 2 in this hunt, but knowing who the organizers were, he had no doubt. Still, that wasn't what truly caught his attention. I'm being watched. It was faint, subtle, but the sensation was there. The last thing the clan wanted was for their geniuses to die in a competition meant to strengthen them, so to prevent death while making the experience feel as real as possible. They were all being watched. They'll only show themselves when a life is in danger. Malachi concluded, eyes narrowing. As the thought settled, he exhaled and turned toward the dead darkness creature at his feet. No time to take its core. The Vita core of a grade 1 darkness creature would still be useful to him. However, if he stopped to collect the core of every creature he killed, it would cost him precious time he couldn't afford to waste. I have to kill as much as I can, as quickly as I can. He glanced at the timer on his lifeguard. More than a minute has passed. Malachi closed his eyes and focused. He tapped into the feeling, searched for the chill, the one that made his skin crawl, and just as he felt it, he moved. The entire region roared as the live feeds lit up the screens. Cheers erupted in waves across every hall. After Malachi's shocking display, the other main characters had started moving. The veins of the Sanguine, the young elites of the Aurelius and Glandes clans. Their figures now dominated the screens, darting through the forest like predators. They clashed with darkness creatures. Steel met fang, and after a few sharp exchanges, the creatures fell. They didn't linger. They moved quickly, seeking out more prey. While many other youths appeared on the screens, it was the Veins and the geniuses who drew the loudest roars. And just as the crowd began to wonder where the 9th vein had vanished to, the screen flickered. Their eyes locked onto it like it was the only screen that mattered. Malachi surged toward a boar like grade 1 darkness creature, his scythe in hand. He closed the distance in a blink. The blade flashed once. Its head flew into the air. Black ichor sprayed. Before the head could even hit the ground, Malachi was gone. The crowd froze. They were silent for a second before exploding into another thunderous roar, and then another screen flickered. Malachi appeared again, approaching another darkness creature only seconds after the last. One strike, another head fell. Malachi gone again. Another screen. One strike, another kill, another screen. One strike, gone, another, then another, then another. Rapid successions of screens flickering to life, each showing the same thing, a head falling, a crimson blur disappearing. The roars faded, and silence spread. People stared, mouths agape, as the impossible unfolded before them. Malachi moved like he already knew everything, where the enemies were when they would appear, how to reach them fastest. From one target to the next, he surged through the forest, severing heads in single blows. He moved like death itself, and the entire region fell silent. Why the hell are these trees so dark? A figure sprinted at a measured pace through the blackness of the dark forest. With messy hair and a frightened look, Renlo moved through the twisted trees surrounding him like a nightmare he was desperately trying to escape. His eyes trembled. He clutched his spear tightly. Get a grip, Renlo. You can't fail a second time. This was Renlo's second time participating in the hunt. And it went without saying, the first time had been one of the most embarrassing 3 hours of his life. Instead of hunting darkness creatures, Renlo had spent that time trying to stay far away from them. Even the forest itself had terrified him, and it had truly been a miracle that he'd been able to move at all with how badly his legs had shaken. Still, Renlo had moved. He had run from every creature he came across, but eventually, he ran into one of the other participating youths. The screens outside had flickered to life, displaying the confrontation. The youth had been older, but from a random clan no one would bother remembering. Renlo had been smaller, that youth had been bigger. Renlo was a Sanguine, a grandson of one of the Scarlet 10, and yet he'd lost, to a nobody, and the entire region had watched it happen. He had been taken out of the hunt. When he returned to the clan, he was met with silence. His father, his grandfather, disowned him without a second thought. He was thrown out, discarded. Word spread quickly, and because of his family's influence, no one in the clan lent him a hand. He was left with nothing. No home, no means of survival except for the little he could forage. He had painstakingly carved out a place for himself atop a tree in the fortress. He survived on fruits and wild crops scattered around the outskirts of the forest. It had been hell, but he survived. He kept pushing himself, holding on to one thought, that he wanted to be strong. He wanted to be brave, and after years of suffering, he met the one who changed everything. Malachi, a boy who stood against the Sanguine clan on his own and lived to tell the tale. Malachi made him realize the world wasn't as hopeless as it seemed, that a single person could stand against it all, that he could be better. Renlo inhaled deeply, trying to steady his heartbeat. He exhaled, and the trembling in his gaze faded, sharpened into focus. Every shred of fear vanished from his body as he entered a calm state of mind. A beep from his lifeguard rang in his ears. Grade 1 darkness creature nearby. Renlo's grip on his spear tightened. His eyes darted around. There, he spotted a large wolf-like creature cloaked in darkness, muscles like steel prowling up ahead. Without wasting a second, he surged forward, Vita exploding through his legs as he blasted toward it. The creature's head snapped toward him, fangs bared as it unleashed a piercing howl that banged against Renlo's ears like a blaring horn. But Renlo didn't flinch. He had faced that monster of a ninth vein countless times and survived. This beast, it looked like a puppy compared to that monster. The creature lunged, claws tearing through the air toward the boy who dared to approach. But Renlo didn't slow. His figure dipped beneath the incoming swipe, slipping under the beast. His eyes locked onto its exposed underside, and his hand shot upward. His spear screamed into the creature's flesh, piercing through in a sickening crunch. A burst of black ichor spilled down, drenching Renlo. Only when the creature stilled did Renlo yank his spear free, ichor pooling at his feet. I did it. He stood there, drenched from head to toe, but he didn't care. He had killed a darkness creature during the hunt. No words could describe the elation that filled his chest. Inside the Sanguine Hall, while most of the higher-ups were focused on the veins displayed across the many screens, killing darkness creatures with terrifying efficiency, one man's gaze didn't stray. A man with a massive beard, seated on one of the seats reserved for the Scarlet 10, narrowed his eyes on a single screen. On it, a boy stood, drenched in ichor, spear in hand, elation clear on his face. He has changed, the man thought, his expression unreadable. I better check the rankings. Renlo was excited. The last time he participated, he hadn't even been able to kill a single darkness creature, so he hadn't bothered checking the rankings. But this time was different. Now he could proudly check and see where he ranked. I killed a grade 1, surely I should be at the top. Renlo had a sheepish grin on his face as he began scrolling down the ranking list. However, the further down he went, the more that grin began to fade. What the hell? He'd thought killing a grade 1 darkness creature so early into the competition would at least place him high. But forget being high, he was low. Renlo stared at his rank in disbelief. 1032. Renlo sanguine 17 points. He was ranked over 1,000. He had killed a grade 1 and he was in 1,000. What the hell are these youths eating? He couldn't help but wonder. I have to gain more points. Fast. Before he moved, he decided to scroll to the top of the rankings to see just how far he still had to go. When he reached it, his gaze trembled in disbelief. Of course, a wide grin stretched across his lips as his heart started beating faster. I wouldn't put it past that monster. Elsewhere in the dark forest, a figure zipped through the trees at high speed, eyes flickering left and right as she searched for prey. 2 daggers with blades gleaming crimson were gripped tightly in her hands. Her entire body was coiled, ready to strike at the faintest sign of movement. Suddenly, beep. Her gaze darted to her lifeguard. A message glowed on the screen. Grade 1 darkness creature nearby. Grade 1 darkness creature nearby. Orlia's eyes sharpened. Her body came to a sudden halt. The forest fell utterly silent. She listened closely, unmoving until movement. She spun, legs tensing as she blasted forward, the ground cracking beneath her feet. In the next instant, her eyes locked on a massive, baboon-like creature up ahead. She surged forward, closing the gap in a flash. The creature grunted, spinning to face her. It raised its massive baboon-like fists high and slammed it down toward her. But Orlia's gaze didn't even twitch. Her speed exploded. She slipped under the attack, straight into the space between its arms. The creature's eyes widened in realization, but it was too late. Her blade flashed. Steel met flesh. The creature staggered forward, took a few heavy steps, and then its neck split. Black ichor sprayed out in waves. It dropped to its knees and then the ground, unmoving. Outside the forest, the scene drew a wave of cheers from the spectators. We love you, 6th vein. Bring this home. I bet him my entire fortune on you. They screamed from the top of their lungs. It went without saying, Orlia, as the oldest and supposed strongest vein currently participating in the hunt, was the most favored to win. Because of that, the majority had their eyes on her. However, due to the rising exploits of a particular vein, a few had already begun to change their minds. And when the periodic appearance of the rankings flashed on the screen, the people's eyes nearly bulged out of their sockets. Back in the forest, Orlia's brows furrowed deeply as she stared at her lifeguard. To be more specific, the rankings, and the results were baffling. She stared at her rank. 2 Orlia von Sanguine 290 PTS. Her eyes narrowed. Second place. She couldn't understand it. She had done everything perfectly, efficiently. Orlia stood silently for several seconds, staring at the number, unmoving. Then she shut her eyes and exhaled, steadying her breath. Slowly, she scrolled up and looked at the first rank. Her gaze turned cold. He became a problem. She wasn't surprised, not in the slightest. She wasn't angry either. If anything, she was glad her suspicions had been right. Ever since he had caught her off guard at the training camp and had almost killed her, Orlia knew he was different. That he would only grow stronger. That one day he'd become a problem. And now that day had come. Normally, she'd keep to herself and focus on racking up kills. That had always been her purpose for entering the hunt: kill darkness creatures, rack up points, and grow stronger. But she had a score to settle, and this hunt was the perfect place to do it. Flash! Suddenly, a bright light flared at the edge of her vision. Orlia turned, her gaze rising to the sky. In the far distance, an explosion of light had erupted in the air. Her eyes narrowed. So that's how it is. She turned fully, tightening her grip on her daggers before shooting off in the direction of the blast. No way. In another part of the dark forest, Octavia, the 10th vein, murmured in disbelief as she stared at the rankings on her lifeguard. Shocked couldn't even begin to describe what she was feeling. She was seated atop the still form of a massive bear-like darkness creature, black ichor pooling beneath its corpse. Her breathing was a little heavy, which wasn't surprising. Octavia was only 12 years old, and having evolved for less than a year, the fact that she could battle and defeat a Grade 1 darkness creature was already astounding. Still, her focus wasn't on the beast she had just killed. Not at all. Her gaze was locked on the rankings, specifically the name at the very top. How, she wondered, eyes twitching. But before she could dwell on it any further, something bright flared at the edge of her vision. She turned, her eyes sharpened, a flare. She recognized it instantly. They're planning something. Her mind swirled, and somehow she knew who would be at the center of it all. Still, I can't miss it. Her eyes gleamed. Chaos made her heart race, and she was never one to turn away from a good show. She rose from the corpse beneath her, then burst forward, dashing straight toward the light. Elsewhere in the dark forest, the 7th vein, Maximus von Sanguine, shifted his gaze from the rankings and stared into the sky, where a flare of bright light had just erupted. How is he first? Maximus was stunned. He had expected that his only rival in this hunt would be Aurelia, no one else. Not even Julius had entered his eyes. He didn't care for the politics of the clan, especially when his father had warned him numerous times to steer clear. Maximus lived for battle. For the thrill of combat, he was competitive to his core. His father, despite being a supposed cold-blooded sanguine pulse, had instilled discipline and honor into him from a young age. Maximus had been raised to pursue strength the right way, and now that this unexpected variable had turned up, he was finding it hard to believe it. I have to see it myself. His eyes narrowed as he locked onto the flare in the distance. Then, with a burst of speed, he launched himself forward, heading straight for it. In another part of the dark forest, the expression of the 8th vein, Julius, had twisted into pure anger as he stared at the rankings. His eyes were locked on one name at the very top, and if it hadn't been his own arm, he would have smashed the lifeguard into bits. How the hell is he the first? The words thundered through his mind, his fist clenched so tightly that his knuckles cracked. Fuck. He slammed his foot into a tree, causing a massive chunk of bark to cave in and explode into splinters. Julius took a sharp breath. Shit, time is running out. He had planned to deal with Malachi before the bastard had a chance to make a name for himself. But not only had he been late now, his name could be seen by the entire fucking region. Julius was pissed, but he forced himself to calm down. These fools are late. His eyes shifted upward toward the sky, but it was still clear. No signal. His frown deepened. They couldn't locate him, just as he was about to start wondering what the hell was going on. Flash, a bright light exploded into view at the corner of his vision. A flare. A wicked smirk instantly curled on his lips. Finally, Julius didn't waste a second. With a burst of speed, he launched himself toward the light, his gaze cold. A figure zipped through the dark forest with speed, cold gaze darting left and right as he searched for prey. The chill is getting thinner. Malachi had switched to relying on his sight for a while now. He had initially used the chill he felt from darkness creatures to locate them instantly. However, after basically circling his entire region and killing them at an unnatural pace, he seemed to be running out of targets. I might have to enter another region at this pace. Or Malachi's gaze flashed cold. I'll hunt the other youths. He had run into numerous youths while dashing through the forest. However, Malachi hadn't so much as glanced at any of them. While the 40-point gain he'd get from taking down a youth was tempting, he had already concluded that going after darkness creatures was far more beneficial. Rather than wasting time taking down other participants, he could grow stronger with each creature he killed, while gaining points in the process. But now that he was running out of prey in his region, he was torn. Should he target the other youths or move to another area? Moving will take time, and I can't guarantee there will be many darkness creatures there anyway. Malachi glanced at the timer on his lifeguard. Less than 2 hours left. Time had passed, and they were already nearly halfway through the hunt. He needed to decide. Fast. The youths. His eyes turned cold. He had made his choice. The forest around him suddenly fell into a loud silence. Malachi ignored every other sense and simply listened for movement, for sound. Crack, a branch snapped. Malachi spun, eyes snapping toward the source. He shot forward, cutting through the forest like a streak of death. A second later, his gaze sharpened. One youth, a sanguine, a youth with crimson eyes and hair entered his vision. He had been moving stealthily, or at least trying to, when he turned and saw a figure rushing at him with terrifying speed. As he caught the icy gaze and cold face, realization slammed into him. The 9th vein, his hand shot to his utility belt, grabbing a flare gun and pointing the wide nozzle skyward. He pulled the trigger and a flare burst into the sky, exploding in a bright light. Malachi's eyes narrowed. What was that? He was barreling toward the youth, his ill intent obvious, yet the first thing the boy had done was fire a flare into the sky. His mind was already working through the implications, but he didn't slow. Vita surged through his legs, his speed exploded. In the blink of an eye, he closed the gap. The youth had drawn his sword and was swinging desperately, but Malachi vanished to the right, evading the downward slash. His left foot slammed into the ground and his right leg snapped upward, hurtling toward the youth's exposed neck. The youth's eyes widened in horror, but it was too late. Just before the kick landed, the youth vanished, leaving only empty air. Malachi's leg passed through nothing. So they won't even show themselves, huh? The shadows, those assigned to intervene in case of fatal blows, they were the ones who had just stepped in. Even though Malachi hadn't used his weapon, that kick was loaded with a massive amount of Vita. If it had landed, it would have snapped the youth's neck. Still, a flare. Malachi turned his gaze toward the sky where the bright light still shimmered. Was this their plan? He had already formed assumptions before the fight was even over. Still, he wanted confirmation. Without another word, he turned in a random direction and shot forward with explosive speed. After some time, Malachi stood, looking down with an icy stare at a trembling youth. Why did you shoot that flare? This was the second time he was asking. The first time, he had broken the youth's right leg for choosing silence over an answer. Tears streaked down the youth's face, his body trembling as he tried to withstand the pain surging through him. He turned shaky eyes towards the boy who looked more demon than human. Still, he didn't speak. It's a waste of time. Malachi decided, and his leg shot forward, about to hit the youth's throat, when the boy suddenly vanished, leaving only a gust of air in his wake. He had been taken out of the competition. My assumption is accurate. Malachi had taken down 15 more youths in the span of minutes, and of them, 5 had fired flares into the sky the moment they spotted him, as though shooting blindly into the sky was more important than guarding against an incoming threat. Someone wants to locate me. That was the immediate thought that came to his mind, and now he had confirmed it. A flare could only mean one thing: signaling. In this case, signaling a person. And it's not just sanguine. The first youth had been a sanguine, but the others were from ordinary clans. It was clear the person trying to find him had enough reach and influence to get many people to carry this out. Malachi didn't even need to think before a name came to mind: Varnal. With thousands of youths participating in the hunt and no way of knowing where Malachi would be placed, for this plan to work, Varnal had to have gotten to as many people as possible. Something a pulse could easily do. Malachi cleared his thoughts. Julius will come for me. He wasn't frightened. In fact, even after finding out all this, his expression hadn't changed. He had already foreseen this outcome. He had prepared for it. Regardless, he wasn't going to stop his hunt. Just as Malachi was about to move, he paused. How? His instincts screamed, and he sharply turned to the side. Come out, Malachi said coldly, his gaze fixed on a tree some distance away, or more accurately, the one hiding behind it. Silence hung in the air. And just when it seemed Malachi might have been mistaken, a figure calmly stepped out from behind the tree, approaching him with composed steps. It's that youth. Malachi recognized him, his gaze narrowing at the lean, white-haired boy with an athletic build. His steps were graceful, not making a single sound. His breathing was so calm and in sync with his body, it made his movement appear refined in every way. An Aurelius youth, and not just any Aurelius. It was the same one Malachi had marked as a potential threat earlier on the platform. Forgive me for my actions, ninth vein. You seem to be in deep thought, and I didn't want to interrupt. The youth stopped a few meters away and bowed slightly. His voice matched his demeanor, calm as a lake. What do you want? Malachi asked, not lowering his guard. Just because he had shown respect didn't mean he didn't plan on fighting. The Aurelius didn't operate that way. Their clan was filled with warriors who were honorable to the core. They always fought fairly and constantly sought powerful opponents. Their ability to remain calm in every situation was what made them feared and respected. The youth raised his head and met Malachi's eyes with a tranquil gaze. My name is Thaler D. Aurelius, he said. Forgive my imprudent words, but I would like to challenge you to a battle. Outside, where the entire region was watching screens of youths battling darkness creatures, one screen flickered and locked in. Hey look, Sanguine and Aurelius. Sanguine and Aurelius. Heads turned, and the instant they spotted the ninth vein and one of the Aurelius clan's heirs standing across from each other, the entire place froze for a heartbeat. Then, YESSS, start the battle already. I bet all MY money on the ninth vein. Numerous cheers rang out. Instantly, everyone's attention focused on that single screen. It was the first high-profile battle of the day, the ninth vein versus the third heir of the Aurelius clan. The ninth vein had already shown extraordinary prowess during the hunt, but many couldn't help but subtly lean towards the Aurelius heir. He was older, and a one-on-one duel was vastly different from fighting darkness creatures, especially grade ones. Those were near mindless. Humans were not. The excitement was at its peak. They couldn't wait. Where the sanguine, sovereign, and higher-ups were seated, silence reigned. Every pair of eyes locked onto the screen showing Malachi and the Aurelius youth. Back in the forest, as Thaler made his declaration, Malachi's gaze sharpened. He didn't reply. Instead, he reached for his back and yanked out his scythe, twirling at once. The blade hissed through the air. Both lowered into their stance, eyes locked on each other. In that moment, the entire forest went still. The rustle of leaves, the soothing sound of the wind, everything vanished. In the entire world, they saw only each other. He's strong. They hadn't even clashed yet, and still, Malachi knew just by looking into his eyes, he was strong. Still, Malachi's gaze remained steady. He lowered further into his stance. And as though they had both come to the same conclusion, they moved. A flash, and the distance between them vanished, weapons flying. Clash, sparks burst in the dark forest as Malachi's scythe collided with Thaler's curved blades. The sharp SHNNK of steel scraping steel echoed throughout the dark woods. Their eyes locked. In that moment, nothing else existed. The gazes tunneled in on each other, but in the next second, it became clear who had the upper hand. The ground beneath Malachi cracked as he was pushed back, his body skidding a few inches. I was right. Even while being overpowered, Malachi's thoughts remained eerily calm. He did what he did best, analyze. 3 nodes, 2 in the legs, 1 in the heart. The Aurelius clan's strength lay in their mastery of lung control. After centuries of honing their techniques, they could channel their breath into their entire bodies, enhancing themselves to extraordinary levels. Their breathing was one with their form, every movement taken with grace. But that wasn't all. Through breath, they enhanced their strength, extended stamina, and amplified their precision. Still, Malachi's focus was on the boy before him. 2 nodes in the legs, 1 in the heart. He didn't need to think to reach his conclusion. He focused on speed. Malachi shifted his weight, suddenly redirecting Thaler's momentum to the side. But Thaler didn't falter. His expression didn't change. He inhaled, power surged through his frame. With a sharp stomp, he stopped himself, twisted, and spun. His twin blades followed, aiming to cleave Malachi clean in 2. However, whack! Thaler's pupils constricted. Sharp pain tore through his leg. Before he could register what happened, his world tilted. He was falling. A sweeping kick. Even as he went down, his mind kept processing. How had Malachi predicted his attack? Regardless, before he hit the ground, his instincts kicked in. His eyes snapped into focus. Using the momentum from his fall, his body twisted, and he brought one curved blade crashing down toward where he assumed Malachi would be. But as his gaze darted downward, they froze. Malachi wasn't there. Before he could comprehend it, a heavy force slammed into his back, launching him like a cannonball. He was hurtled through the air, rolling across the forest floor. He twisted midair and skidded to a stop, just before crashing into a tree. WHO. The region watching erupted into wild cheers, voices soaring. Get HIM ninth vein, show them why the sanguines rule the West. Screams filled the air as the crowd roared with excitement. The atmosphere was electric. Thaler stood up calmly, dusting the black sand off his clothes. But even as he did, his eyes never left Malachi, who stood at a distance, his cold gaze locked onto him. Your strong ninth vein. Thaler hadn't expected this. He had targeted Malachi solely because he was the son of a genius, 1 second to none. As a battle maniac, he simply couldn't resist the temptation. Still, Malachi was strong, stronger than he had expected, but there was no way he was going to lose this. The air around Thaler shifted. He inhaled deeply, then exhaled. The sharp pain at his back faded into nothing. He lowered into a stance. Brace yourself, ninth vein. I'll be attacking with my full force. Malachi didn't flinch. He dropped into his stance, gripping his scythe tightly just as Thaler's voice rang out. Breath of balance. Breath of balance. Thaler's words rang in Malachi's ears and the world slowed. Not to Thaler. To him, he had only just invoked his technique. The cold morning air gathered beneath his nose, sucked in at a rapid pace. It rushed through his lungs, then surged through his body like an explosion of adrenaline. Every inch of his body was enhanced to its current peak. But while all of this happened in barely less than a second, to the one whose world had slowed, it felt longer. Malachi's eyes were cold, and though the world around him barely moved, his mind was running at a speed no Genesis stage evolver had any business reaching. Thaler had barely taken a step, yet Malachi had seen everything the boy had yet to do. It was as though he could see the future. But as someone who was logical in every sense, Malachi knew better. Vita nodes. During the 3 months he had spent training for the hunts, Malachi had pondered hard on where to form his first Vita node. Despite all his advantages and effort, he would only be able to form one, so he focused on the part of his body that would grant him the greatest boost of all. Forming the node in any limb hadn't sat well with him. One part would be enhanced, but only that part. The rest would weigh him down, and when dealing with those considered monsters of the great giants of the West, that wasn't enough. He needed something that increased his fighting chance. Something that could boost him to a level where a ruined heir like him could actually win the hunt. To that, Malachi could only think of one part. The part he considered his strongest weapon to date, his brain. Malachi had discovered that it took him twice the amount of Vita the other veins needed to form a node. But just as he had expected and anticipated, his formed node was twice as effective, twice as powerful, twice as potent. Which was why, as soon as he activated the one node located close to his brain, the world around him slowed. His awareness and perception expanded to a level he had never reached. Before, he could feel the Vita in the air around 5 meters of him. Now he felt everything working up to 20 meters. He saw everything with utter clarity, as though he was gazing at the area through a microscope. Every rustle, every movement, every presence. Thaler moved like a gust of wind. Formless, fast, erasing distance and appearing in front of him. He spun, and his twin blades spun with him, slicing through the air at incomprehensible speed. But to Malachi, he might as well have been moving at a snail's pace. He took one step back, head snapping back. The first spin of the blade sliced through where Malachi's neck had just been, a gust of air whipping his hair. Thaler's core twisted even more, and just as he was about to continue the spin with more force, Malachi's eyes glinted. He moved a large step forward, and he was upon Thaler, his fingers whipping toward the youth's neck like a viper. Thaler's eyes exploded wide. His calmness shattered for an instant. How was this possible? Even in the face of danger, his mind refused to stop. He tried to figure out how the hell this was happening. As an Aurelius and part of one of the great clans of the West, he had heard the rumors surrounding the ninth vein of the Sanguine clan. The higher-ups had confirmed it. Malachi had only evolved 3 months ago. No one knew how, but that fact still stood. Still, Thaler had never been one to underestimate opponents, no matter the rumors. He judged with his eyes and moved with his head, not what he heard. He had clashed with Malachi. He had seen his strength and concluded with his mind. Malachi was strong, stronger than many youths who had evolved for years. Malachi had been weaker and slower than him, yet he'd still landed a hit and sent him flying. He had predicted his attack, much to his surprise, but what he had done then could not compare to now. This time he had predicted his moves under far more difficult conditions, impossible conditions. The breath of balance technique enhanced Thaler's body to its limit. His speed should have been far beyond anything Malachi could match, and true to those words, Malachi hadn't matched it. Instead, he had acted before the technique was even finished. He had evaded the first spinning strike, and in that brief moment, a moment not even up to a second, when the first blade missed and the second came screaming, Malachi had acted, taking advantage of a pause that wasn't a pause to most. Now, with fingers drenched in Vita screaming toward his neck, Thaler realized, I can't react to this. His eyes flickered to Malachi's face, that calm, cold indifference. There was no joy in besting an opponent, no satisfaction. He didn't even look like he had done anything special. Thaler hated that look. It made him feel small, like everything he had worked hard for meant nothing. Still, he smiled. I'm going to change that look from your face, ninth vein, someday. Malachi's fingers reached, but before they could land, Thaler suddenly vanished. A gust of air swept the forest, whipping Malachi's attire. His cold eyes scanned the area, but there was no sign of Thaler. He had won. The roars from the crowd shattered the silence that had gripped the region moments before. Every single person in the region had witnessed the battle between the ninth vein and the third heir of the Aurelius clan. They had seen everything, the fineness, the elite movements, the greatness. Both youths were clearly beyond talented for their age. However, it was the ninth vein that blew their minds the most. His movements had been minimal but perfect, just the right amount of movement, just the right amount of speed. The Aurelius heir hadn't even landed a single hit. YSSSSS, I'm RICHHH, someone in the audience screamed at the top of his lungs. We love you, ninth vein, another voice followed. Ninth vein, ninth vein, ninth vein, someone began the chant, and for a time the entire region echoed it. The air turned electric with excitement. In the Sanguine Hall, the clan higher-ups stared at Malachi through the screens with varying degrees of intensity. It was a good thing. A Sanguine had lived up to the name and defeated one of the other clans. Yet most of them couldn't bring themselves to feel pride. Dreno's lips had lowered to an extent that should have been impossible. The deep frown on his face made it clear he didn't like this, not one bit. The cheers and roars from the crowd outside reached his ears, and he hated every sound. He wanted to go out there and drain the blood of anyone foolish enough to cheer for this useless boy. But he couldn't. He just sat there, eyes cold, his mind flashing with billions of ways to erase this threat. Compared to him, Varnal was rather relaxed. Some highbloods in the hall were surprised by this, especially those who knew him well. Varnal, of all people, should have been furious, yet his expression remained calm. There was even a smile on his face, but his eyes weren't on Malachi's screen. They were locked on another, one that showed the figure of Julius, tearing through darkness creatures as he raced through the forest toward the glowing sky. Don't fail me, you useless boy. His thoughts were cold, but his eyes shimmered with excitement. At the very least, even Julius couldn't screw this up. He's just like him. Rhett was already on his feet, eyes blazing, fists clenched so tight the whites of his knuckles gleamed. He stared at the screen showing Malachi, gazed at the boy as though looking at a ghost. It had to be a ghost. There was no other explanation. Malachi's observation and comprehension, the way he predicted his opponent's movements, the way he fought, the cold look in his eyes. It was as though he had just watched Valerian fight again. Without realizing it, Rhett's heart raced. He needed this boy under his tutelage. He needed to protect him at all costs. If he could, it would be the second coming of Valerian. The clan wouldn't know what hit them. Excitement radiated through every fiber of his being. Beside him, Layla frowned as she watched Rhett. He has that look again, she sighed. I was right to form my first node in my brain. Malachi scanned the area again and confirmed Thaler was gone. The battle had been short but intense. And right now he couldn't help but feel confident in his choice. Forming his first node in his brain had paid off. With his perception heightened, even if he couldn't match others in speed, he could read them, predict them, act beforehand. The points I get from him should be high. Last he checked, Thaler D. Aurelius was 5th on the rankings, a major target. He expected a great haul, even if he got only 40. And he did. Malachi glanced at the rankings. 1. Malachi von Sanguine 610 PTS, about 130 points extra. He did just under 500 points before, and now he had 610, which meant he had earned the equivalent of 6 grade 1 kills. It was impressive for a single battle. Still, it wasn't enough. I need to move. With the fight done, Malachi decided to resume the hunt. He briefly inspected his body and confirmed his condition was fine. He took a step forward, about to shoot off, then paused. Flash, his eyes flickered upward as a flare exploded in the sky. A flare, flash, he turned, another flare, flash, a third. He narrowed his gaze toward the sources and spotted them. 3 youths stood at different angles, all gazing at him with trembling eyes. They must have watched the fight. He had been too focused on the Aurelius youth to notice them. Not just that, the battle's noise must have drawn others. And of course his luck was just bad enough that the ones he drew in were working for Varnal. Still, Malachi didn't move. He stood there, demeanor cold, eyes calm. It's time I take care of this. This situation had dragged on long enough. Malachi knew who was responsible and what would happen next. Still, he didn't move. It was time to end this nonsense. He should be here soon. It had been happening for a while now. Even if he was on the other side of the forest, he would have locked onto this location by now. Seconds passed, then a minute, and just like Malachi expected, a figure emerged from the dense foliage, grinning with a twisted smile. "There you are," Julius said, voice almost trembling with joy. He looked like he had just found the one thing in the world he truly wanted. "I've been searching everywhere for you. Aren't you happy to see me? Do you get happy to see trash?" Malachi's words came cold. Julius froze in place, his eyes twitching. He clenched his fists, forcing himself to calm the rising rage roaring through his body. "Calm the fuck down. He can't ruin this for me." Then he spoke, voice low and venomous. "You know, these past 3 days since that fluke happened, I've thought of hundreds of scenarios in my head. Hundreds of ways I'd crush you, bring you down to my feet where you belong." His lips curled in disgust. "But now, standing here, looking at you, I just feel sick. My stomach twists in disgust. I hate your eyes. I hate your entire existence. A weakling like you should have been killed the moment you were born. Your parents were foolish enough to keep you." His eyes narrowed. "But I'll correct that. I'll make you see." Julius kept talking, but Malachi had already stopped listening. Now only 2 words thundered in his head on a loop: parents, foolish. And as they echoed, Malachi saw red. "You're simply worthless, and you belong nowhere but my feet." Julius' words froze in his throat. His eyes narrowed. That same sensation had just gripped him again. A sensation he'd felt before, when he hated with every fiber of his being. He looked down, his hands were shaking. Not again. He clenched his teeth, lifting his gaze to the one he instinctively knew was the cause: Malachi. His entire aura had shifted, as though a switch had flipped. Killing intent bled from him, so thick it made Julius's skin crawl. He looked like a beast on the brink of mauling its prey. "He's angry." Julius narrowed his eyes, then realization struck him like lightning, widening them instantly. His lips curled into a slow, twisted grin. "Well, look who still has a soft spot for those worthless fools," Julius said, watching closely as Malachi's eyes flickered. He laughed loud, as if he'd just unearthed a treasure. "Oh, now I get it. The lowest of the low really did find each other in this dome," he continued, placing a hand on his chin like he was pondering something profound. "2 pathetic failures coming together to birth an even bigger disappointment." He smirked. "And when they saw what they created, they offed themselves, didn't they? Left you to rot in this world, alone, because even they knew just how much of a failure you were. That should do the trick." Excitement bloomed in his chest as the temperature began to plummet. Malachi's killing intent had grown manifold, suffocating. But Julius didn't care, not one bit. He had planned everything. Malachi was going to die here, no matter what miracle he pulled. But before that, Julius wanted to watch him crack. He subtly reached into the small sack on his waist, gripping tightly onto an object hidden inside. Then he waited eager for the moment Malachi snapped. But just when it felt like the dam was about to burst, something changed. The cold in the air started to wane. The storm calmed. Julius's grin faded slightly. "What's going on?" The killing intent was still there, but something was off. Malachi had been ready to erupt, but now he was still. While Julius tried to figure this out in Malachi's mind, only one thing echoed: the sanguine creed. He repeated its verse, letting the words ground him. The rage hadn't disappeared, but he reined it in. He'd prepared himself for this. He could take insults to himself, but words about his parents, they were always his trigger. It was a weakness he had discovered on his first day at the clan's training camp. He couldn't afford to lose control every time someone dragged their names through the dirt. and right now he was using Julius to help him control his emotions. He wanted nothing but to remove the bastard's head, but he didn't, not yet at least. Still, that didn't mean he was letting it slide. "You're pathetic." What? Julius blinked, confused for a second, but Malachi continued. "You talk like you're something, but you're just a sad little boy, screaming for a father who will never look your way. You dominate others just to feel relevant, just to convince yourself that you're not as insignificant as you really are." Malachi tilted his head slightly. "He will never love you. You'll never matter. You'll keep clawing for attention, keep pretending you're something great, but in the end, you'll die as the insignificant fool you are. Just a bitter stain the world can't wait to wash away." The words hit like daggers. At this point, Julius' face had twisted into pure rage. His teeth clenched tightly, his whole body trembling. "I'll kill this bastard, I'll fucking kill him." There was only one thing that had kept him in place all this while, and after a second, that condition had just been met. In the sky, multiple flares ignited, each shooting from different directions, but seemingly coming from near their location. Julius saw it, and his lips twisted into a feral grin. Finally. He crushed the object in his hand and, without hesitation, launched forward like a missile, excitement filling his chest. He had fantasized about this moment, about the different ways to kill Malachi. His neck, his eyes, his heart, so many choices. But he had to unfortunately pick just one. He went for the neck. Hardened blood coiled around his fingers as he thrust them forward, the air splitting from the force behind it. His smile widened. And just as he raised up his eyes to meet Malachi's gaze, they narrowed. He had expected to see a dread-filled expression, but Malachi wasn't even panicking. He didn't even look surprised. His eyes were dead calm. What? Julius felt his heart racing. Before he could react, Malachi vanished, his hand pierced through nothing but empty air. In the next second, a massive fist filled his vision. Boom! The punch crashed into his mouth with force. His head snapped back, his body flying like a rag doll, before slamming into a tree with a thunderous crack. Crack! The sound echoed across the utterly silent hall. Several highbloods turned their shocked gazes toward the source, only to see Varnal staring at the screen as though he had just witnessed the most absurd thing in his life. The sound had come from the armrest of his throne, which he had gripped so tightly that it cracked under the pressure. No one needed to be told why. They had all just seen it. On one of the main screens, a scene played that sent shockwaves through everyone present. The 8th vein had attacked the 9th, and the latter had landed a clean hit, sending the supposed genius flying. In that moment, a single thought echoed in all their minds, so the rumors were true. Varnal had dismissed it as a fluke. They had all been forced to agree, unable to imagine Malachi truly defeating someone like Julius, but now this one exchange had shattered that illusion. Malachi had beaten Julius, and if that was the case, then the implications, the implications. Thoughts raced through their minds like wildfire. If the 9th vein could overpower the 8th, especially after evolving just 3 months ago, then his standing, both within the clan and across the entire region, would soar to new heights. It would mean his talent was unfathomable. The sovereign's interest in him would spike. No one would be able to touch him. He'd be left to grow, and if he continued at this rate. Many of them couldn't help but think of Valerian, the one who, despite his young age, held dominion over all in the clan. Would history repeat itself? They shuddered at the thought. While the others wrestled with the implications, only one thing thundered in Varnal's head: how. He couldn't wrap his mind around it. He had planned this out carefully. Every step, every detail. How the hell had Julius failed? Did he not crush the worm? His mind scrambled to figure out what had gone wrong. Still, his eyes remained fixed on the screen. His plan had failed, which meant Julius had no other choice now but to win with sheer force. That punch, it must have landed because Julius was caught off guard. He can still win. This was just a setback. As long as Julius won the fight, everything would still fall into place. Don't fail me. Varnal's eyes burned cold. Just like in the Sanguine Hall across the region, there was nothing but silence. The people were still reeling from what they had just witnessed. It lasted for some seconds until it shattered. The people burst into thunderous cheers, their voices roaring across the land. 9th vein. 9th vein, the chant returned, louder and fiercer than before. Back in the forest, Julius crashed onto the ground, the taste of metal flooding his mouth. His hand trembled as he reached for his face. He could feel wetness soaking his lower jaw. He pulled his hand away. Crimson, his eyes trembled. Then the pain hit. What is this? Julius stammered, his words slurred as if there was too much space in his mouth. He rolled his tongue and froze. My teeth, his front teeth, both upper and lower, were gone, shattered. Malachi had broken his teeth. Why, you bastard, Julius roared, his voice mangled. He looked like he was spiraling, as though he could believe the current situation. How? Why didn't it affect you? He thundered, but Malachi didn't bother replying. Instead, his gaze calmly scanned his surroundings, thoughts churning. Looks like they're back. In that moment, everything clicked. Malachi had just pieced together the full extent of Varnal's plan. Valentine had been completely right. Varnal wanted it to look like an accident. And to pull that off, he had come up with a plan consisting of multiple layers. The first and most vital step had been Carla, his so-called servant turned double spy. It went without saying the entire plan depended on her. Over the past months, Malachi had been carefully feeding Carla manipulated information. Everything she reported back was what she was asked to say. One of those reports had been that she was getting close to Malachi, that he was starting to trust her. That lie was all Varnal needed, the twin death worms. It was another vile result of corrupted wildlife under the influence of Vita. They were a parasitic duo that always appeared in linked pairs. If one was crushed, the other would burst, releasing a substance. That substance was a clear, odorless vapor known for inducing short-term paralysis. Varnal's plan was simple. He'd given one of the worms to Carla to plant in Malachi's food the night before the hunt. The other he handed to Julius. From there, using his influence, he had quietly manipulated the youths participating in the hunt. He had used them to allow Julius locate Malachi during the hunt. The moment Julius found him, he was to crush the worm in secret, paralyzing Malachi instantly and then deliver a lethal strike. One he would claim was a tragic mistake. He'd blame the Blood Guardian for not intervening in time, and that was the brilliance of it, because Varnal had planned for the Guardians too. He'd incited multiple groups to cluster together and fight with each other en masse. With the region's limited manpower, the Blood Guardians couldn't oversee every battle. They'd be overwhelmed. The Guardian in charge of their zone would be far too occupied to react fast enough. That was the moment Julius had been waiting for. He had crushed the parasite, and he had lunged, expecting Malachi to freeze only for nothing to happen, because from the very beginning, this entire plan had been destined to fail. Carla had told him everything, and so Malachi never ingested anything. Now he stood there with a calm and steady gaze as Julius struggled to process the events. The boy had pulled himself off the ground. If he still had teeth, they would have been clenched. He shook off the pain and steadied his breath. The parasite isn't inside him. He finally understood and concluded, I have to fight him. Julius calmed his spiraling thoughts. Slowly, he drew his blade. I can't lose, I won't lose, not in front of him. The region was watching. The clan was watching. But none of that mattered as much as the one man who would be watching. His father. He can't lose. Blood flow, he declared. The blood dripping from his mouth halted instantly. His eyes flared red and crimson streaks surged through his body, crawling up his arms and across his face like veins of fire. He stepped forward, rapier in hand, one leg forward, posture locked in. His cold eyes fixed themselves on Malachi, who still hadn't moved, as if he were waiting. The seconds stretched. Then Julius lunged. His blade screamed through the air in a sharp thrust, cutting clean toward Malachi's chest. But just as it was about to land, Malachi's body vanished. Julius's pupils shrank. Left, his eyes darted left and his body followed, blade slashing toward that direction, only for Malachi to dip low, effortlessly evading the strike again. Julius's expression darkened. I've got you. He lunged forward, his leg whipping out in a ruthless kick, but Malachi moved again, darting sharply to the right. The kick hit nothing but air. Fucking stay still, Julius roared, swinging his blade at where Malachi stood, but Malachi wasn't there. Before Julius could shout again, a voice reached him, his heart racing. You talk too much. Those were the only words he got. A heavy fist slammed into the underside of his chin, the force tearing through his skull, vision blacking out for a split second. And before he could recover, another fist crashed into his nose, lifting him clean off the ground. His body flew back, rolling across the forest floor, dirt and sand kicking up in his wake. What Julius couldn't even form a full thought. His body skidded to a stop, and as he groaned, lifting his head slowly, he saw him. Malachi, towering above him, his face half shrouded in shadow. He looked less like a boy and more like a devil wearing human skin. Before Julius could fully grasp the sight, Malachi's fist came crashing down like a torrent of explosive missiles. The distance was incomprehensible, and the live footage offered no sound. However, it truly was a mystery how the sound of Malachi's fist slamming into Julius' face was all that echoed in the Sanguine Hall. Everyone was silent. Only the grinding of Varnal's teeth, the soft sobs of Kana behind him, and the relentless, meaty thuds of Malachi's punches thundered in their ears. Varnal had never looked this furious in his life. He had forgotten that the highest powers of the Sanguine clan were present in the hall. He was on his feet, fists clenched, eyes blazing with a rage that couldn't be contained. He looked like he wanted to leap into the screen and unleash carnage on every participant in that damn forest. Useless, useless, the word boomed through his mind. He could hardly believe the level of incompetence he was witnessing. It shouldn't be possible. There was no way this waste could have come from his blood. Someone born from him couldn't be this weak, this pathetic. Please, Varnal, let him stop. Varnal's eyes snapped back to Kana, who stood trembling behind his throne. Her face was soaked with tears as she gazed at him, silently begging him to make Malachi stop. But all she received was a wave of cold, suffocating killing intent. Did she cheat on me? Varnal refused to accept Julius as his son. There was only one explanation. This woman, this bitch, had betrayed him. After everything I've done for your wretched self. He looked like a beast about to break loose. Kana stepped back in fear, clutching her ornate fan tightly against her chest. Varnal looked even more dangerous than all the times he had corrected her. He'll do it here, she shivered. There was no doubt in her mind. Varnal had lost control and he looked ready to pounce at her in front of everyone. Varnal, a single voice froze him in place. He couldn't move. The hall turned to the sovereign, whose aura pressed down hard on the third pulse. The hunt is sacred to the region and to the Sanguine clan. There is no mercy for interruptions. Varnal gritted his teeth hard enough to crack them but forced himself to calm the storm of rage inside him. He could feel the amused stares of the highbloods and the other pulses watching him. It only made the fury burn hotter. He bowed. I apologize, Sovereign. It won't happen again. Sit. Varnal obeyed, slumping back onto his cracked throne. But the rapid tapping of his foot against the floor made it clear his anger hadn't gone anywhere. The gazes turned back to the screen. The scene hadn't changed. If anything, it had grown even more brutal. Bam, 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 time passed, but Malachi's fists didn't stop. Each strike came faster. Each one hit harder. The pain multiplied with every blow. The youths who had helped Julius distract the shadows had stayed to watch the battle between the veins. But now, as they watched from a distance, their legs shook. Their hearts pounded. A demon. A monster. How had the ninth vein defeated the eighth? Were their eyes broken? Those with strong survival instincts didn't wait. Without a second thought, they turned and ran at full speed. Once Malachi was done with Julius, he would come for them, fighting that demon. Thought alone made them shudder, but Malachi's punches only grew faster, more vicious. Julius' arms hung limp at his sides. His body had taken so many hits he couldn't move anymore, couldn't think, couldn't retaliate. The blood on his face had already hardened, but Malachi had long since broken through. To Julius, the world was a blur of crimson, and through the overwhelming pain, only one thought echoed in his mind. His father was watching. Julius could already see the disappointment on his face. The disgust. He had always looked up to his father, one of the pulses of the grand Sanguine clan, a man respected by all. Julius had lived his whole life trying to satisfy him. He had aspired to become someone his father would be proud of. That was why he had tried so hard to become just like him. And now he was failing. That disappointment, Julius didn't want to see it. He didn't want to let his father down, but he couldn't move, couldn't stop the monster looming over him. So he did the only thing he could. He begged, "Pwes stop, I'm so ori." Words were slurred, but Malachi heard them loud and clear. Still, the punches didn't stop. "In case you're too stupid to figure it out, I'm not interested in your apology," Malachi muttered. "I just want you to feel pain." His fists blurred, speed exploding. Bam, 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 each impact sent tremors through the ground. A small crater had formed beneath them, filled with Julius' blood. Whoosh, Malachi's eyes narrowed instantly. An attack. He felt it, something fast, rushing toward his back. He didn't turn. His instinct kicked in. He dove to the side, the sharp whistle of air slicing past his ear as he narrowly evaded the strike. He rolled along the dark earth, springing back to create distance. Then his eyes locked on the newcomer. "Why did you have to go this far?" A feminine voice echoed as recognition crashed into him. Aurelia. He clenched his scythe tightly, Julius' blood still dripping from his fists. "I didn't feel her until she entered my Vita field, 20 meters. That was his new range of perception, and considering how little time he'd had to react, Malachi couldn't even begin to fathom her speed. Still, his eyes narrowed. That wasn't all he noticed. She has 4 nodes. Malachi was always watching, always calculating. The moment she stepped into his range, he had seen everything. 2 in her legs, 1 in her right arm, and the last node was the reason his grip had tightened so much on his scythe. Her brain, it was bad news, terrible news. One of his greatest advantages had just been nearly made obsolete. If Aurelia's perception was enhanced, she could match his movements, keep up with him in real time. "I asked you a fucking question." Aurelia's shout tore through his thoughts. The temperature in the clearing dropped instantly. Malachi's gaze sharpened. "She's angry." It was odd. This wasn't the Aurelia he had quietly observed back at the camp. Her appearance was still sharpened for war that hadn't changed, but her demeanor had. Her expression was twisted with nothing but anger. Her eyes burned as she stared him down. "Herc," a groan escaped from Julius, drawing her attention for a moment. She glanced down at him and her gaze dimmed. And just then, Malachi saw something beyond the rage. She's sad. He was surprised. He had never seen Aurelia and Julius interact at the camp. They had barely acknowledged each other. But now she looked genuinely worried. She turned her gaze back to Malachi, fiercer than ever. "You won. He clearly lost. Why the hell were you torturing him?" She didn't shout this time. Her voice was sharp and clipped. Why had he done it? He could have listed 100 reasons. Because Julius had done the same to him. Because he insulted his parents. But those would be excuses. And Malachi didn't deal in excuses. He wanted anyone watching, anyone listening to understand. "I wanted him to feel pain," Malachi said, voice calm like a still lake. The temperature plummeted further. Aurelia's killing intent surged, flooding the clearing. "Good," she hissed, "then I won't feel guilty inflicting the same pain on you." Suddenly, footsteps echoed from the edge of the clearing. I missed the first half." The voice came from Octavia, the 10th vein of the Sanguine clan. She stood at the tree line, eyes locked on the broken form of Julius, a visible pout on her face. Seeing the blood dripping from Malachi's fists, she let out a groan. Seriously, and I missed that. This was the show of the decade. Another figure emerged from a different direction. His presence was more quieter, more composed. The seventh vein maximum. His expression remained unreadable as he stepped into view. He didn't look like he planned to interfere at all. Ninth vein. Renlo's panicked voice rang out from yet another direction. He was charging toward Malachi when the latter threw him a hard look that made him freeze in place. The message was clear: stay back. Renlo's grip tightened around his spear. He wanted to help desperately. He looked like he'd face off against any vein if it meant standing with Malachi, but he knew the truth: he would only be a liability. No one interferes. Orlia's voice rang out, sounding like a decree. The sound of her twin daggers sliding from their sheaths echoed through the area. The tension soared, but not just there, but across the entire region, watching the confrontation unfold. The sixth vein versus the ninth. Orlia was considered the strongest in the competition, but Malachi had shocked them all today, and now the moment had come. They were facing off against each other. Who would win? The region fell into silence, and all eyes locked onto the screen, waiting for the clash of greatness. Back in the forest, the tension snapped. Orlia erupted with momentum. She vanished from her spot, ground exploding beneath her. In an instant, she closed the distance far faster than Julius ever could. Her daggers gleamed, one of them tearing straight toward Malachi's throat. She's fast. Malachi felt the cold sting of death surge toward his neck. His head jerked to the right, his neck twisting with it. He heard the sharp whistle of the dagger as it passed, but he didn't pay it any mind. Her leg. Orlia had already launched another attack. The ground beneath her left knee exploded upward, hurtling toward his head like a hammer. His instincts kicked in as fast as his thoughts. His body twisted back, shifting his head just in time. Her knee whooshed past, wind whipping his hair. Malachi didn't waste a single second. He finished the roll, his leg spinning with his body. His right hand lashed out, the scythe blade screaming upward from below only for his eyes to narrow. Her dagger was already there. Clash heavy, a wave of pressure surged through his arm as his scythe was flung to the side. Before he could regain his grip, Orlia closed the gap with blistering speed, her steps tight, her blades piercing out. Malachi's eyes narrowed. His footwork exploded into motion. He ducked the strike aimed at his neck, slid past the one going for his chest, pivoted from the blade shooting toward his eyes. He weaved and shifted, narrowly evading each one. But his mind kept running. She's trying to make my scythe useless. The scythe was a weapon whose advantages laid in large range and control. It wasn't meant for extreme close combat. Orlia knew this, and she exploited it flawlessly. No matter how far he pulled back, she was right there, her twin daggers carving space like she owned it. But that wasn't the only problem. No, this is worse than I thought. When Malachi realized he could only form one node before the competition, he had chosen the brain, prioritizing perception so he could keep up with the others. It was a gamble based on the assumption that few, if any, sanguine would risk a brain node without boosting their limbs first. But Orlia, she had broken that expectation entirely. Now she was faster, stronger, and with her heightened perception, she wasn't just keeping up, she was overwhelming him. Still, Malachi's eyes remained calm. He wasn't the type to walk into battle without preparing for his weapon's weakness. Whoosh, Orlia's dagger tore toward his chest, but this time Malachi didn't move. The audience watching from every corner of the region widened their eyes, certain this was the end. But in that split second, Malachi's free hand snapped to his utility belt and whipped upward. Clash, sparks burst as Orlia's dagger was parried by another dagger, one that had suddenly appeared in Malachi's grip. Her eyes narrowed, but before she could press the attack, Malachi's hand pulled back. Then he threw the dagger. Orlia's gaze constricted. Orlia's world had slowed to a crawl. The sounds had vanished. Her eyes were narrowed to their extremes as they locked onto the blade, no more than the length of a middle finger, screaming toward her left eye. In all honesty, though her face didn't show it, she had been shocked numerous times since the battle with Malachi began. He was slower than her, less powerful, and yet he was keeping up with her attacks. Every strike she launched had been aimed to incapacitate. She had promised him pain and meant every word. She and Julius were far from close, but he was her brother nonetheless. The sight of someone torturing him, she wouldn't stand for it. Still, what was supposed to be a quick battle had turned out to be something else entirely. Malachi was strong, frighteningly so. He had evaded, he had countered, he had been pushed back and yet still found ways to catch her off guard. Orlia dove to the side, evading the blade that tore through the space where her eye had just been. But she wasn't given even the briefest moment to breathe. Her widened eyes landed on the gleaming blade of a scythe screaming toward her head from below. A distraction. Her heart thundered. The dagger he threw hadn't been the attack, it had been a feint. A ruse to shift her focus away from the real strike, the one now inches from piercing through her skull. Orlia's mouth moved before the shock could settle. But she barely mouthed the first syllable before Malachi's eyes shot wide. The blood flow of the Sanguine clan was the most basic form of blood control. Every other technique had been born from it. Hardening, enhancement, healing, everything. Malachi had been top of the advanced class in nearly every discipline, but there was one amongst others he had yet to surpass Aurelia in blood arts. The memory of the monster that was Aurelia surged through his mind, and his mouth moved in tandem with hers. Blood flow. Their blood exploded through their veins, crimson streaks lighting up their skin like flares. Their eyes burned red, their weapons flashed forward. Boom! The dark forest lit ablaze with sparks as their clash detonated the ground. A crater formed instantly, dust blasting out like a wave. Before the watchers could even process what had happened, a figure burst out from the haze, hurtling toward a tree at the far end of the clearing. Malachi felt his bones rattle, his arms numb. He had clashed directly with Aurelia, and the force had been overwhelming. He was sent flying, using the momentum to mitigate the shock pulsing through his limbs. He turned. The tree was closing in fast. His expression hardened. He spun and shifted his weight downward, skidding to a stop just before crashing into it. His eyes snapped up only to widen again. Aurelia was already upon him, eyes crimson, daggers flashing. He dropped into a roll to the side. The sharp whistle of twin blades cutting through air rang past him, followed by the loud thud of a tree collapsing behind, felled by the force of her missed strike. But Malachi didn't care. He sprang up to his feet, only to see her erase the distance again like it had never existed. Her daggers rained down like bullets. She got faster. Malachi's focus surged. His blood flooded every fiber of his being. His perception peaked. His speed exploded. He moved evading. Each dodge was at hair's breadth, each one a breath away from death. Their battle erupted across the dark forest. Trees toppled like twigs beneath the force of missed blows. To the watching crowd, Malachi and Aurelia had become phantoms. In the dark forest of the hunt, many battles had come to a stop. Shocked gazes turned toward the clash between the 6th and 9th veins. Mouths were opened wide, most could barely hide their disbelief. The hunt was meant to be a competition between the young bloods of the West, an arena for youth to sharpen themselves against one another. But as they watched the battle raging between two youths they were supposed to compete with, many couldn't help but shudder. They were supposed to fight them. Impossible. It was like placing lions in a pen of chickens, only carnage awaited. The people of the West watching from screens were no different. The silence stretched as far south as Blackreach, where the warriors had gathered in the great dining halls, watching with bated breath. Hamada sat up, fingers clenched around the armrest of his seat, eyes blazing, heart pounding. He couldn't look away. He watched just how far Malachi had come this far in just 3 months. Mouths were opened across the region. Hearts raced in excitement. The people had expected greatness and they were getting it. Back in the Sanguine Hall, many shifted uncomfortably in their seats. Malachi's performance was teetering on the edge of impossible. Aurelia was 15. Malachi was 14. She had been evolved for 5 years. Malachi 3 months. She had 4 nodes. Malachi had 1, and yet their clash looked nearly even. The thumping of Varnal's foot against the floor grew louder with every second. Aurelia was also his daughter. Considering her advantage, she should have overwhelmed Malachi completely. So why the hell was the battle still going on? While the spectators wrestled with their disbelief, Malachi was dealing with his own thoughts. This is not good. He wanted to curse his luck. She just had to form it in her brain. Aurelia forming her 4th node in her brain was the reason he was struggling so much. In truth, Malachi's perception was stronger, almost twice as fast in fact. But she was faster, stronger, her reaction speed incomparable. It had been the same with Julius, and even that Aurelius clan youth he fought earlier. He'd been able to crush them because their perceptions lagged too far behind his. But with Aurelia's enhanced perception, everything had narrowed down. Now they were equals. No, she was overwhelming him. She looked like a beast out for blood. Her eyes were feral. Bloodlust seeped from every inch of her pale skin. She moved with explosive speed, every motion deadly. At this point, it was obvious. He was being pushed back. He barely evaded her daggers and blocked blows that felt like being hit by a truck. At this pace, he was going to lose. I need a breath. Malachi allowed their weapons to clash once more, using the force to propel himself backward and create space. He rolled across the forest floor, skidding to a stop, his gaze snapping forward, but this time Aurelia hadn't followed. She stood across from him, her crimson gaze cold as ice. "What are you?" she asked. Despite Aurelia's cold tone, Malachi saw the faint shock behind her eyes. He understood instantly. The battle wasn't supposed to last this long. 1 node versus 4. The gap should have been insurmountable. So why was he still standing? Still, Aurelia was only shocked, not merciful. She had no intention of letting him go. 9th vein, Renlo's voice rang out. Malachi turned, shooting the boy a hard glare that froze him in place. Renlo gripped his spear tightly, unable to speak. From a safe distance, the 7th and 10th veins, Maximus and Octavia, still watched on. Maximus wore a calm, surprised expression, while Octavia's eyes had lit up like twin suns. She was clearly enjoying herself. Malachi rose. Despite the tremble in his limbs, he stood tall. His breath was labored, sweat beating across his skin. He had pushed himself and his abilities to their limits. He could feel his vita draining rapidly. He was using far more than his body could passively absorb. I can't keep this up. If this continued, his Vita would run dry and he'd be left without a drop of energy. I have to end it. He glanced at his utility belt, then back at Aurelia. He didn't answer her question. Instead, he took a slow breath, steadying himself, and dropped into a stance, right hand gripping his scythe tight. His eyes locked onto hers. They said everything. Come, fine. I'll question you all I want after, she said, lowering into her stance, eyes glacial. The silence that had settled across the forest shattered in the next instant. The ground beneath Aurelia cratered as she lunged forward, her steps swift, her left dagger slashing toward Malachi's chest. Evade. His thoughts moved as fast as his body. Malachi shifted his weight, his body dipping low to evade the blade that tore through where his chest had just been. He wasted no time. His hand rose sharply, and his scythe screamed upward toward Aurelia from below. This again. She spat her right dagger, slashing down to meet the scythe, only for her eyes to widen in shock as the weapon was flung from Malachi's grasp. He let go of his weapon. They had clashed before, more than once even, and never had Malachi's grip even so much as faltered, which meant he intentionally let go. But why? Her eyes snapped down, and she saw it. A gleaming dagger screamed toward her neck. The realization slammed into her. He had used the release of his scythe as bait, freeing his hand just to throw another dagger. This boy, he had shocked her. Again, just when she thought he was out of tricks. Just who the hell was he? My neck. The dagger was heading straight for it. I can only spare one hand. Her right arm had been flung to the side from parrying his scythe, no time to pull it back. Only her left hand could reach the dagger in time. She didn't hesitate. Her left hand moved to intercept, and Malachi's eyes gleamed. It worked. His last-ditch plan had multiple layers. First, render her right hand momentarily useless by letting go of his scythe at the final moment, allowing the momentum of her blow to carry her hand to the side. Second, force her to use her left to intercept a strike to a vital point. Both steps had only been to pave the way for the third. Malachi's free hand shot to his utility belt. He drew another dagger in a swift motion. Blood and Vita roared through his body as he exploded upward, blade tearing toward her now exposed chest. It happened in a flash, too fast for most to follow. Onlookers watching from afar had their jaws drop in utter shock. Such ingenuity, but just as Malachi's blade came inches from Aurelia's chest. Clang, a gleaming dagger intercepted his strike, the clash bursting with sparks as their locked eyes met. Malachi's gaze shot wide. What? Her left arm had blocked him, but she was supposed to use it to deflect the dagger. His eyes flickered and then widened even more. The dagger he had thrown it was now lodged in her neck. He could see the faint glint of the blade, still sticking out. She had hardened her blood to protect the area, yet it had pierced through slightly, and still she showed no pain. The realization slammed into him. She ignored the dagger and predicted my strike. Aurelia had known he was up to something, and she had been right. She chose to ignore the dagger he had thrown and instead used her free hand to block any more surprises he would undoubtedly try to unleash. His plan had been flawless, ingenious, even, and if he had been just a bit faster it would have worked. But Aurelia had survived, and now she was out for blood. Sparks flew as she parried his strike to the side, and before he could recover, her right arm whipped up, blade tearing toward his chin. Too fast. Malachi had put everything into that last attack, and it left him without any more tricks. He couldn't react to it. At that moment, Malachi felt an emotion he hadn't felt in a while: hopelessness. The last time he'd felt this was when Xeranus had pierced through his chest during the Life Essence trial. Back then, he'd thought it was over, that he had failed, that there was nothing left to do. Now his mind spun again, faster than ever, and still nothing. There were no tricks left, no moves to pull. But despite all this, Malachi gritted his teeth. He didn't want to lose, not now, especially not now. This competition had meant to be his arrival, his declaration, a message to the world he had evolved. And the best way to send that message was to win the entire hunt. He'd already secured the first rank, but half the time of the hunt had yet to pass. If he lost now, he would lose 40 of his points. The others would still have time to climb, and he would fall in the rankings. It was truly hopeless, but Malachi refused to accept that. So in that sliver of time, he reached out to anything that could help him. Anything. And in that moment, not even a second later, he got his answer. What Malachi felt next could only be described with one word: warmth. It was surreal, like something deep within him had stirred awake, answering his call. The essence, the thought barely had time to form before it hit him. A surge of energy, unlike anything he had ever felt before, roared through his body. It's just like that time. Malachi's perception of the world had shifted. He had been moments away from getting his chin pierced by Aurelia's blade, only to feel a warmth spreading through him, followed by an overwhelming surge of power. It was something he had felt before, once, when he had been returning from his last mission at the Blackreach. Back then, Malachi had been ambushed by the Mogrim and forced to run. He had just killed the Genesis stage evolvers that were sent after him and had been trying to get away before he could be caught. He had reached inside for power, just like today, and something had answered. The life essence. Malachi instinctively knew. Back then, he had considered the surge of power a fluke, especially when he returned to the clan and tried to call upon it again, only for nothing to happen. It hadn't answered him then, but right now, when he was on the verge of losing, it had. And as the warmth spread across his entire body, Malachi felt a power the likes of which he hadn't felt before. His gaze lowered, glancing at Orlai's dagger that had been screaming toward his chin. Only now it wasn't screaming. In fact, it was barely moving. In Malachi's eyes, the world had slowed to a crawl. He could see the veins pulsing in Orlai's exposed arms. He could see the coldness in her gaze as she looked at him. He could feel her vita. Every inch of her vita had gathered into her right arm, fueling the strike that was meant to end the battle. Its speed had been insane, and it would have done just that. Unfortunately, the universe wasn't on her side. The world resumed its motion. Orlai's dagger rocketed forward with momentum, but Malachi had already moved. His head whipped to the side, evading the dagger that tore through the space his chin had been moments ago. Orlai's eyes shot up in utter shock, her calm expression shattering. But she wasn't given a single moment to comprehend what had just happened. Malachi's head filled her vision. Her heart thundered. Shit, bam, a sound ripped through the silence as skull and skull met. The force of the collision shattered the ground beneath them, sending Orlai's figure tearing back at blinding speed. She crashed through multiple trees in tandem, leaving a trail of splinters and dust in her wake. The gazes of the watchers widened in shock as they turned away from Orlai, only for their eyes to widen even further. Malachi had moved. Orlai felt her brain rattling. She felt. An overwhelming pain surged through her body as she slammed into a large tree, its bark caving in. Her eyes were open, but all she could see was blackness. Her thoughts were in disarray. She couldn't comprehend it. She couldn't understand it. I had him, she was so sure. Her dagger had been inches away from piercing Malachi's chin. She had seen the resignation in his gaze. He had given up. And then suddenly he had moved at a speed he hadn't shown since the battle began. Was he hiding his power? Orlai felt like tearing her hair out. A boy who had evolved 3 months ago had been hiding his power against her. She felt like she was going insane. But now wasn't the time to think about that. Get a grip. She shook her head as she fell from the tree she was lodged in, already planning her next move. I was sent flying far, but he'll come for me soon. There was no time to waste. An overwhelming pain racked her entire body, but she shoved it all down. She hadn't trained this hard only to fall to pain. Her grip tightened. I still have my dagger. She felt its weight in her grasp. She shook her head and forced herself to stand. The darkness flooding her vision began to recede, just enough to see him, a boy whose gaze was cold as death. Her heart skipped a beat. Malachi was already upon her. Her instincts exploded. Her body moved before she could think. She pierced forward with all she had, daggers ripping the space in front of her. She stabilized her stance, bracing for a clash that could shatter stone, but it never came. Malachi vanished from her front and death gripped her spine. She glanced down and froze. Malachi's arm was inches away from punching the dagger now lodged against her neck. There was no doubt if it struck it would pierce through. I can't react. Orlai's mind reeled. She had come to the hunt confident. She was the oldest of the Vanes, the one with the most power. No one should be able to stand against her. It wasn't arrogance, it was fact. By nature, Orlai was extremely vengeful. She spoke when necessary and only formed useful bonds. It was the reason she was always alone during class. No one else was worth her time. But her vengeful spirit had awakened when Malachi had nearly killed her in class. Coming into this hunt, she had resolved to repay him. But what was meant to be a quick battle had become a struggle, and now she was about to lose. Orlai gritted her teeth, her blazing eyes meeting Malachi's. This is not over, she said, just as Malachi's hand reached for the dagger on her neck. But before he could strike, Orlai vanished. His fist slammed into the tree behind her. Boom! A wave of force ripped out as the tree was blasted into splinters, the shockwave barreling forward, unstoppable. Silence gripped the entire region. The Vanes and youths that had been watching the battle unfold stood with their eyes widened, utterly speechless. The silence stretched across the west. Every single person had been watching the battle between the 6th and 9th Vane unfold. They had been at the edge of their seats during the battle, but now they were just stunned. It took a moment, then, as the rankings flashed on the screen, highlighting the addition of 40 of Orlai's points getting added to Malachi's, the realization slammed onto the people. The first shout reverberated. I'm fucking RICHHH. It came from a man who looked old and wrinkly. Many looked at him in envy. He had been barely surviving his everyday life. The hunt brought about an opportunity for even the least privileged to become rich in an instant. The man had determined that he couldn't continue living like this and sold his house and properties, having planned to place everything on the bets of the hunt. The odds against Malachi had been stacked. Most believed Orlai would win in the end. He had placed his trust in the ruined heir, and now he had won. I love you, 9th Vane, the old man screamed, pulling off his clothes and dancing like the happiest man on earth. His shout broke the dam. The region erupted. WHO. People screamed at the top of their lungs. 9th Vane, they chanted without stop, stomping their feet on the ground like a march, the earth shaking. Yes, the large hall of the Blackreach fell deathly silent as the warriors' gazes focused on the one who had just screamed. Blood champion Hamada Sanguine. Hamada was a warrior known for his constant composure. None had ever seen him cheer, not once. Which was why they all stared in disbelief as he stood on his feet, fist clenched, a massive grin spread across his face. Hamada blinked, feeling the weight of their gazes. Realizing what he'd just done, he cleared his throat and returned to his seat. His calm, firm expression snapped back into place. "Carry on," he said with a cough. He settled back into his seat, pretending like nothing happened, but it wasn't only at the Blackreach. In the large halls where the captains of the Blood Knights were gathered, Red had jumped down from his seat and approached the screen as though to kiss the figure that had appeared largely on the screen, Malachi. Layla tried her best to call him back, but her words fell on deaf ears. She understood his feelings, though. Aside from the fact that the boy was most definitely as talented, if not more so, than Valerian himself, he had just made them a sick ton of money, well as long as he kept winning. But Layla couldn't imagine anyone else aside from him winning this competition anymore. Crack, the sturdy armrest of Varnal finally shattered. His gaze was wide as he looked at the screen displaying Malachi. She lost. Even he couldn't believe his thoughts. Malachi had won. His mind kept telling him that this was the reality, the actual reality he had to accept. He could feel the amused gazes in the room, from the pulses, from the high bloods, from everyone. Their eyes bit at his skin. Their smirks boiled his blood. Their presence made him want to erupt. Still, Varnal breathed deep. Shuddering, coldness radiated off him, freezing the seat beneath. Connor instinctively stepped back, unable to withstand the chill. His expression was calm, but his eyes. Many highbloods couldn't help but shudder when they saw the way he looked at Malachi through the screen. Varnal was seething, and only one person was responsible, Malachi. There was no doubt about it. After today, a storm was coming to the clan. Malachi staggered forward, steadying himself. He felt a wave of weakness hit him as the overwhelming power he had felt before receded deep inside him. It lasted for just a few seconds, just like the last time. The last time he had used this power, it had receded after a few seconds. It never seemed to last more than that. I'll have to figure out how to handle it later, for now. Malachi scanned his body, and it was not good. He had a few bruises here and there due to clashing with Aurelia, but that wasn't his major concern. My Vita. Malachi couldn't understand it. He had more than a quarter of his Vita left in reserve before, but now it was all gone. Empty. The essence used it. It was the most likely conclusion. His body was constantly absorbing Vita from the air, and he would recover at a fast rate, but only if another difficult battle didn't occur. However, Malachi had never been one to believe in fairy tales. The world was far from being that nice. Ninth vein. Renlo's shout reached him, and Malachi's head snapped to the side, landing on Renlo, who was rushing toward him with a wide smile. You did it. You won ninth vein. You won. Renlo screamed at the top of his lungs, jumping up in joy as he reached Malachi. Tears filled his eyes. It was obvious the boy was truly happy that he had won. Malachi was a bit startled. Yeah. That was the only thing that came to mind. You don't know what to feel, huh? Valentine's voice suddenly sounded after so long, and while he was right, Malachi chose not to answer him. Since his parents died, Malachi had fought so many battles, so many close calls, but he couldn't remember a time where someone had actually been happy that he won. It felt refreshing. Still, he held himself back from venturing too deep into the moment. That's enough. His firm voice stopped Renlo, who had still been jumping around in joy. The competition isn't over. Be alert. Renlo's eyes widened, and he nodded before stretching his hand out. I picked this up, ninth vein. Malachi's eyes widened slightly, and he smiled before gripping his scythe from Renlo's hand. Then his gaze turned cold as he turned towards the distance, where multiple youths were looking at him with disbelief. But his focus wasn't on them. It was on one person, Maximus. Only he should be able to pose a threat, he determined. The seventh vein's gaze was calm, but Malachi could see the shock within them. Even he hadn't believed Malachi could win. Should I fight him? Maximus asked himself. HMPH, how brazen for both of you to leave me out of this. Octavia's voice rang out. She didn't look happy that they hadn't seen her as a threat. She had only just evolved, after all. None of the other youths dared to intervene in the matters of the veins. In fact, most of them had already started sneaking away. Malachi and Maximus locked eyes, and the tension in the forest rose. Would they both fight too? Would they witness another clash? Everyone watching, both in the forest and across the region, wondered the same thing. However, before the tension could reach a boiling point, a chill gripped Malachi. His gaze constricted. No, it was a familiar feeling, one he could never mistake, even in his dreams. Darkness creature. Many who knew Malachi would have been confused. Why would Malachi, of all people, be wary of a darkness creature? That was the misconception. It wasn't a darkness creature. It wasn't singular. Right now, Malachi felt like every inch of him had been doused with icy water. The chill came from everywhere, from every part of the forest. It wasn't just one. It's an army. A quake rumbled beneath them. The gazes of the veins and the watching youths dropped to the ground. It was shaking. Huh, what's happening? I don't know. The ground is shaking. Guys, I think something is approaching here. As the words of one of the farther youths reached their ears, the gazes of Maximus and Octavia narrowed. They shot forward and scaled different tall trees. As they reached the top, their eyes scanned the distance and froze. From every corner of the dark forest, a sea of darkness poured in, surging toward their location like a tsunami made of shadows. Trees were reduced to splinters. Youths were pulled out of the way before they could be swallowed. It took a moment, but eventually, they saw the nature of the threat approaching. Darkness creatures. Numbering in the thousands, they surged from every direction, eyes feral, fangs bared to rip and tear. What the hell? Octavia muttered in disbelief as she saw the scene. She couldn't believe it. What the hell was happening? Darkness creatures. One of the youths who had climbed the tree along with the veins suddenly shouted, and in the next instant the others echoed it. It's an army. They're heading straight towards us. I give up. Take me away from this accursed forest. The forest erupted into chaos as numerous youths screamed at the top of their lungs. Without hesitation, they all started scaling the trees, none of them wanting to stay on the ground for even a second longer. Ninth vein, Renlo turned sharply toward Malachi, only to freeze. What? Malachi's gaze had turned cold. Killing intent radiated out of every inch of him. The youths above were all panicking, trying to figure out how to survive this crisis, but there was no shred of panic in Malachi's eyes, only pure, unfiltered battle intent. Ninth V. Renlo couldn't even finish his words. In the next instant, Malachi vanished from his view and the world began to spin. A sense of weightlessness hit Renlo. He was off the ground. His eyes lowered and he saw it. Malachi had suddenly lifted him up. What? Before Renlo could speak, Malachi stomped his foot into the ground, muscles bulging, stance firming and through. Renlo found himself airborne, soaring into the sky with incredible speed. He looked down. The forest was getting farther and farther away. His eyes picked up something converging from all directions at the exact location he had just left. He narrowed his eyes and saw it. An army of darkness creatures raging towards that very spot, towards Malachi. But now Malachi had thrown him with such force that he was going past the incoming tide. The realization hit him. He threw me away to protect me. Renlo clenched his fists and gritted his teeth. Again and again, his eyes blazed as he looked down toward the shrinking figure of Malachi. I'll come back, ninth vein. His scream thundered across the sky. Outside, across the region, the people gasped as they saw the horde of darkness creatures marching in unison. The screens flickered endlessly, showing the youths that were seconds away from getting stomped, only to vanish, saved by the Blood Guardians. Back in the Sanguine Hall, expressions narrowed. Everyone wondered the same thing. What the hell was happening? Should we call it off, Sovereign? One of the Highbloods asked, bowing toward the throne. The hall turned toward him, awaiting the Sovereign's decision. Everything had clearly turned to chaos, though none of them knew why. The darkness creatures that had once been scattered across the dark forest had all converged on a single point. None of the youths would survive that. There was no longer any point in continuing the competition, but as the silence stretched, so did the tension. Finally, the Sovereign gave his answer. No one interferes. The eyes of many in the hall widened, not because of the command, but because of something else, something that sent a chill racing through their veins. The Sovereign was smiling. Suddenly, all the flickering screens in the hall froze except one. The single screen burst to life, becoming much larger than the rest. It showed one image, an army of darkness creatures tearing through the forest, surging toward a single figure from every direction. The footage zoomed in, and the eyes of everyone watching landed on a boy. He stood tall, gripping his scythe tightly. Crimson-haired, crimson-eyed, a stare that looked ready to take on the world. Of course, Captain Rhett realized it at the same time as the rest of the region. The other youths, even the Vanes, had all ascended the trees to escape the creatures, but Malachi remained on the ground, his eyes cold, unmoving. Only a kid of his is crazy enough to do this, Rhett grinned. The realization struck them all at the same time. He was going to face the incoming army. The darkness converged around him in a relentless tide. The ground beneath him trembled from their march. The chill they brought gripped him from every side. Despite all of this, Malachi was calm. He stood tall in the midst of the approaching army, and to Octavia he looked nothing short of a maniac. He's insane. Octavia had always thought she was crazy, but Malachi was even more of a nutcase than she was. There were thousands of darkness creatures coming. Why the hell was he still on the ground? He'll lose everything if he fails. That was what made her even more confused. The penalty of losing to another youth was bad enough, losing 40% of their points permanently. But the penalty of losing to a darkness creature, all their points would be forfeited. Is he really going to fight? Octavia wondered, and so did the other youths watching from the trees. It had to be the life essence. While the others questioned Malachi's sanity, he was already planning his next move. His mind replayed the scene from the last time he used this energy. Back then, after the Mogrim man had caught up to him, he had slumped against a tree, only for darkness creatures to burst from the forest behind the man. They had ignored the Mogrim completely. Their crimson eyes and bared claws had been focused solely on Malachi, the same crimson glow they had now. There was no doubt about it. He had drawn them in because he had used the power of the life essence. But while the others saw death in the approaching tide, Malachi saw something else entirely. He saw opportunity. Points. This many darkness creatures, there was no way he would pass up the chance to earn so much. My Vita is still depleted. Using the life weapon earlier had drained him. He wouldn't last long at this rate. However, Malachi wasn't worried. Surging toward him from every direction was an uncountable number of Vita sources. As the darkness closed in, Malachi reached for his utility belt and drew out a dagger. He twirled it in his fingers, eyes narrowing in on one of the approaching creatures. He stepped forward and threw. The dagger whistled through the air, piercing straight through the head of a darkness creature. Malachi watched calmly as a greenish wave streamed out from the corpse and surged toward him. He felt the Vita roar through his body a moment later. It wasn't much, barely a dent in his reserves, but more were coming. This will do for now. As the darkness poured into the large clearing where he stood, Malachi closed his eyes and focused. He focused on one thing, the 20-meter radius around him. He felt everything within it, the Vita density, the changes in air pressure, the pull of movement, the trembling of space itself. Then the snarls of the creatures, the thundering of hooves, the tremors of the earth, everything else faded away. All that remained was the field, and then they crossed it and entered the 20-meter radius. 6, 6, 5, 6. Malachi's thoughts moved in sync with his instincts, and his body exploded into motion. 6 wolf-like darkness creatures came first, fastest of the bunch. Their fangs gleamed. Claws tore toward him from all sides, ready to rip. But before they could land, Malachi vanished. A streak of silver, 6 heads flew into the air. Black ichor splattered across the field. But he didn't pause. 6 more came, 6 more heads flew, then 5, then 6, then 4, then 7. Malachi's thoughts worked fast. His perception expanded. His movements never once paused. The darkness came from every direction, some grade 1, many gradeless. But as soon as they entered his perception, he noted everything: shape, size, speed, grade. He classified them all in his mind and moved in the perfect order to eliminate them. His movements were minimal, precise. He evaded when necessary, parried when needed. His scythe moved like it was born to kill, reaping lives like blades of grass. Its edge hissed through the air, spinning rapidly in Malachi's grip. It severed heads, split torsos. It tore life apart. Flashes of silver lit up the forest, and the sound of blades slicing flesh echoed like a chorus of death. It was hard to describe the expressions of the onlookers. Even they didn't know what they were currently feeling. Shock, disbelief. To the youths watching, to the Vanes, and to the people of the West, none of them could say for sure. However, the only thing they knew was this should be impossible. And yet it was happening right before their eyes. The region fell into a hushed silence. And in the midst of that silence, Malachi moved like a warrior bred for war. Black ichor had drenched the entirety of his body. He looked like a mass of darkness ripping through life. More darkness creatures poured in. More silver streaks filled the air. Their bodies were severed, forms split apart without mercy. Despite what many would have thought, Malachi's movements weren't slowing down. They were only getting faster. Before the battle began, his Vita reserves had been depleted to their barest extent. However, the reason he hadn't been worried was because of one thing: the darkness creatures themselves. Each one he killed released Vita that surged through him, filling his reserve, fueling his every movement. Malachi had never felt better. He moved without pause, severed heads and tore through bodies without restraint. Black ichor pooled beneath him, splashing with every step, but he didn't stop. As all of this unfolded, a particular bred lover was finally plummeting from the skies. Renlo gazed down at the dark forest rushing toward him. His eyes trembled, but his heart had already been steeled. I have to stop being afraid. I have to get to the 9th vein, he resolved in his heart. As he neared the trees, he slammed his foot against one, using the rebound to send his body flying sideways. He crashed into a thick branch, swallowed his pain, then kicked off another tree. Over and over, he used the trees to slow himself, slamming and rebounding until... Boom, he hit the ground in a rough roll, but he didn't stop. Renlo sprang to his feet and turned toward the direction he had come from. Then he surged forward as fast as he could. I have to help him. I have to move faster. This was the 3rd time Malachi had saved him, first from Aurelia, then from Julius, and now this. Renlo gritted his teeth. Malachi was his first friend, his only friend, and Renlo didn't want that friendship to be one-sided. He didn't want to always be the one who needed saving. He wanted it to be a relationship of equal weight, where both gave, where both grew, where both stood tall. His heart pounded. He was furious with himself, furious that he was still so weak. I have to do better, he roared in his mind, the fire inside him burning brighter, which was why, when Renlo laid eyes on the cluster of darkness creatures ahead, he only clenched his fists tighter. His steps didn't falter. He shot forward, thrusting his spear with everything he had. He had to reach his friend. Slash, slash, slash. For a brief moment, Malachi had forgot everything, the expansive dark forest, the youths high in the trees watching him with trembling gazes, the people of the west witnessing everything unfold. Malachi was in his own world. In this space 20 meters around him, nothing else mattered. The darkness creatures breached this domain in droves, claws screaming from every direction. But this was his world. They had stepped into his territory. Malachi treated them as such, intruders. His movements were seamless, and his entire being focused on only one thing, splitting them apart. Everyone who watched this scene felt the same thing, disbelief. None of them could understand how he was able to do what he was doing. As a young node formation evolver, defeating even one grade 1 darkness creature was already considered remarkable. To do that, one had to confront the fear these creatures radiated and withstand the chilling aura they emitted. But with a horde of this size, many couldn't begin to imagine the weight of that collective chill. No 14-year-old should be able to withstand it. Still, that fact, though shocking, could be swallowed. What truly stunned them were Malachi's movements. How he handled so many attackers from every direction with such ease, they simply couldn't comprehend. He was considered a battle genius, yes, but this was something else. Malachi moved like he already knew every outcome. Every attack on him was parried, blocked, or dodged. Every counterattack he launched struck true, without pause or hesitation. He had previously killed grade 1 darkness creatures with ease before their eyes, but handling them all at once like this should have been impossible. What they didn't know was Malachi's unique ability. He could sense Vita within a certain radius, an ability that most wouldn't awaken until the synergy stage. Coupled with the twice-enhanced node in his brain, the darkness creatures looked like snails in his perception. He simply moved to finish them as efficiently as possible. It took a while, a time that passed in utter silence, with every youth and people too stunned to speak. Soon the final creature fell, and the silence only deepened. All eyes landed on the scene of carnage before them. Black ichor drenched the forest floor. Once raging army of darkness creatures now lay in massive heaps, lifeless, sprawled across the ichor-soaked land. Their gazes shifted to the figure at the center of the devastation, and their hearts froze. He was drenched from head to toe in black ichor. Even his hair was so soaked it was hard to tell its true color. He didn't look like a teenager. He looked like a devil that had crawled out of hell. What is he? Octavia thought, shaken to her core. How was he that fast? How was he that good at fighting? How is this even possible? Maximus's thoughts were also in disarray. Moments ago, he had been deciding whether to fight Malachi or back down. And now, the boy he'd considered challenging had just single-handedly annihilated an entire fucking army. No way. He killed all of them. He's only 14. He's a monster. The silence broke with the stunned whispers of the youths, all of them staring at Malachi in disbelief. Ninth vein, a voice cut through the tension. Eyes turned to a boy with chubby cheeks sprinting toward the ninth vein. He too was drenched in black ichor, showing that he'd also been fighting. Renlo reached Malachi, panting. Ninth vein, are you okay? The others remained rooted in place, too stunned or wary to approach. But Renlo's eyes, as they stared at Malachi, showed only one thing, concern. He's worried. Malachi could see it, then his gaze dropped to Renlo's ichor-stained figure. You fought? He asked, mildly surprised. It was hard to imagine the always terrified Renlo fighting an army of darkness creatures. Renlo clenched his spear tightly. Yes, ninth vein, but it wasn't enough. Not compared to you. Still, Malachi said, you fought. That's something you would have never done in the past. You're changing. You should be happy. Renlo blinked. Had Malachi of all people just complimented him, he had to be sure. Can you repeat that, ninth vein? Did you go deaf? Renlo flinched, then smiled. A genuine one. He clenched his fist. Those were the words he'd always wanted to hear. I'm changing. If Malachi himself had said it, then it had to be true. And that thought alone filled Renlo with nothing but excitement. Are you hurt? It took a moment for Renlo to realize Malachi was talking to him. The question had been so out of character, his ears simply filtered it out. What? No, ninth vein. Wait, I should be asking you that. You just faced an entire army. Malachi. Renlo blinked, confused. Call me Malachi, Malachi said. Renlo just stared, stunned. Had he heard right? Call me Malachi from now on, Malachi repeated, his tone leaving no room for argument. Renlo was speechless. He didn't know what to say, he just stared at him. Malachi frowned. Try it. The coldness in his voice snapped Renlo out of his daze. He finally registered what Malachi was asking. I should try it, he asked. Yes. Renlo looked visibly hesitant. The veins of the Sanguine clan were like princes, royalty. Calling one by name felt wrong, the kind of thing you could get your head cut off for, but right now it didn't feel like a request, it felt like an order. One he couldn't refuse, Ma. Renlo's fingers fidgeted nervously, tugging at each other as he tried to summon the courage. Malachi's cold stare wasn't helping. Malachi, he finally said, then immediately reached for his neck as if expecting a blade to come down on it. A second passed. Nothing happened, just Malachi's narrowed gaze. What are you doing? I don't want to get beheaded, Renlo said, still glancing around like someone expecting guards to jump out at any moment. Malachi was just about to speak when a youth's scream suddenly cut through the conversation. Hey, look at the rankings. The gazes of Octavia and Maximus narrowed. Both of them, along with the other youths, clicked on their lifeguards to check the rankings, only for their eyes to explode. This is unreal. How is this possible? The youths muttered in disbelief. They couldn't believe their eyes. The shock spread throughout the West as the rankings suddenly flickered across every screen. No way is that even possible. Murmurs of disbelief rippled across the entire region, even reaching the Sanguine clan. Inside the hall where the sovereign and countless powers were gathered, many eyes were wide. This time, the expressions of the other veins had darkened considerably. They had still not recovered from Malachi's earlier stunt, and now many had shifted their focus away from the boy himself and instead stared at the name written boldly on the screen. One Malachi von Sanguine, 20,823 PTS. The hearts of many froze. It was expected, considering the massacre he had just enacted, but looking at those points they felt surreal. Adjust the all-time ranking, the sovereign's voice suddenly rang out, and the expressions of many in the hall froze. The realization of the situation fully set in. At the sovereign's words, the screen flickered, and a new ranking was displayed. All-time rankings for the Hunt 1. Malachi von Sanguine, 20,823 PTS2. Valerian von Sanguine, 10,200 PTS3. Othric von Sanguine, 9,345 PTS. As the rankings updated, the powers of the Sanguine clan just stared. The people of the West just stared. The names that showed on the rankings were nothing short of legends, beings who had etched their names deep in the minds of everyone in the West and across the dome. Othric von Sanguine, the giant of the West, the one who led the entire Sanguine clan. The weight his name carried in the hearts of the people couldn't be measured. Valerian von Sanguine, a genius like no other. A man who broke every record the giant of the West had left behind, one who dominated all in the clan with his sheer talent. Both were legends, names everyone knew. And now, right before their very eyes, a new name had appeared at the very top of those two greats. Malachi von Sanguine, a boy once considered the ruined heir of the Sanguine clan, someone who could never amount to much. But now he had surpassed two titans and carved his name at the top of the rankings. Coming into the hunt, Malachi's goal had been to send a message to everyone in the West and beyond. Now, they had received it, loud and clear. The ruined heir of the Sanguine, the only son of Valerian, had evolved. Malachi gazed at the rankings calmly. It's a good haul. He was pleased with the massive number of points he had earned. It should give me a reasonable head start on the fresh blood rankings. Malachi was already planning for what came next. For the Sanguine youths, every point gained during the hunt translated directly to blood points. With what he'd gathered here, he was confident he could get a significant lead in the rankings. I should be able to see it when I get back and join the Blood Knights. That feature hadn't been unlocked for him yet, or for many others, until they officially became Blood Knight apprentices. Right now, he just had to finish the hunt. What's wrong with him? Malachi glanced at Renlo, who was gawking at the screen. Ninem Malachi, have you seen your points? Renlo was utterly baffled. He had almost slipped and called him by his title. He'd watched countless hunts in the past, but never had he seen anyone with points this high, not even close. It's insane, Renlo thought. But as he looked around and saw the slicked, lifeless bodies of the darkness creatures, he gulped. At the very least, only this monster could have pulled it off. Renlo reflexively scrolled down to check his own ranking. Out of habit, he went far, far down. Where is it? He checked the lower sections of the rankings but found nothing. You're fifth, Malachi said, clearly having noticed him searching. Renlo blinked. Me fifth? Haha, you're so funny. Malachi gave him a look. Check. Renlo froze. Then he remembered what kind of person Malachi was. He never jokes. Did he actually? His brain still refused to believe it. He scrolled up and finally reached the top, only to stop. 5 Renlo Sanguine, 820 PTS. He couldn't believe his eyes. He blinked several times just to be sure. How did I get here? He whispered. You forgot you fought the army, Malachi said, looking at him like he was stupid. Right, Renlo laughed, scratching his hair. Still, a wide grin stretched across his face as he stared at the ranking. 5th place, Renlo felt like royalty. You realize the competition isn't over, right? Malachi's words snapped him back to reality. Renlo's eyes widened. He's right. Glanced at the timer and almost screamed. 1 hour. There was still a whole hour left before the hunt ended. Plenty of time for many things to go wrong. That was when Renlo felt it. Countless gazes, all of them locked on him and Malachi, from above. He looked up and gulped. Damn, that's a lot. A sea of youths were high in the trees, all staring at them with varying expressions. Even the veins were among them. Will they attack? He was sure of it. Right now, Malachi looked like a walking treasure chest. 40 of 20,000 plus points. That was nearly 10,000 points. Anyone who could take Malachi down could win the entire hunt. While Renlo was feeling utterly tense just thinking about the whole thing, the sound of footsteps reached his ears. He turned and saw Malachi walking away toward a tree. Where are you going? Renlo asked. I want to rest my back for a bit. Renlo was speechless. Had he heard that right? Rest his back, in this situation. But true to his words, Malachi reached the tree and simply sat beneath it. leaning his back against the trunk like he hadn't just massacred an entire army. Renlo couldn't believe his eyes. There are no more darkness creatures left to kill, Malachi said calmly. Unless you want to fight other youths, you should come join me. What are you saying? What if the other youths decide to attack? Not a second passed before Malachi's killing intent suddenly detonated, erupting around him and engulfing the surrounding area. The veins and youths closest to him instantly froze, their eyes widening in disbelief. It's even stronger now, Octavia thought, her heart pounding in dread. His killing intent had intensified. No, it had evolved. After wiping out an entire army, the weight of it was suffocating. No one could move, not even the veins, and then Malachi's voice cut through the silence. Let them, just 2 words. But those 2 words caused hearts to race like drums. Many gulped. Every thought of ganging up on him was wiped clean. He had just defeated an army of darkness creatures, and he didn't even look remotely tired. If he had to defeat another army, he would, and everyone knew it. After that, Renlo saw the trembling gazes of the youths and eventually convinced himself to join Malachi by the tree. The forest fell silent afterwards. Many of the youths glanced at each other, unsure of what to do. Across the forest, the majority of the youths had been taken out of the competition because of the darkness creatures' march, and the youths here were more or less what was remaining. There were no more darkness creatures. Should they continue the hunt and fight amongst themselves? Many weren't satisfied with their points. Still, they all knew that Malachi was off the plate. They didn't want to risk even so much as disturbing the monster. A few seconds passed, and the youths started descending from the trees and moving away from the area. Some had decided to battle, while others had decided to hide out until the hunt was over. Octavia landed on the floor gently, her gaze fixed on Malachi. There's no point. She was currently 10th in the rankings, which was high considering it was her first time and she had just evolved a year ago. She found a tree and sat in silence. Maximus did the same thing. He was currently 2nd and saw no reason to continue fighting again. He rested his back against one wall, eyes fixed silently on Malachi. Renlo was tense, feeling the gazes of the 2 veins on them. Turning and seeing Malachi closing his eyes didn't make things better. Is he training? Renlo thought, bewildered. He had a training maniac as a friend. To think he would train in this situation, stop thinking like that. Renlo suddenly clenched his fist. It's because he's like this that he's so strong. He realized if a training maniac was what he needed to be strong, then he'd become it. He closed his eyes and started drawing in Vita. Meanwhile, while Renlo had been busy feeling shocked, Malachi had indeed been training. I can form it now. Malachi's gains from the massacre he enacted weren't only the points. He had also gained something even more remarkable. Vita, a huge amount of it. During the fight, his body had been drenched in Vita and had constantly overflowed. He had tried his best to absorb as much as he could, and luckily, Malachi had managed to gather enough Vita to form another node. It was a pivotal moment for him, and after careful consideration and planning, he had decided to form his 2nd node in his heart. He didn't waste time and started forming his 2nd node. He manipulated the Vita, and it surged across his body, converging all on one point. Time passed, and as the minutes stretched, the gazes of the veins narrowed. The Vita in the air had shifted. They turned sharply towards Malachi, who was now glowing with a radiant green light. Their gazes widened. Is he? They each had the same thought. They could feel the Vita on their skin being siphoned away, and with the literal glowing light bulb in front of them, there was no doubt where it was going. In 9th vein, Renlo shot to his feet, staring at Malachi with a bewildered expression. He was so shocked he forgot he wasn't supposed to call Malachi that anymore. He had been training and absorbing Vita when he noticed that everything around him was being drawn elsewhere. But once he figured out what was happening, a grin formed on his face. He's forming another node. There was no doubt about it. Renlo instantly understood the significance of the moment. His expression turned serious as he threw a cautious glance toward the veins. I have to protect him. The veins could choose to strike while Malachi was vulnerable mid-breakthrough. He had to stop them, no matter how hard it was. But in truth, Renlo had nothing to worry about. There was no way someone as cautious as Malachi would ever let his guard down. If the veins made any move, he was ready to put them down instantly. Still, no one moved. Minutes passed, and eventually the glowing light radiating from Malachi began to dim. Then his eyes opened. His gaze landed on Octavia and Maximus. Their bodies flinched, the former taking an involuntary step back, the latter struggling to stay still. Malachi's eyes had changed. They didn't just carry the gaze of someone who could see through you. Now, layered beneath it, was the gaze of a slumbering beast, ready to awaken at any moment. You did it. Malachi turned toward Renlo, who was beaming with a huge grin. Once more, Malachi found himself baffled that someone was actually happy about his growth. Ignoring Renlo's bouncing figure and the stunned stares from the veins, Malachi focused inward. I successfully created the node near my heart. Now, alongside the blood node at the back of his heart, another radiant node had formed nearby. He could already feel the changes throughout his body. The flow of Vita through his bloodstream had improved drastically. His blood felt denser, stronger. Even his control over it had risen noticeably. It affected my whole body too. Despite the focus being around his heart, he could tell that his physical strength had increased, even if slightly. And my perception, Malachi spread it outward. What once covered 20 meters now reached 22. A small improvement, but an improvement nonetheless. I can't wait to use my blood powers. He suspected the true change would be in this aspect, his blood. The node didn't just improve his mastery, it enhanced its effectiveness. I'll test it when I return to the clan. After a while, Renlo finished his celebration and finally settled. With the veins still staring at Malachi in silence, time passed quickly until a loud, blaring horn echoed across the dark forest. As soon as the remaining youths heard it, a collective sigh escaped them. The hunt was finally over. In the next second, darkness swept across the forest as a massive platform blocked the late morning sun. Several ropes descended from above, stopping just before they touched the ground. Malachi was already on his feet the moment the horn sounded. "Let's go," he said to Renlo, who instantly nodded and followed. They ignored the piercing glares from the veins. As they grabbed onto one of the ropes and tugged, it began to rise, lifting them high toward the platform above. Seconds later, Malachi and Renlo pushed through the massive crowd gathered on the platform. While many still arrived from below, most here were the ones eliminated during the hunt, especially those who had fallen during the Army of Darkness creatures march. Because they had left the competition early, they'd been able to witness everything that followed. Some had seen Malachi's duel with Julius, others his clash with Aurelia, but the majority had watched the final act, Malachi, the ninth vein, standing alone against an army of darkness creatures. Even now, mouths were left wide open. Disbelief filled the air as countless eyes locked on Malachi. He ignored them. With a tense Renlo in tow, he finally reached the corner of the platform where the sanguine group had been dropped off. There a Skeldrith stood, waiting to retrieve the clan's youths. Seconds later, Malachi walked into the glass dome, only to pause at the entrance. "Blood flows where you walk. May your blood burn brighter than the sun." Malachi calmly met the gaze of the Iron Saint bowing before him, fist against his chest, as it should. The Iron Saint Selim struck his chest once more and straightened, a proud smile on his face. "You made the clan proud, ninth vein. Amazing work," he said with admiration. Malachi nodded. He was about to walk past when Selim's next words made his eyes sharpen. "Prepare yourself for when you return to the clan." It was a whisper, but Malachi heard it loud and clear. He nodded seriously and walked toward a quiet corner, a bewildered Renlo trailing close behind. Malachi hadn't been the first to enter the glass dome. The other sanguine youths who didn't remain in the hunt till the end were already inside. Most of their eyes were fixed on him. Even they had seen everything he did. However, among them, one gaze burned hotter than the rest. The sixth vein, Aurelia, she stood alone in a corner, fully healed. But ever since Malachi entered, her eyes hadn't once left him. Still, Malachi's focus wasn't on any of them. His mind had drifted into deep thought. "I was right, it'll be a problem." The Iron Saint's warning echoed in his head, and Malachi knew exactly what it meant. More than 1,000 darkness creatures had converged on a single location, and many had seen how they all ignored the other youths high in the trees, going straight for Malachi. The clan wasn't run by fools. There would be questions, and questions needed answers. Renlo noticed that Malachi was lost in thought and wisely chose not to disturb him. More sanguine youths filtered into the dome, and with them, more eyes turned toward Malachi, especially a now healed 8th vein, Julius. Shit. Julius clenched his jaw as he glared at Malachi, but he couldn't stop the trembling in his limbs. The pain Malachi had inflicted on him was still fresh in his mind, but right now, Julius was more concerned about his father's reaction. 0 points. Unlike Aurelia, Julius had been saved by a blood guardian before the darkness creature army could claim him, but it had been registered as a death by creature, and all his points were forfeited. He ended up with 0. Julius tried to steady his racing heart. What can I do? The ride was filled with whispers about Malachi's feats, but Julius didn't care. He was deep in thought. So were Aurelia, Octavia, Maximus, and even the center of it all, Malachi. The ride back was uneventful, and after another 30 minutes, they reached the city of Vitimora. But unlike before, they didn't head for the main gates. Instead, they stopped in front of a long crimson path where 10 massive gravithorns waited. As they disembarked, the Iron Saint's voice rang out, finally addressing everyone. "This is called the Walk of Glory. You've all gone out there and represented our clan with pride. The city of blood, Vitimora, welcomes its champions." He gestured ahead where a massive crowd had gathered on both sides of the path that led straight to Crimson Hold. As the youths began to understand, Selim continued, "Only the top 10 sanguine youths are granted a gravithorn. Number 1 will lead the walk, and the rest will follow in descending order of their ranks. I'll see you later." Renlo waved at Malachi as they moved toward their assigned mounts. He was a bit shaken. He'd be marching alongside veins and geniuses of the clan. Still, he steeled his resolve and mounted the gravithorn. The others soon followed, and then all eyes turned to the one at the very front, Malachi. He was still covered in black ichor, but that only made him look even more imposing. Malachi gently pulled the reins, and as his gravithorn took the first step, The city of Vitimara roared. Ninth vein, the roars were endless. The people had come to bear witness to the return of their champion, to the return of him. But now, after 3 hours of heart-pounding action, the people of Vitimora had chosen a single person. It was unprecedented, something that had only happened during the time of the Sovereign and Valerian. And now, it had happened once more. Julius clenched his fists tightly as he walked. Among the veins, he was the only one at the far, far back, where the youths with 0 points had been made to gather. Words couldn't begin to describe the humiliation he was feeling. Even Octavia, the youngest among them, had managed to secure a gravithorn. Though the gazes of the people were locked on Malachi, Julius couldn't help but feel the amused glances thrown his way. Each one burned against his skin, igniting a storm of rage within him. In contrast, Renlo looked like someone who had just made it in life. His back straight, chin high, he had glanced at Malachi before the march began and had copied his every move down to the smallest detail. He had to look good. He'd been nervous at first, but as the chants began, as the praises for Malachi grew louder, all replaced his fear. If not for the presence of those he didn't want to offend, Renlo would have joined the chants himself. Each youth carried different thoughts. Some held their heads high, others bowed theirs in shame. But at the center of it all, the one leading the march with a calm, steady pace was Malachi. He could have moved faster if he wanted. The others would have been forced to run, including Julius, not that Malachi would have cared. But he didn't. He needed the time to think, to plan his next moves. He knew what was waiting for him at the clan. With steady grace, he led the march toward Crimson Hold. Time passed, and eventually they reached the gates. The lines of people stretched all the way from the gates to the horizon, their cheers still shaking the earth. Their numbers couldn't even be estimated. The gates opened without hesitation, and the march finally stopped before the powers of the Sanguine clan gathered on top of a platform in front of the main building. There stood the Sovereign, flanked by the Pulses and members of the Scarlet Ten. Surrounding them were captains of the Blood Knights, their expressions filled with faint smiles. Malachi and the youths at the front instantly dismounted. They stepped forward alongside the others and dropped to their knees in unison, voices ringing out, "Blood flows to you, Sovereign. May your will shape the veins of the world." The Sovereign gave a single nod. "Rise." As they stood, the Sovereign spoke. "Young warriors, I welcome you back. The hunt has always been sacred to our clan, and it fills me with pride to see that some of you did justice to our name. Good work." The Sanguine youths who had ranked high lifted their heads with pride. Those who hadn't could only bow lower. Not all of you were able to shine, but don't let that dim your spirits. The Sanguine heart never dies, remember that. Keep trying and you will soar to the peak. The Sovereign gave a satisfied nod. That said, I believe praise must be given when due. His gaze shifted to Malachi von Sanguine. As his name rang out, Malachi stepped forward and dropped to his knees. The area fell silent. Every gaze landed on the one who had stunned them all today, the one who had done the impossible. The Sovereign continued, "Your actions today have ushered in a new age for the Sanguine. You reminded the world why our lineage rules the West. This is how it should be. The clan must grow stronger, not weaker. The new must rise to surpass the old. Your courage today was seen by all, and it will not go unrewarded." Malachi bowed lower as the Sovereign mentioned rewards. Would he receive something beyond the standard hunt prizes? One of the first-place rewards is a 20 increase to your total points in the Fresh Blood rankings. I will double that. Gasps rippled through the crowd. The veins and pulses especially looked stunned. Malachi's points were already monstrous. An additional 40 would make them insane. Their shocked eyes turned to the Sovereign. Was he serious? My Sovereign, a stern voice suddenly cut through the whispers. All eyes turned. What is it, First Pulse? Dreno stepped forward and bowed low. I respectfully request permission to speak. I believe it's a matter of great importance. Here it comes, Malachi thought calmly. The moment he'd been expecting. Speak. Dreno's turned sharply toward Malachi, his gaze cold. It concerns the 9th vein and his actions during the hunt. Murmurs spread across the courtyard. The thousands of darkness creatures prepared for the hunt suddenly ignored their prey and converged on the 9th vein. We all saw it. They came for him and him alone. His gaze bore down on Malachi, growing heavier. The 3rd Pulse mentioned it earlier, and I also believe it to be true. The 9th vein's evolution remains a mystery. I believe this evolution is what triggered the strange behavior from the darkness creatures. Varnal's eyes gleamed as Dreno's mentioned him. Though they didn't get along, right now they wanted the same thing, to eliminate the threat that was Malachi. He bowed as well. I also believe so, Sovereign. There's a need to study the 9th vein. The darkness creatures ignored everyone else and moved solely towards him. If you allow me, I might be able to uncover the reason and potentially solve our current crisis. If we can control the movement and behavior of the darkness creatures, the possibilities are endless. It could elevate the Sanguine name. More whispers came. Many understood what was happening. They were trying to make a move on Malachi, but none of them could ignore the claim Varnal had just made. If the behavior of darkness creatures could be weaponized, it would solve almost all of their problems. They could place a beacon, leave it active 24/7, and any darkness creature would move toward that point to be easily eliminated. More and more eyes turned to Malachi, and many of them were now filled with greed. That's bullshit. Eyes narrowed. Had they heard that right, two pulses had just spoken, and that voice hadn't come from another pulse. No, it came from where the captains of the different factions were standing. Heads turned, landing on the scene of Layla desperately trying to stop Rhett from making the most idiotic mistake of his life. But Rhett wasn't having it. His gaze was serious. And as all eyes landed on him, he stepped forward and sank to one knee before the sovereign. All blood flows to you, sovereign. May your will shape the veins of the world. The sovereign gave a small nod, prompting Rhett to speak quickly. My name is Rhett Sanguine, a captain of the sovereign's faction. I respectfully request permission to speak. Whispers broke out instantly. Rhett, wasn't he Valerian's second in command? I heard he joined the sovereign's faction after Valerian died. Maybe he's still loyal to Valerian. Maybe he's doing this for his son, but he's challenging the pulses. He probably won't live to see tomorrow. As the murmurs continued, Drenos and Varnal locked their cold eyes onto Rhett, their auras pressing down heavily. But Rhett didn't so much as flinch. Before either of them could respond, the sovereign's voice rang out. Speak. Rhett bowed. The third pulse's proposal is remarkable, but I believe we're straying from what truly matters. Today, the actions of the ninth vein reminded the world of who we are. He didn't just represent himself, he brought glory to our clan. People will sing his praises. They will sing the clan's praise. That deserves respect. Anything less is cowardice, plain and simple. Choose your words carefully, Captain, Dreno said coldly, his voice like iron. We are speaking of the dome's survival. He should be honored to be part of something greater. No, Rhett's voice was steady. The sovereign himself has said, our lineage must rise, not dwindle. This isn't honor, it's a death sentence. And it's not something you throw at someone who's done what the ninth vein has. How dare you, Varnal snapped, his killing intent spilling out like blood. A mere captain challenging two pulses, it was unthinkable. The other captains stared with wide eyes. They had always thought Rhett was reckless, even stupid, but this was suicide. Even Layla was stunned. Lineage, honor, who was this man? His ideal knight involved whores and wine and not a drop of honor in sight. Who the hell was speaking? The tension grew thick. And just as it was about to snap, the sovereign's voice rang out again. Enough. The whispers died. The courtyard froze. Every eye turned toward the sovereign, who now shifted his gaze to Malachi. Malachi. Yes, sovereign. Explain. Everyone fell silent and listened attentively. The sovereign had asked Malachi a direct question. How had it happened? More than 1,000 darkness creatures had surged toward him, ignoring everything else. What had he done? He's testing me. Malachi's mind moved fast. The fact that the sovereign himself was asking this question meant it was a test, one meant to gauge his ability to handle situations like this. Had he taken action without considering the consequences? Just as the thought passed, Malachi's entire body froze. What's that? He had just felt something take control of his blood. His heart, which had been beating slightly faster than usual, suddenly returned to a perfectly rhythmic pace. No matter how much he tried to take back control, speed it up, slow it down, it wouldn't budge. This level of control, only someone at least at the bloom rank could do something like this. But that wasn't the real problem. This space was filled with blooms and one zenith. No one could tamper with his blood unnoticed, unless... Malachi's thoughts halted. He's the one. He lifted his gaze and met the sovereign's eyes. The man stared back calmly, waiting for an answer. I see. Malachi understood perfectly. He knew what he had to do. Without hesitation, he reached for a pouch at his waist and emptied the contents into his palm. Instantly, the Vita in the air spiked. Drenos and Varnal's eyes widened as they saw the orb of greenish light glow in Malachi's hand, a grade 3 Vita core. Malachi spoke next. Sovereign, I believe this was the cause of the darkness creature's strange behavior. During my fight with the sixth vein, it must have fallen from its pouch. The creatures likely sensed the Vita radiating from it. Drenos and Varnal's expressions darkened. They could all feel it. Malachi was telling the truth. His pulse was calm, no fluctuations, not a single stutter in his rhythm. It was so calm, it was unnatural. Where did you get a grade 3 Vita core? Drenos asked coldly. I have a lot of visitors at night. At Malachi's response, Drenos' eyes narrowed, and so did the other pulses. He was implying that it came from one of the assassins that had tried to kill him. Grade 3 Vita cores were nearly impossible to obtain, even with immense wealth. Not only were their uses endless, but for one to form, a grade 3 creature had to spawn. Killing one required multiple synergy stage evolvers. So the idea that a youth like Malachi had one in his possession was absurd, yet here it was. Still, it was a logical explanation. Darkness creatures were always drawn to the highest source of Vita nearby. If a grade 3 core had been revealed during the hunt, then the convergence of the Darkness army made perfect sense. It's not over yet, Malachi thought. He could see it. Many of them had contemplative looks. While the logic was clear, there was still one issue. Darkness creatures didn't normally abandon prey once they had locked eyes on it. Drenos naturally brought that up, and Malachi met it with a simple response. I don't know. Drenos' gaze sharpened. That's not enough. We need concrete proof that your mysterious evolution isn't what caused this. I don't need to prove anything to you, Malachi replied, his voice cold. I only answered the sovereign's question. Dreno's eyes flashed red. Had this child just? His aura surged out violently, pressing down on Malachi like a storm. But Malachi didn't even blink. He'd said nothing but the truth. The air grew colder. Dreno's was no longer smiling. The disregard Malachi had just made it clear. He didn't even acknowledge him. Only the sovereign mattered. As Dreno's wrestled with this disrespect, Varnal spoke up, choosing to take a different route. You used an external force to hunt darkness creatures, he said, gesturing toward the core in Malachi's palm. Sovereign, this is a direct violation of the rules. His points should be revoked. Gasps spread through the courtyard. He was right. Using external tools or forces to hunt darkness creatures was strictly forbidden. If proven, it could result in a heavy penalty, even complete disqualification. Eyes turned back to the sovereign, waiting. But it was not the sovereign that spoke. Instead, Malachi's rang out. The rules stated that external forces, aside from weapons, should not be used to hunt darkness creatures. I didn't use anything other than my weapon to kill them. Hearing him, Varnal's gaze narrowed, so did Dreno's. They had both assumed they could convince the sovereign that studying Malachi was more beneficial to the clan than allowing him to remain free. But that had failed when Malachi responded with pure logic. And worse for them, his steady heart rate had backed his words. There were no lies. Now, having failed there, Varnal had shifted tactics. If they could get his points revoked, they could spread the rumor that the Ninth Vein had cheated in the hunt and use the updated rankings as proof. But that, too, was falling apart. The rules were clear. Using other weapons aside from your main one was forbidden, but Malachi hadn't broken that. The darkness creatures had been attracted by the Grade 3 Vita core. He'd hunted them all with his weapon alone. But Varnal began to speak, but the sovereign's words cut him off. That's enough. Varnal went silent. Everyone did. The sovereign's gaze swept across the gathering. The Ninth Vein has made his case and his words have been proven true. We will not reward greatness with scorn. First pulse, third pulse. He turned toward Dreno's and Varnal, who instantly bowed. Yes, sovereign, you will leave this matter be. The Ninth Vein has shown courage and finesse, traits some have failed to show. Varnal's fists clenched. It was subtle, but he understood perfectly. The sovereign was referring to his children. Julius, Aurelia. Yes, sovereign, they both said. Then the sovereign turned to the crowd. Now let us proceed to the selection process. The expressions of the captains shifted. It was finally time. Red had already got to his feet and was being quietly reprimanded by Layla, but the moment he heard that the selections were about to begin, his gaze sharpened. What was about to happen was arguably the most important part of the hunt. After the competition concluded, youths from all across the region were granted the right to join the Blood Knights. Usually there were two ways this happened. The first was being poached by a captain and falling under them. The second was joining the general public program. Only the best were taken by captains. The rest usually joined the general route. Still, many captains had gathered here today for one reason, the Veins. 4 out of 5 would be joining the Blood Knights this year. Participation in the final hunt granted them the right to enlist, but many, especially the Veins, always waited until after their last hunt to maximize the benefits. Now all of the Veins, aside from Octavia, would be joining, and the captains were ready. As per tradition, I will remain until the first 10 selections have been made. We begin with the first rank. Malachi von Sanguine, stand. At the sovereign's words, Malachi stood up instantly and faced the captains. Some looked at him coldly, especially those under Dreno's and Varnal, but not all. Some looked at him with interest. The second and sixth pulse, Malachi noted. He could see their faction insignias etched onto their clothing. They're interested in me. The second pulse had already made her interest clear. The sixth was a surprise. What's she up to? While the second was more straightforward, the sixth wasn't. The worst mistake would be trusting her. Still, Malachi's gaze continued to sweep across the crowd until it landed on a figure. What isn't he? He blinked, confused. While the other captains looked at him with serious or cold expressions, one of them was grinning widely. He recognized him. Rhett, the same man who had just defended him moments ago. Who is he? Malachi felt a hint of wariness. He didn't know this man. The fact that he had suddenly stepped forward to defend him was suspicious on every level. But then Malachi's gaze dropped to Rhett's chest and froze. That sign, Rhett's right hand was pressed against his chest in what looked like a simple gesture. Harmless. Most people wouldn't think anything of it. But as Malachi's eyes locked onto it, his heart skipped a beat. The sovereign's voice snapped him out of his thoughts. Any captains interested in being his mentor should signify. The Ninth Vein shall pick whoever he wants. Not even a second passed before arms shot up. Gasps echoed from the youths as they saw it. Every single captain had raised their hand, even the ones from the first and third pulse factions. A trap. Malachi would have to be completely foolish to fall for something like this. The captains under Varnal and Dreno's had also raised their hands. He didn't even want to imagine what would happen if he picked one of them. Regardless. Already made my choice. As the silence stretched and whispers spread, everyone wondered who the Ninth Vein would choose. then Malachi's gaze fixed on one man, only if you also select the fifth in rankings. Heads turned toward the man Malachi was addressing and froze. Everyone felt shocked. Rhett grinned as he locked eyes with Malachi. He glanced at Renlo, who flinched under the sudden attention before quickly looking away. Rhett gave a slight nod. All right, ninth vein. Malachi nodded, then turned to the Sovereign. I choose him, Sovereign. All right. You have 5 days to prepare to leave the fortress with your mentor. Spend it wisely. Yes, Sovereign. Malachi bowed and stepped back, allowing the second-rank Maximus to step forward. Maximus, unsurprisingly, joined the 5th Pulse faction. Orlia followed soon after, aligning with the 3rd. When Renlo's name was called, he hesitated, but fought through the weight in his chest and stepped forward. He did everything he could to avoid the cold stare of his grandfather watching from the platform, but thankfully, he didn't have to wait long. Rhett raised his hand immediately. Renlo chose him without hesitation and quickly moved to stand at Malachi's side. The proceedings went on quickly after that, and soon they reached the 10th rank. With that, the Sovereign and the Pulses took their leave. Malachi didn't miss the cold, intense gazes that Drenos and Varnal threw his way as they walked off. But he met them head-on. As the higher-ups departed, the captains wasted no time. They immediately dispersed, making their way toward the youths they were hoping to recruit. Chatters filled the area within moments. Ninth vein. At the sudden call, Renlo practically jumped out of his skin. Malachi turned, brow raised. Nix. Nix stood just behind him, head bowed. He hadn't even heard or sensed her approach. Welcome back, ninth vein. Nix hid the delighted smile under the bow. Yes, ninth vein. All is taken care of. Hearing this, Malachi's thoughts churned. She had already become useless, but the reason he had even learned of Varnal's plot was because of Carla, the double agent. While Malachi could claim that it was only because of what he did to her, which was true, it didn't change the fact that the intel had been invaluable, and Malachi was a man of his word. His father had drilled those values into him early on. He had promised to help Carla's sister if the information was useful. And it was, she should be in the manor now, he thought, but his thoughts were quickly interrupted by the sound of approaching footsteps. Malachi turned. His eyes landed on Captain Rhett, approaching, grinning as usual, flanked by a stunning woman with long purple hair and equally striking purple eyes. Well, if it isn't the star of today's show. Rhett grinned wide as he stopped in front of Malachi. Malachi raised a brow. It was odd. He was a Vane after all. He wasn't used to being greeted like this. Still, he got straight to the point. How do you know that sign? I learned it from the source itself. You knew my father. Malachi realized how that sounded. Who didn't know Valerian? He quickly corrected himself. You knew him personally. Rhett smiled and nodded, and in that moment Malachi caught it. A flicker of sadness in his eyes. I did. Malachi didn't know what to say. This was the first time he was meeting someone who had known his father personally, someone he could actually talk to. What should he even ask? He had heard so many things about Valerian, stories from strangers, rumors from enemies, that he no longer knew what to believe. The only thing he did know was that Valerian had been unmatched in talent. Rhett seemed to notice the uncertainty in his gaze and spoke. You can ask your questions later. I'm sure you need rest after what you've done today. Be ready in 5 days. I'll see you then. Malachi exhaled, nodding as Rhett turned, gave a wave, and walked off with a smile, Layla trailing behind him. Let's go, Malachi said to Nix and Renlo, and the 3 of them left the area, heading back to the manor. Reaching the manor, he was greeted by the sight of his servants standing quietly at either side of the main entrance, heads bowed as though welcoming him home. Welcome back, ninth vein. Malachi's gaze instantly narrowed as it landed on the young girl standing beside Carla. She was small and looked frail, her eyes fixed on the ground, not daring to look up. He could see the faint resemblance of Carla in her. Malachi gave them a short nod and stepped into the manor. It's been such a long day. Renlo groaned as he dropped onto the couch, exhaling loudly. It's still morning. Renlo raised his head, blinking up at Malachi, who frowned down at him. Shit, that's right, it's still morning, he gasped. I feel like I could sleep till tomorrow. Just as he said that, his stomach let out a loud growl. He cleared his throat and glanced down at his belly. Don't worry, after everything we've been through today, I'll treat you right, he declared, patting his stomach. He let out a cough as he caught Malachi staring at him, then quickly darted toward the kitchen to prepare something. Malachi shook his head slightly, turning to make his way to his room, when he suddenly felt a stare behind him. He paused and turned. Nick stood there, and the moment their eyes met, she flinched and bowed deeply. You want to say something? Malachi asked. Nix was silent for a moment, then she clenched her fists and forced out a soft voice. You were amazing out there, ninth vein. Malachi smiled, then chuckled. Was I? He didn't know why, but he was in a very good mood, one that softened the cold mask he usually wore. Nix immediately nodded. You were ninth vein. None of the others stood a chance against you. Malachi smiled again. Nix. Yes, ninth vein. Call me Malachi from now on. Nix's eyes widened. Malachi left the utterly flustered Nix and headed back to his room. Their interaction had been something to remember. Malachi had found himself wanting to burst into laughter, in fact. Apparently, Nix had found it harder than expected to ignore Malachi's title and simply call him by name. Malachi had spent minutes just trying to get her to say it. She had stuttered. Her face had flushed red. She clutched the hem of her attire tightly, as though summoning all the courage in her body to say his name. It had been funny, hilarious even, to watch the legend that was the Red Eclipse struggle so much just to utter a name the people wouldn't believe it. Still, although it had taken her a while, she had finally managed to say his name, in scattered, broken syllables of course. Malachi had accepted it with a smile that only made her face turn even redder. Since when did the ninth vein smile? Regardless to Malachi, it was progress. He had praised her for the effort and excused himself into his room. As the soft click of the door echoed, Valentine burst out from Malachi, hovering in front of him while staring like he was looking at a stranger. "Have you been possessed?" Valentine asked, scrutinizing Malachi from head to toe. "I think so too," Malachi replied, still carrying the same smile from moments ago. Valentine just stared at him, perplexed. Before, it had always been a brief twitch of the lips, just a subtle change in expression. Now he was smiling freely. Valentine shook his head. "I really need to meet this ghost. Maybe take some lessons." He pulled off the impossible. Malachi shook his head. "Stop exaggerating things. The change isn't even that drastic." Valentine recoiled like every syllable of those words was the most absurd thing he'd ever heard. "Not drastic, not drastic," he exclaimed. "Ah, it pains me that we don't have video cameras in this age. We wouldn't even be having this conversation if there were." All right. You've made your point known." Malachi sighed and walked over to the corner of his room. "Now, unless you want me to revert to my normal cold self, I suggest you accept this change as quietly as possible. Stop making this cringe." As images of Malachi's usual cold, blunt face filled Valentine's head, his eyes widened. He gasped. No, I'll shut up, haha." He laughed and floated over to the bed. "What change? I can barely notice anything." Malachi shook his head, smiling faintly. He took off his ichor-drenched clothes and tossed them into a laundry basket at the side of the room. "I'm getting rid of all of this," Malachi thought, feeling disgusted. If it were up to him, he wouldn't have allowed even a single drop of that filth to touch him, let alone be drenched in a truckload of it. His hatred for darkness creatures ran so deep, he loathed anything even remotely associated with them. The chill they brought, their blood, their very sight, everything. In fact, if not for their usefulness, he wouldn't even make contact with a Vita core. But it's all necessary. The darkness creatures needed to be wiped off the face of the planet, and he planned on being the one to make that happen. This was Malachi's goal: revenge. The people of the clan had plotted to have his parents killed. And the darkness creatures had done the deed. His hatred ran across both groups, deep, boundless. He would have his revenge on the men who took everything from him. He would have his revenge on the monsters who carried it out. In the foreseeable future, all Malachi could see was blood and destruction, and he planned to be the one to bring it. Time is running out. The dome was failing. Soon the darkness could descend and destroy the fragile society humanity had managed to rebuild from the blood and ashes of fallen heroes. There was no time left. He had to get stronger, as strong as possible. The smile on Malachi's face slowly vanished, replaced once again by his cold mask. The warmth from earlier faded. He was back to business. Valentine noticed the change and frowned, visibly saddened that it had ended so quickly. But then again, considering who Malachi was, he realized it had lasted longer than he expected. Well, it's progress. Valentine reassured himself. Still, he was happy for Malachi. He had never wanted someone's happiness more. What a frightening little kid. Valentine shuddered as he recalled the events of the hunt, the battles. Malachi torturing Julius had been truly brutal, but Valentine had held himself back. They had talked about it before, and he had promised to stay out of things like that. Still, it hurt to see a 14-year-old carry so much rage, so much pain that he could so easily inflict it onto others. Regardless, Valentine hoped that the pain in Malachi's heart would ease one day. And then there was the last event of the hunt, the one that had shaken Valentine to the core. Malachi had stood alone, facing down an entire army. Despite being a ghost who couldn't even be harmed, Valentine had felt real fear when he saw over 1,000 darkness creatures raging toward them from every direction. He had been in his 40s when he first awakened his life essence in the past, and he knew without a doubt he wouldn't have been able to stay calm. If he could have, he would have run. Valentine chuckled. Still, I'm glad it was him. When he first learned that he was humanity's last hope, it crushed him. He was an insecure 40-something who scared far too easily. Humanity had been doomed, but now there was Malachi. And for the first time in a long time, Valentine felt something bloom in his chest: hope. Malachi spent quite some time freshening up in the bathroom. Nyx had very thoughtfully drawn him a bath, and he had soaked himself inside the tub, momentarily allowing the warm water to ease the burdens of the day. Now he understood why Renlo had been surprised that it was still morning. With everything that had happened, it was shocking to think it all occurred within just 3 hours. Still, after scrubbing himself clean, he put on a fresh set of clothes and lowered himself onto the bed. Now to business. He exhaled and cleared his mind, his expression turning serious. Turning slightly, he saw Valentine watching him with a sad expression, clearly unhappy that the smile he wore earlier was now gone. It's time to get back to the pressing matters. I'd like your thoughts on a few things, Malachi said. Valentine sighed and floated closer, nodding. First and foremost, Malachi decided to address the most confusing matter. The sovereign. Why do you think he helped me? Malachi asked. He had a few assumptions of his own, but nothing concrete. Still, he wanted to hear Valentine's thoughts. The man had been right about Varnal once. There was no harm in trying again. Honestly, I can't say for sure. Just looking at that man frightens me. I can't even tell what he's thinking, Valentine replied. Understandable, Malachi nodded. Most couldn't even look the sovereign in the eye. The weight of his gaze alone could drive someone mad. Even the pulses found it impossible to discern his thoughts. Everyone walked on eggshells around him, using only his past actions to guess what might be acceptable. Malachi fell silent. He had thought of that too, but something still bugged him. That makes sense, but he helped me lie in front of everyone, which means he knows I'm hiding something. Yeah, that part's pretty confusing, Valentine admitted. It's strange he's not trying to find out what it is. Is it possible he already knows? Malachi muttered. He couldn't begin to fathom the perception of a zenith. It wasn't impossible that the sovereign had already seen the truth, seen the life essence within him. I thought so too, Valentine said. But even if he could sense the essence in your body, there's no telling what it actually is. Malachi nodded slowly. How should I proceed? I can't trust him. But even so, there was nothing he could do. Not now, at least. I think it's best we conclude that he's interested in you because of your talent. So for now, I'd say keep showing it. Prove you're an asset to the clan. So basically keep doing what I've been doing, Malachi said with a frown, though he nodded. It was all he could do for now. What about that new mentor of yours? Valentine asked. Rhett, what about him? I can tell you don't trust him. How do you plan to move forward with that? Malachi went quiet for a moment before replying. From what I've seen, he knew my father. I suspect he was one of his faction members back when he was alive. Oh, Valentine mouthed and fell silent. He knew how Malachi got when it came to his parents. The last thing he wanted was to say the wrong thing. Yeah, Malachi muttered, then added, the truth is, I don't trust him. I don't trust anyone. Maybe he was loyal to my father once, but it'd be naive to think he still is. Even as he said that, Malachi couldn't ignore how Rhett had stepped in to defend him against Drenos and Varnal. It could be a trick. That had become Malachi's motto, question everything. Everyone. There was always more than what was shown. They could have orchestrated the whole thing, had Rhett defend me just to earn my trust and get close. But that wasn't the reason Malachi had chosen him, not even close. It was the symbol Rhett had shown on his chest, the same sign his father always used before heading into battle. Only someone close to him would know that. Valerian never displayed that sign in public. So what's the plan? Valentine asked. Malachi thought for a moment. Well, I can't trust him if he was close to my father. I want to see if he knows anything about his death. Valentine fell silent again, then gave a small nod. There was no swaying Malachi from his revenge. Every step he took was built around it. Before they could move to the next topic, Malachi decided to check his changes first. Manifest. A glowing panel appeared in front of his eyes. Who was that man? At the question, a response came instantly. His name is Rhett Sanguine, First Pulse. Lost his family some years back and has been a drunken womanizer ever since. He was considered second in command to the former Sixth Pulse when he was alive, but now he's joined the Sovereign's faction after his death. He's considered a wild card by the other captains and isn't taken seriously by anyone. A deep frown appeared on Dreno's face. He was currently airborne, seated inside a carriage headed back toward his city. In front of him sat a woman clad in a bright red maid uniform, one that signified the servants to the Pulses. She was Nia, his subordinate. He was Valerian's second in command. I've never seen him before. Yes, First Pulse. It was never made official and he rarely interfered in the faction's affairs, but multiple former members confirmed that they were inseparable. Dreno's frown deepened. How annoying. He tapped his finger against his temple, resting his head on it. His mind replayed the image of Rhett standing there, challenging two Pulses just to defend Malachi. People like him are difficult. The fact that he had done that meant only one thing: the man's loyalty hadn't wavered. He was still trying to protect Malachi. Another bloom on his side. Things were spiraling out of control. First, it was the Red Eclipse. Now Rhett. A synergy stage evolver could be managed, but that was Dreno's true concern. Killing a synergy stage evolver would birth a grade 3 darkness creature. A single bloom was enough to deal with that. However, killing a bloom would birth a calamity. Entire cities could be reduced to rubble if things went wrong. Dreno's was torn. A clicking sound filled the carriage as his nails rhythmically tapped the wooden wall. He was in deep thought. Killing a bloom would only birth a calamity. Entire cities would be reduced to rubble if things went wrong. An annoying problem, Dreno's muttered. The crisis of the dome made a lot of things difficult for the people. While the majority of people lived under constant fear that anyone could turn into a darkness creature at any moment and devour them. The wrong person could die and millions of lives would be erased, cities reduced to nothing. However, to Dreno's, it was particularly annoying for a certain reason. He couldn't easily take care of threats the way he normally would. There was a reason the veins were so well guarded, and hardly any assassination attempts were made on Pulses. The former had little to no consequences, while the latter had devastating ones. The pulses were blooms. And unless a person was ready to carry the weight of the millions that would be killed in the wake of their deaths, they were more often than not left alone. The veins were node formation evolvers. At best, only a grade 2 darkness creature would spawn from their death, a threat easily extinguished. Veins always lived to become blooms. Their blood simply did not allow them to be less. This was why the perfect time to take care of competition was when they were still young and weak, veins. It saved the future hassle of dealing with a bloom later on. This was the exact reason Drenos found the current situation annoying. With Malachi now evolved and growing at a rapid pace, the best time to take care of him was now. That captain in Red Eclipse, 2 blooms were on his side. He had to tread carefully. What city and district? Silvestine, First Pulse. Outer parts of the Care Thorn district. The captain's squad oversees requests from the Mirkroot Hollow. Drenos fell silent. The Grove Bastion, it was located in the western parts of the west, far from the south, where his city Ironhold was. Nia. Yes, First Pulse. Nia bowed, awaiting his orders. Make contact with whoever you can. I want to know everything about the captain and his squad. As you wish, First Pulse. As Nia answered, Drenos fell back into his thoughts, allowing the parting air outside to guide them. I need to take care of him before he grows any more. Fuck, bam. The entire room trembled once more as the third pulse, Varnal, shattered another piece of furniture. You incompetent FOOLS. You only had one fucking job. His fist flew. Bam, another piece gone. At this point, the large and once luxurious room had been reduced to a scattered pile of rubble. Books were on the ground, shelves shattered. The king-sized bed had been flung to the side, its frame broken. Cracks spread along the walls, with more forming by the second. The room was unable to hold the third pulse's rage, but Varnal wasn't alone. The sounds of whimpering echoed as he rampaged across the room. Just before the door, 3 figures knelt. In the middle was Kana. Her body bruised and battered. Her figure trembled as though the air was freezing. Her ornate fan was clutched tightly in her arms as she fought the overwhelming pain ravaging her body. Varnal had struck again and again, yet this time there wasn't a single tear in her eyes. Right now, in this moment, she wasn't just a wife whose husband loved to correct. She was a mother. To her left knelt Julius. His face was filled with nothing but dread as Varnal destroyed the room in rage. As soon as the selections were over, Varnal had maintained his textbook smile and led them into this room. As soon as he got in, he went after Kana first, beating her to a pulp. Julius had watched the father he revered beat his mother as though she were nothing but a thing. However, this wasn't what gripped him the most. It was what Kana had said during her beatings. PL, please Varnal, spare them. They're just children. Varnal had raged. The beatings intensified. Kana had been beaten to the extent that she could barely move, yet she still crawled toward them and knelt with them in silence as Varnal continued his rampage. Julius hadn't always hated Kana. During his childhood, they had been close, even to the extent that he was often called a mama's boy. However, his desire for his father's affection and recognition had driven him to want to become just like him, a proud man, loved by all, who disdained the idea of associating with the weak, despite marrying one. When he found out about Kana's origins, he had seen it as a chance to prove to Varnal that he too was just like him, and had flipped, hating her. But right now, despite all the things he had said, all the things he had done, she still pled on his behalf. She still bled on his behalf. Julius couldn't understand the emotions that overwhelmed him, but it was not good. Suddenly, a cold chill washed over him. He raised his head. Varnal was staring right at him. And no, Julius shivered, tears falling freely from his face, but it fell on deaf ears. Varnal stormed forward, his voice booming. You worthless idiot. I laid out everything for you, and you couldn't even manage to defeat that trash. Julius recoiled, mouth trembling. Father P, please. If you can just give me another chank. Shut the hell up. Varnal's gaze bore down on him, heavy. You're no son of mine. Julius lowered his gaze as Varnal raised his arm and brought it down in one swift motion. Wham! I can't feel anything. Julius peered, his eyes open. He had expected a devastating blow, but nothing came. Still, he had heard the sound, blood. His eyes caught sight of a blood splatter at the side, but it wasn't his. Julius' eyes caught sight of a blood splatter at the side, but it wasn't his. He raised his head and his eyes widened. Kana, his mother, was sprawled in front of him. A palm strike etched on the side of her face, her mouth bleeding fresh blood. Varnal's cold voice came next. You useless whore. I've always suspected you spread your legs for another wretched soul. This trash can't be mine. Kana forced herself to kneel. Please Varnal, he's just a child. I've only ever been faithful. You lying bitch, Varnal thundered, his anger flaring. He raised his hand again, and the sounds of palms striking flesh echoed across the room as he continued to beat Kana. She protected me, Julius realized as he watched the scene with trembling eyes. He could feel a twisted sensation deep in his stomach. Mom, he clenched his fists. He wanted to jump in and stop the beatings, but his body refused to move. His fear rooted him in place. Why, you're useless, he thought. As all of this happened, there was one person in the room who didn't so much as flinch. The third figure kneeling beside them, Aurelia. Aurelia was silent. She hadn't uttered a single word since Varnal began his rampage. She simply observed. He always does this. At this point in her life, she was numb to the scene. For as long as Aurelia could remember, Varnal had always had a bad temper. When she was a child, she once saw him punish Kana for wearing the wrong clothes. And that was just one example. There were more absurd reasons. Nothing that could ever justify laying hands on a woman you claimed to love. A predator. That was the name she gave him when she grew older. Aurelia had always been a quiet child, barely speaking during dinners, answering questions with one-word replies, each one meant to shut down conversation. She watched, she listened, and the more she observed Varnal, the darker her heart became. He was nothing but a predator, soon. Aurelia clenched her fist as Varnal struck Kana again. She had always felt purposeless, aimless. Nothing had ever truly been worth the effort, but Varnal had given her something she lacked all her life, purpose, a reason to grow stronger, a reason she trained every single day. Her crimson eyes flashed cold. No matter how long it took, no matter the challenges, she would grow strong enough to drive a dagger through her father's heart. Predators were a stain on the world. And she fully intended to wipe it clean. Vita Core Interface. Name Malachi von Sanguine. Lineage direct descendant of the Sanguine clan. Title S, successor of life ruined heir worthless trash, rising underdog army slayer new, talent grade, Vita stored, 12,559,730, 12,620 units. Vita absorption rate, 2.32.5 vs high density, 1.7 1.9 vs normal zone. Evolution stage, node formation stage 2-7. Base attributes, strength, 180, 185, 150, 200. Dexterity, 192, 270, 155, 215. Vitality, 260, 340, 150, 200. Perception, 280, 280, 3, 165, 220. Willpower, 126, 130, 80, 150. Control, 115, 120, 1050. Node map. Blood node active 1314 refined. Muscle node sealed. Nerve node sealed. Bone node sealed. Breath node sealed. Digestion node sealed. Synaptic node sealed. Cellular node sealed. Endocrine node sealed. Immune node sealed. Sensory node sealed. Body node sealed opens when all primary nodes are awakened and refined at 100. Malachi stared at his stats calmly. Only 3 days had passed since he last checked them, and already there had been a significant leap. The heart node affects a lot of things, Malachi noted. He was satisfied with the changes, but his conversation with Valentine had dimmed any excitement he might have felt. The future was uncertain. Still, he observed the changes. The most affected is my dexterity and vitality. Dexterity wasn't just agility, it covered much more. And creating a node in his heart had boosted it significantly. His vitality increasing was expected. With the surge in Vita running through his body, his healing prowess would naturally improve. Malachi took note of all the changes calmly. His eyes lingered on his new title before he dispersed the status screen. Good, Valentine asked. Malachi nodded. Good, 5 more to go. With the heart node formed, he had 5 more nodes to create. The next should go there. He already knew where the next node would be formed. Still, Malachi focused on the present. What about that fresh blood ranking thingy? You said you'd gain access after the hunt, right? Malachi nodded. Yes, but I have to wait until I join the Blood Knight officially. So in 5 days then. Malachi nodded again. Valentine took on a thoughtful look. Do you even know where you're going in 5 days? No, I don't. But I plan on asking Nix to find out so I can prepare better. What about safety? Will Nix be coming along? Valentine asked. We're allowed to take our maids with us, yes. That's reassuring. At least you don't have to worry about safety anymore. He paused, then added, I'm still trying to understand how this blood thingy works. You have knights and guardians. Consider the Blood Knights a police force, but only for darkness creatures. The Blood Guardians police regular humans, so you'll only be responding to darkness-related threats. Yeah. Valentine fell silent after that, allowing Malachi to think about his next priority. The rewards. The rewards for the hunt made Malachi believe that his efforts had truly been worth it, a 40 increase. Malachi wasn't sure yet how that increase would affect his overall rankings, but he was certain it would be positive. No doubt, still, he would have to wait until he officially joined the Blood Knight and gained access to the fresh blood rankings to see for himself. But that wasn't the only reward for securing first place. A grade 3 Vita Core, a Vita-ranked weapon, and a Grade 2 vial of Vidion. A Grade 3 Vita core, a Vita-ranked weapon, and a Grade 2 vial of Vidion. The rewards made Malachi feel as though he had just eaten a full meal, even though he was currently starving. I wonder when he'll be done cooking. Malachi shook his head, catching himself. Somehow, Renlo's cooking had just flashed through his mind. The steamy and tasty soup, the well-cooked and seasoned steak, even down to his bread, and somehow he found his mouth watering. What's wrong with me? Malachi wondered. Why was he craving the boy's food so much? Isn't it obvious? You love it. Valentine looked at him with a smile far too wide for his liking. That can't be it. Malachi shook his head. It was simply food. Why would he feel such a pull toward it? Oh, Malachi, now you're making me feel bad for you. So many years of eating crap must have dulled your taste buds. Valentine looked at Malachi with a gaze full of pity, like he was staring at a lost puppy. Not to be mean, but cooking truly isn't Nix's talent. Malachi fell silent. Nix had been preparing his meals for so long now that he had gotten used to the same monotonous taste. It never changed. It was as though she used the same ingredients and recipe every single time. Still, Malachi refused to believe Renlo's food alone could make him feel this way. He must have added something to this morning's batch of food. A poison. Yes, that's why I'm craving his next one so badly, Malachi convinced himself. He's impossible. Valentine had heard his thoughts and could only shake his head, resigned. The ninth vein of the Sanguine family was a hopeless case. I'll add you to my prayers. All right, that's enough of that. Malachi turned his focus back to the rewards from the hunt. A smile appeared on his face before he even realized it. A Grade 3 Vita core. The first reward was something he already had, but he would always welcome another. My training will be more efficient. With a Grade 3 Vita core, he could increase the Vita density in a room to incredible levels. It would make his training far more effective, especially given his high density absorption rate. His focus moved on, shifting to the second reward, a Vita-ranked weapon. Weapons inside the dome were classified by ranks. Unlike evolved beings ranked from Genesis to Zenith, weaponry ranged from Grade 1 to 5. Based on the level of darkness creatures they were best suited to handle. A Grade 1 weapon was what Malachi and most of the Veins had been using until now. Forged from the bones of mutated beasts mixed with darkness creatures, they could withstand the might of a Grade 1 darkness beast and slay it with ease. However, weapons from Grade 2 onward were called Vita-ranked weapons. Instead of being forged from bones, compressed Vita energy replaced the blades entirely. The prospect of getting a Vita-ranked weapon excited Malachi greatly. I won't have trouble with Grade 2s. I was lucky then. He had gotten off easy during the Life Essence trial. If Malachi had faced a Grade 2 enhancer instead of a summoner, his weapon wouldn't have pierced through its defense. But that limitation would change with this reward. I should customize the specifications. Malachi loved the scythe, but recent fights had exposed how easily its weaknesses could be exploited. While he had no plans to change the weapon entirely, he had a few specifications in mind to improve his fighting style and reduce its vulnerabilities. Lastly, a Grade 2 vial of Vidion. Another reward that sent excitement surging through him. Vidion could be considered an energy potion, but in simpler terms, it was pure Vita, compressed and liquefied. Depending on the grade, a single vial could trigger a significant surge in one's Vita reserves. Malachi inhaled deeply and exhaled. Everything's been going smoothly. He knew it would only get harder from here, but he allowed himself to enjoy this brief moment of accomplishment. A few seconds passed, then a knock from the door broke his focus. Ninth, sorry Malachi, food is ready. Before Renlo could finish speaking, Malachi was already on his feet. He took a few swift steps toward the door, then paused. What? He frowned. Had he just rushed to the door at the mention of food? Malachi shook his head. Something was seriously wrong with him. I need to question him about what he added to this morning's meal. He resolved, ignoring the sight of Valentine shaking his head behind him, and opened the door to see Renlo smiling brightly. We should go eat before the food gets cold, Renlo urged. Malachi cleared his throat. Calm down. The food isn't going anywhere. Yes, I know, but food is better eaten warm and fresh. It tastes better and does wonders for your stomach. Tastes better, those words affected Malachi more than he would have liked. Why did he feel the sudden urge to run to the kitchen before the food lost any more warmth? Malachi muttered, You're right, I plan on training afterward. I wouldn't want an upset stomach from eating cold food. Let's go. He was already moving toward the kitchen before Renlo even processed what he'd said. Too excited at the thought of eating together, Renlo rushed to catch up, completely unaware of how absurd Malachi's words had sounded. Valentine, however, had heard every single one. And he could only gape, a node formation evolver worried about getting an upset stomach. What the hell, you've been smiling more often these days, my sovereign. The blood sovereign's lips abruptly lowered, returning to their neutral state as though he had just been caught doing something he wasn't supposed to be. Refrain from saying such nonsense, Dark, the head butler of the Crimson Hold, smiled. It was the same man Malachi had met months back when he had been forced to select more servants for his manor. He was currently on one knee, bowing toward the sovereign who stood at the highest balcony of the main building, his back turned. From here, one could see the entire city of Vitimora, but Dark knew the sovereign only had eyes for one place, where the boy who had shocked the West today resided, the same place that had unknowingly made him smile. I apologize, my sovereign. It was presumptuous of me to assume you were happy with the ninth vein's changes. The afternoon air was gentle, the sun was not. However, both Dark and the inhabitants of the main building could sense it. The blood sovereign was in a good mood. It's a passable improvement. Passable, my sovereign. He defeated the eighth and sixth veins and not only withstood an army but slaughtered them too. Isn't that a remarkable achievement, my sovereign? Dark asked respectfully. But he already knew the truth. He had served the man for decades after all. The sovereign's lips had risen once more, and the air around him seemed to soften with every bit of praise Dark gave. You're smiling again, my sovereign. The sovereign's lips fell sharply, and he cleared his throat. Dark resisted the urge to laugh. It was moments like this that reminded him the sovereign was still human. Dark quickly bowed. Yes, my sovereign, you may be right. I'm downplaying his achievements. Ah, here it comes, Dark thought. Now to push a little further. I am but a lowly servant to my sovereign. Surely my sovereign knows best. No, the sovereign said firmly, turning to face him. Just as you said, his achievements are remarkable, which means his rewards must be remarkable too. Ah, but aren't they already good? No, the sovereign cut in. You said his achievements are remarkable, so his rewards should be remarkable too, not just good. Or are you going back on your words? Dark met the sovereign's gaze and saw it clearly, the light in his eyes. He smiled and bowed once more. No, my sovereign, you're right. His gift should be remarkable too. The sovereign gave a satisfied nod and turned back to the open balcony. See to it. Yes, my sovereign. It would be easier if you just admitted this is what you wanted all along, my sovereign. Dark held his smile as he remained bowed. The sovereign had always valued fairness. It was obvious he'd been looking for a reason to upgrade Malachi's rewards, and he'd used Dark's words as the excuse. Were you able to find anything about the anonymous letter? At the sovereign's question, the air shifted instantly. The light mood vanished, and Dark's expression turned serious. No, my sovereign. Searched the entire city and found no trace of anything, or anyone powerful enough to pull it off. The sovereign frowned, as expected. I searched the city myself the moment I saw it and found nothing. Silence fell between them. After a while, Dark spoke again. But seeing as everything turned out well with the ninth, can we assume that whoever dropped the letter is on our side? The sovereign shook his head. You're looking at it from the wrong perspective, Dark. He turned toward him, and the air grew heavier. I am a zenith, the peak of humanity's power. If something inside this dome can escape my senses, we need to find out what it is. Dark bowed low. I apologize, sovereign. It's fine. The sovereign turned fully and walked back into the room behind him. It was furnished with only the basics, far too simple considering who it belonged to, the giant of the West. He passed Dark and approached the lone table near the wall. Even if things turned out well, it's too early to celebrate. We need to find out exactly what Malachi acquired from the pit, and whether it poses a danger to him or anyone else. Shall I question him, my sovereign? Dark asked. The sovereign shook his head. No, leave him be. Just observe and report. So far, the only side effect I've noticed is that using that power draws darkness creatures toward him. The sovereign had already figured out the true cause behind the creature's behavior during the hunt. That was why he'd helped Malachi cover it up. Caution was still necessary, especially considering how everything had started. Send him to the pits and he will evolve. A few months ago, just a day before he had decided to send Malachi to the pits, a letter had mysteriously appeared on that very table. He had been on the balcony watching the city, but when he returned to the room, the letter was just there. It had been strange, far too strange. The sovereign, a zenith, had sensed nothing. Still, he had read it. 9 words and nothing more. Send him to the pits and he will evolve. He'd pondered those words all day. And when the incident with Connor occurred, when Malachi had been beaten, he made his decision despite his reservations. A fight for survival was better than the living hell Malachi had been enduring. And now Malachi had returned with something even he couldn't fully peer into. The other blooms couldn't sense it, but a zenith's perception was beyond them. He could feel it, something ancient inside Malachi. Something even he didn't understand. Still, it didn't change anything. Malachi was still his grandson. They have the same eyes. His favorite son had been Valerian before his death. It wasn't because of his talent, but for who he was. Unlike the rest of his cold-blooded sons and daughters, Valerian had never chased power for power's sake. He had been different, a breath of fresh air in a clan that suffocated itself with ambition, and his death had pained the sovereign more than he had ever admitted. My greatest failure, a failure as a clan head, a failure as a father. The wound had never healed, but he wouldn't make the same mistake with Malachi. I'll protect him. From the very beginning, he had assigned Nyx to watch over Malachi, not just as a spy, but a protector. On every mission, she had been instructed to act only when his life was truly at risk. The sovereign drew his gaze away from the table and looked back at Dark. Any other news? Dark hesitated for a second, clearly uncertain how the news would be taken. Then he bowed. The Heliarch clan is showing interest in the ninth vein. The air turned sub-zero. The sounds of utensils clinking on ceramic echoed across the manor kitchen. Malachi had a frown on his face, but deep down, he knew how much of it was a lie. Different varieties of mouth-watering dishes were sprawled in front of him, roasted duck glazed with golden spice, thick juicy steak still sizzling on the edges, soft mashed roots soaked in gravy, and warm honeyed bread fresh from the oven. Each one made his stomach churn for more. It was foreign, a feeling he had never felt before. Didn't like it, yet why did it feel so good? Malachi took a spoonful of soup and froze. It was as though his taste buds had exploded. Why does it taste so good? He took another, then another. He couldn't stop. Malachi was feeling all sorts of good inside, but his frown only deepened. He couldn't imagine how he must look to anyone watching, but somehow even that thought didn't stop him. He picked up his fork and knife, cut a bit of the mouth-watering steak, and took a bite. Amazing. His mind reeled again. Malachi moved on to another dish, baked cheese pie with a soft, flaky crust. He took a bite and another explosion rocked his insides. Malachi was lost for a while. He couldn't understand this feeling. Was this the effect of eating good food? Had he been missing this all his life? His frown deepened, and somehow the miserable life he had lived in the Sanguine clan became even sadder. He had missed food like this all his life. This perfection. What is this boy? He soon turned his gaze upwards, towards the cause of it all. Renlo. The boy looked even more lost and excited than he was. Unlike Malachi's frown, Renlo looked like the happiest boy in the world. His cheeks were puffed up, stuffed with food. His hands darted from one plate to another, eating at a frightening pace. They had arrived at the manor less than an hour ago, and somehow he had managed to prepare all this food. He's insane, Malachi thought. But as he watched Renlo's pace, his eyes narrowed dangerously. He's finishing the food. Suddenly, the air in the kitchen turned cold. Malachi had released his killing intent, eyes trained on Renlo like a predator. He needed to slow down. He was finishing everything, but Renlo didn't even notice. He simply shivered at the cold, then shrugged it off and kept eating faster. Malachi narrowed his eyes. The battle line was drawn. I'll match his pace. He was a genius in battle, known for predicting his opponent's moves and reacting accordingly. Observation and analysis were his specialties. Malachi sat straight, focused. He studied Renlo's movements, each reach, each scoop. Then he moved. His hands mirrored Renlo's, eating at breakneck speed. But it only took a second for Malachi's frown to return. I'm not enjoying it. Eating this fast dulled the taste. He couldn't savor the meals like before. He had to slow down, but Renlo only got faster. Soon enough, a loud burp echoed through the kitchen. Renlo slumped in his chair, stomach jutting out like a swollen dough. Damn, that was refreshing, he sighed in satisfaction. But a chill ran down his spine. He looked up. Malachi's cold eyes were locked on him. His eyes widened. Ah, forgive my manners, ninth Malachi. He stood abruptly, scratching his head awkwardly. He had completely forgotten where he was. Malachi just stared at him. Then his eyes drifted to the table. Most plates were empty. Renlo had cleared everything farther from Malachi, leaving only scraps in front of him. Are you okay, Malachi? Renlo asked, blinking. Why? Malachi's voice came out colder than he expected. Renlo flinched. It's just that you look sad. Are you sure you're okay? I'm fine, Malachi replied, but Renlo wasn't convinced in the slightest. Is the food not to your liking? Malachi's eyes flicked toward Renlo. He had never heard more absurd words in his life. Why wouldn't this perfection be to his liking? It's good, Renlo breathed out. I'm sure you're used to eating the best meals prepared by your maids, so I'm just happy I was able to satisfy you. Oh, Renlo, only if you knew. Malachi heard Valentine's voice in his head and for once agreed with the chubby man, just as he reached for his fork again. And Malachi exhaled, calming himself before he did something drastic. A grade 2 darkness creature will form, but I can probably get to it before it fully forms. He shook the thought away and looked up. Renlo stood with eyes full of resolve. What? I want to become stronger, then train. Renlo bit his lip and shook his head. And no, I want to be strong like you. I want to stand by your side and fight whatever comes our way. Please, Malachi, train me. Malachi stared at him. The determination in Renlo's voice was real, but truthfully he didn't know what to say. He'd never trained anyone before. I thought you hated training. What changed? Renlo hesitated, but his mind flashed to every time Malachi had saved him. He remembered how his family abandoned him for being weak. He clenched his fists and looked up with determined eyes. I hate being weak more. Malachi hummed. Nice answer. He had asked the question to test Renlo's headspace. The boy hated training, but hated weakness more. That was a good enough reason to wake up every morning. All right, after we finish, eat. Malachi didn't even finish before Renlo's face lit up. The boy jumped from his chair and cleared the table in seconds, even the plate Malachi had just reached for. Malachi stared at the table, specifically the empty spot where the steak had been. He looked like a man in denial, so close. He had been moments away from one last bite, one final explosion of flavor, and Renlo had taken it. Renlo's cheers came to a sudden stop. He turned and froze when he saw the smile on Malachi's face. A smile that chilled him to his bones. You're right, why wait, let's go train now. Renlo watched as Malachi walked out of the kitchen. He felt the shift in the air. He shivered. What have I done? Minutes later, Renlo's eyes were wide open as he gazed at the sight in front of him. What is this? A training course, Malachi responded calmly. I know that. I mean, what is this doing here? I made it myself. Renlo turned his wide eyes toward Malachi, his gaze filled with questions. At Renlo's request, Malachi had led him to the back of the manor where his training course was located. Renlo had instantly been shocked upon seeing it. The clan had a training camp with every training equipment anyone could ever need. He couldn't understand the reason for this course. I only gained access to the training camp recently. I had been banned because I couldn't evolve, so I made this training course so I'd be able to keep training myself. Renlo's wide eyes dimmed, turning sad. He had just remembered that Malachi had gone through the same thing he had, abandoned. Now he felt bad for asking the question. But turning back towards the training course, he couldn't help but feel amazed. While it looked crude, it didn't change the fact that it was a remarkable achievement. It targeted everything: agility, strength, stamina, speed, and balance. To think Malachi made this on his own, now Renlo felt embarrassed about bragging about his treehouse. What was that compared to this? Enough staring. Let's get to work. Renlo flinched at Malachi's cold words. Somehow, he could just feel the hell coming his way. From all of our spars, I've noticed your terrible balance always affects your technique execution. On the Skeldrith, you couldn't even maintain your balance when it suddenly took off. Renlo scratched his head awkwardly as Malachi led him to a section of the training course. The balance section was exactly what he feared. The tall wooden pillars were uneven and widely spaced, the footholds small, just enough for a single foot. This will help with your balance, Malachi explained. Since we'll be leaving the fortress in 5 days, I want you to focus on this during that time. We won't have access to this space once we leave. Renlo nodded hesitantly. I just have to make it to the other side, he asked, staring at the pillars. The footholds were tiny and spaced awkwardly. It would be hard to balance on each one. Still, he wasn't too worried. I can take my time and increase the pace over time, he thought. Malachi hadn't mentioned any time limit, so he assumed. Now get started. Renlo nodded resolutely. He was about to drop his weapon when Malachi stopped him. Take your weapon with you. Learn to move with it. Renlo nodded in understanding. This was meant to improve his balance while fighting, so it was only right. He used the steps at the front and took his first step after several deep breaths. Renlo wobbled and shook, trying hard to balance himself on one leg. The foothold wasn't enough for two, so he had to make do. Calm your breathing, he told himself, and eventually the shaking eased. He placed his foot on another pillar, shaking a bit before getting stable, then another, and another. Renlo was smiling. It took him a bit of time to get stable each time, but he was steadily advancing. Piece of cake, he must have underestimated my ability, Renlo thought, feeling giddy. He couldn't turn to look at Malachi now or he'd lose his balance, but he couldn't wait to see his face when he completed the course in one go. Haha, I'll show you how amazing I can be. He continued moving at a steady pace, but just as he was about a quarter of the way through, a sharp sound reached his ears. What is that? He turned slightly, only to see a large stone shooting toward him at high speed. Renlo's eyes almost bulged out of their sockets. Move, he shouted in his head, shifting his weight and stepping onto another foothold, barely evading the projectile. Shit, but his balance was off. His legs scrambled from one foothold to another, trying to stabilize when the same sharp sound rang again. A chill surged through Renlo as he turned to see another projectile hurtling toward him. He couldn't get away completely in time. The stone struck his arm, sending his entire figure spinning. He tried to regain his balance but couldn't. He came crashing down, limbs spread out between the closely packed pillars. Through the array of wooden beams, Renlo glanced toward the starting point, where Malachi still stood unmoving. Their gazes met, and as Renlo saw that cold smile, he couldn't help but shiver. What the hell did I get myself into? He thought in dread. To Renlo, the next few days could only be described in one word: torturous. Just as Malachi had suggested, he focused solely on the balance aspect of the training course. But unlike what Renlo expected, he spent most hours of the day on that course, and it didn't get easier. It got worse. Every time he made any kind of progress, Malachi would simply ramp up the difficulty. What started off as 1 or 2 stones being launched now turned into 2 consecutive ones, then 3, then 4. Renlo had fallen off the course more times than he could count, and worst of all, he had never once made it to the end. Every single hint of determination had been snuffed out of him, and right now he had fallen once again, limbs sprawled in every direction. Renlo sighed. It had already been 4 days, and the end of the course still felt impossibly far. Maybe it's just not meant to be finished, he tried to console himself, but even he knew how much of a lie that was. He shook his head with a chuckle and turned toward the starting point. I wonder what he's doing. Malachi had told him to train alone today, said he had something to take care of. Renlo let the minutes stretch before finally getting to his feet. Let's make some progress before he comes back. He exhaled and got right back to it, renewed with a stubborn kind of resolve. While Renlo was busy trying to reach the end of the training course, Malachi was inside his room. eyes fixed on the large square box in front of him. It's finally here. Minutes ago, Nix had shown up at the training course, informing him that the package he had been waiting for had arrived. He had immediately excused himself, racing straight to his room where she claimed to have left it. Now he stood over it and couldn't hide the excitement bubbling up inside. He opened the box and a wave of Vita surged out, slamming against him violently. It felt like a sudden gust of wind had struck his face, sending his crimson hair fluttering wildly, but Malachi didn't even flinch. His eyes were locked onto the object now revealed, a small, greenish orb radiating a staggering amount of Vita, a grade 3 Vita core. Malachi felt giddy, but didn't waste a single moment. The box had been keeping the energy sealed, and now that it was open, the core's energy was already dispersing. The room's Vita density had spiked drastically. He quickly grabbed the pouch at his waist and placed the core inside gently before sealing it shut. Only then did the energy stop leaking, and he let out a breath of relief. I only have to use it in very enclosed spaces. The smaller the space, the less spread out the Vita would be, and the longer the core would last. He resolved to follow that method from now on, then turned back to the chest. There has to be more compartments. The core couldn't be the only reward. The box was too tall, too heavy, too large to hold just one item. He examined it for a few seconds, poking around until he discovered that the topmost layer was removable. He lifted it with both arms, only for his eyes to land on the next reward. What? Malachi's gaze narrowed. He had been expecting a single vial of grade 2 Vidion. But there weren't just more than one, there were 4, and one of them wasn't even grade 2. What's going on? Each vial was labeled. 3 said grade 2. The last one, grade 3, a mistake, he thought, but instantly dismissed it. There was no way. Not even one extra would have slipped through, much less this. Including a grade 3 Vidion, this couldn't be a mistake. Vidions were extremely rare and difficult to produce. Unlike Vita absorbed from killing darkness creatures, Vidions were in liquid form and lingered in the user's body until fully absorbed. You could use them to recover when you were running low or even boost your total Vita reserve. Whatever the reason, Malachi wasn't going to reject them. He grabbed them all and clipped them tightly onto his utility belt. Right now, they had instantly become his most valuable assets. Let's check the last item. He moved on, lifting the final compartment, and laid eyes on the final reward. Malachi smiled. Perfect. His battle with Orlai had exposed a flaw in his combat style when wielding the scythe. While he had made up for it with daggers, he needed something more long-term. He reached into the box and drew out 2 long black rods, each about the length of his forearm. They were linked together by a thin yet durable chain. The rods had a subtle curve at their ends, and near the tips was a long, narrow slit, barely noticeable unless you knew what to look for. The rods looked simple at first glance, but that was the point. He glanced into the box again and picked up one of 6 long circular bars tucked neatly into the corner. Batteries. He flipped one of the rods over and located a small socket. Perfect fit. He slid the bar in, then repeated the same with the second rod. With both rods now powered, he held them tightly in his arms and began channeling Vita into them. In an instant, 2 gleaming, curved greenish blades burst out from the slits, lighting up the air with a powerful hum. The blades curved forward like miniature scythes, one on each end, connected by the chain. Malachi's eyes widened slightly. A grade 3. That wasn't just his weapon mod. The core powering this was something else entirely. The design was what he wanted, 2 smaller scythes instead of 1 large one, connected by a chain for more versatility. But the quality wasn't what he expected. He glanced back at the remaining batteries in the box. This isn't a grade 2 weapon, it's grade 3. Another mistake. Malachi didn't think so. Someone was behind this, and only one person came to mind. The Sovereign. But why? Why would the Sovereign go out of his way for him? Maybe he secretly cares about you. Valentine said, appearing beside him with a thoughtful hum as he stared at the weapon with fascination. Malachi threw the ghost a dry look. What are you even saying? Valentine shrugged. I've seen this in tons of dramas. The family head secretly loves the child but can't show it publicly, so he does it in secret. This is exactly like that. Malachi sighed. Stop living in your delusions and come back to reality. But Malachi didn't let him finish. First off, I'm sure that happened in your beloved dramas, but this is real life. The Sovereign is the most powerful person in the West. He doesn't need to fear anyone. If he wanted to show favor, he'd do it openly. And secondly, someone who secretly cared about me wouldn't have sent me to die in the pit. That shut Valentine up. Malachi fell into silence again. He didn't understand why the Sovereign had given him these rewards, but he'd be damned if he didn't use them well. After that, he stopped channeling his Vita and deactivated the weapon. The blades faded instantly, retreating back into the rods. He reached into the box, gathered the remaining batteries, and secured them on his utility belt. Then he picked up the waist strap meant to hold the rods and clipped each one neatly to either side of his waist. Once he confirmed there was nothing else left in the box, he turned and left his room, heading back to the training course. Malachi arrived just in time to see Renlo wobbling unsteadily from foothold to foothold, having barely dodged a projectile. However, another one shot out and struck him directly, sending him crashing toward the ground. Erg, Renlo groaned loudly. Not again, he cursed. He had never once gotten past the middle of the course. The projectiles were endless and merciless. Then the sound of footsteps reached him. He forced himself to look up and saw Malachi approaching, the source of all this suffering. You still haven't made it past the middle point, Malachi remarked calmly. Renlo frowned, trudging out from between the wooden pillars to meet him. I've been trying my best, he muttered, looking every bit like a kicked puppy. His gaze drifted back toward the course. But are you sure it's passable? I've been at it for 4 days straight. It doesn't even look possible to get past the middle. Malachi gave him a look, and Renlo instantly cleared his throat. Watch me carefully. Malachi took Renlo's weapon and calmly walked toward the start of the course. Renlo focused hard as Malachi stepped onto the first foothold, not even the slightest shake. His body stood firm like he was walking on solid ground. Another step, then another, then another. He moved slowly at first, then faster, and soon he was sprinting across the wooden pillars, barely even touching them as he went. A sharp whistling tore through the air as projectiles were launched from every angle, screaming toward him. But before they could hit, Malachi shifted his weight, darting side to side, his movements fluid. Not a single projectile touched him, not even his clothes. In seconds, he reached the end of the course. Renlo's mouth opened wide. He could only stare, trying to process what he'd just witnessed. What the hell? Before he could say a word, Malachi sprinted across the course again, this time even faster, reaching the starting point within seconds. He approached the still stunned Renlo, voice steady. When you don't reach for the goal, you can never reach it. You already decided this course was impossible. You failed before you even started. Renlo's fists clenched and a serious look appeared on his face. He could hear the disappointment in Malachi's voice. I'll do better, he said, bowing his head. He has potential. It was normal to struggle when first attempting the course. Malachi had also failed countless times when he began training at 12. But the most important thing was to never give up, and Renlo clearly hadn't. Malachi nodded and was about to step aside when Renlo asked, "How did you get so good at it?" Renlo looked at him, genuinely curious. "Try going on it every single day for 2 years." Renlo gulped. He tried to imagine the pain, the sheer suffering of 2 years of this. It's not just talent. Everyone always said Malachi's strength came from talent, but standing here now, Renlo could see that wasn't the whole truth. This wasn't just talent, it was grit, dedication, work, years of it. Malachi had clawed his way up with effort most wouldn't even consider attempting. For the first time, Renlo felt something different when he looked at Malachi, respect. And at the same time, the fire within him blazed hotter. He bowed deeply. Malachi blinked, caught off guard. He watched as Renlo failed again and again and again. But the boy never stayed down. Malachi didn't even notice the smile creeping onto his face. And just before Valentine could appear to make a comment, he wiped the smile off and turned, heading for a more secluded part of the forest. He still had to test his weapon properly. Alongside Renlo's groans of pain, the sounds of falling trees echoed through the forest as Malachi rampaged, blades whistling through the air. They both trained long into the night. Eventually, they stopped and made their way inside to rest. Despite being dead tired, Renlo somehow still had enough energy to cook. A few minutes later, Malachi was enjoying yet another one of his meals, though, as usual, he kept his textbook neutral expression. Afterwards, they both retired to their rooms. They had to be ready for tomorrow. After freshening up, Malachi sat cross-legged on his bed, deep in thought. It's tomorrow. The sovereign had given them 5 days to prepare. 4 days had passed, and now only a few hours remained. Malachi's mind raced, replaying everything he had ever learned about the Blood Knights. He needed to be sure, he needed to be ready. My life will be in even more danger now. From this point forward, he would be out in the field, away from the sovereign's gaze. No safety net. Anything could happen, battles, ambushes, conspiracies, Bloom against Bloom. There would be no rules. He couldn't afford to trust anyone, couldn't afford to relax, not even for a second. I have to stay alert at all times. He repeated the thought like a mantra, a warning. But aside from the wariness, there was also something else. Opportunity. Where he was going, Silverstein was a great place for him to grow his power. One of the greatest territories under the West, just 1 year. His apprenticeship under Rhett would only last 12 months. After that, he'd officially be recognized as a Blood Knight. And once that happened, he would be given the right to form a faction of his own. 1 year, that was all he needed. I'll make the best use of it. His thoughts suddenly turned inward, focusing on something far more dangerous. The life essence, its power, was beyond anything he had ever used, but so were its risks. When he used it in the dark forest, the effect had spanned hundreds of kilometers. He had attracted every single darkness creature in the area. Fortunately, they had all been grade ones, but that was just luck, and he wasn't foolish enough to count on luck again. If that ever happened a second time, the outcome might be very different. For now, I'll just become as powerful as I can be. That was the only way. Malachi reached into his belt and retrieved the grade 3 vial of Vidion. He stared at the dark green liquid swirling inside. Then without hesitation, he popped the cork. A powerful wave of Vita surged out, flooding the room. This might hurt. Without a second thought, he raised the vial and drowned the contents in one gulp. The night went by quickly. For Malachi, it was a night filled with pain. However, to him it was necessary pain, so he hadn't complained for even a second. He endured it as though he was addicted to it. Then, as morning came, his eyes fluttered open. The first thing that hit him was a splitting headache, followed by an intense sourness all over his body. Malachi groaned. Shit. He forced himself up and glanced around the room. No sunlight. It was the first thing he noted. It wasn't morning yet, which meant he hadn't overslept. Good. He felt the wetness on his bed next and prayed to the heavens that he hadn't peed himself. If it had been only him, he could simply burn the evidence. But with that chubby ghost living inside him, he doubted if he'd ever escape the shame. He looked down and sighed in relief. It's just sweat, he thought, ignoring the fact that he had been sweating profusely through the night despite the cold Harmattan weather. I need to get rid of this filth first. Malachi wasn't a fan of dirt or even germs. After training and sweating, he always freshened up, regardless of how tired he was. He stood up from the bed and grabbed the bedsheets, throwing them into the laundry basket. I hope they dry soon. He silently prayed it would dry before Nix came for them. The ninth vein is a bedwetter were not words he ever wanted to hear. Ever. He entered the bathroom to freshen up. And after a few minutes, he sat on the dry part of the bed, slipping into deep thought. I can feel the changes. Malachi felt a surge of excitement. He had drunk the grade 3 Vidion yesterday, and he had felt the pain of it forcibly changing his body through the night. That had been the cause of the pain, the sweat, the soreness. The reason why Vidion was so great, and better than the Vita gotten from darkness creatures, was because of how it functioned. In any unlikely scenario where a Genesis Evolver killed a grade 3 darkness creature, the Vita the creature would release would be far too much for the Genesis stage Evolver to absorb and contain. Because of that, most of the energy would be lost to the atmosphere, a major waste. But when a Genesis stage Evolver ingested a grade 3 Vidion, despite it having more or less the same amount of Vita, no Vita would be lost in the process. The Vidion would enter the Evolver's body and stay there until the Vita was fully absorbed. But the downside was that it placed a lot of strain on the body as it constantly worked to reshape it. I can still feel it in my body. Even after the night, Malachi could tell there was still more left to absorb. There's no danger of shitting or peeing it out, right? Malachi's mouth twitched at Valentine's sudden remark. No, he replied after a moment. Once it's in your body, it's in. You'll absorb it over time. There's no getting it out. That's good news. Valentine looked visibly relieved. For a second there, I thought you were worried you peed it out. Malachi frowned. That wasn't pee. Valentine didn't look convinced. Don't worry, son. Your secret's safe with me. It was sweat. Valentine blinked. Sweat. Did you see how drenched those sheets were? He looked at Malachi suspiciously. It's the effects of the Vidion. My body was under a lot of strain. Are you sure? Valentine still didn't look convinced. He flashed Malachi a reassuring smile. You don't have to feel embarrassed about your little incident. I was still doing it occasionally at your age. At this point, Malachi tuned him out. Arguing with him will only make it worse. He breathed in and out deeply, resisting the urge to murder a ghost. Then he shifted his focus back to the matter at hand. He decided to see the changes for himself. Manifest. A glowing panel appeared in front of him. Vita Core Interface. Name Malachi von Sanguine. Lineage direct descendant of the Sanguine clan. Title S successor of Life Ruined Heir Worthless Trash Rising Underdog Army Slayer New. Talent grade. Vita stored. 13,970 12,620 13,970 units. Vita absorption rate 2.5 vs high density 1.9 vs normal zone. Evolution stage node formation stage 2-7. Base attributes strength 185 187 150 200. Dexterity 270 272 155 215. Vitality 340 345 150 200. Perception 283 280 5 165 220. Willpower 130 130 180 150. Control 120 10 50. Node map. Blood node active 14 16 refined. Muscle node sealed. Nerve node sealed. Bone node sealed. Breath node sealed. Digestion node sealed. Synaptic node sealed. Cellular node sealed. Endocrine node sealed. Immune node sealed. Sensory node sealed. Body node sealed opens when all primary nodes are awakened and refined at 100. Malachi gazed at the panel with a wide smile. It's been only 5 days. Only 5 days had passed since he last checked, and yet his stats had changed. My Vita reserves, this had seen the most drastic improvement. His Vita reserves had increased by a whopping 1,000 plus points. It's insane compared to that night. Before the hunt, a synergy stage evolver assassin had come to the manor with other node formation evolvers, hoping to kill him by using his minions while he distracted his protector. Unfortunately for him, his protector was the Red Eclipse, never caught off guard, a monster in human skin. She had killed him and his minions before they could even realize she was there. Then she restrained the Grade 3 darkness creature with ease. Malachi had been thrilled, a Grade 3 creature just like that. But after killing it, he had been disappointed. The most he'd ever gotten from a Grade 2 creature was about 250 Vita. While this amount increased slightly over time, he couldn't move past that limit. Most of the energy had gone to waste, though at least he had gotten the core. But now, with just one ingestion of Vidion, he had gained over 1,000 points, and there was still more coming. Malachi eventually closed the panel, still feeling the wave of excitement. Unfortunately, because of the strain his body was still under, he couldn't absorb any external Vita. He decided to avoid physical activity too, not wanting to put any more stress on his body. He checked the time, 430 am, that's 2 hours and 30 minutes more. They were meeting Rhett by 7. With nothing else to do, he began pondering about their destination. And just like that, time flew by. A knock snapped him out of his reverie. Malachi, it's time for breakfast. He heard Renlo's voice and checked the time. 620 am. I'll meet you there, he called out, listening to Renlo's steps as they faded. I'm still sweating. Malachi felt the cold sweat clinging to his body again and sighed. He needed another bath. After freshening up once more, he donned his gear and headed to the dining room. Scent of food filled the entire manor, and Malachi found himself entranced even before he reached the dining room. As he stepped inside, his eyes instantly landed on the assortment of food laid out across the table. It's even more than yesterday, there was no doubt about it. Malachi was awed. Each dish had steam rolling off its surface, each one making him want to dive in face first and start eating. He outdid himself. His gaze shifted to Renlo, who had just set the last plate on the table. Renlo turned to face him. Well, Renlo beamed. What do you think? Malachi nodded approvingly. Not bad. Renlo's smile widened into a full-blown grin. Really, I'm glad you like it. I wanted to do something special for our last meal together in the manor, and also. Renlo stepped closer and bowed low. At some point, Renlo couldn't stop. He kept talking about meeting Malachi, about how he put up with him, about how he took it easy on him during training. Renlo suddenly felt a strong grip on his shoulders. He paused and looked up. Malachi stood in front of him, his hands firm on his shoulders. And to Renlo's shock, the ninth vein, the coldest person he'd ever known, was smiling. Warmly. It wasn't a trick of the light. It wasn't imagined. Somehow that single smile broke the last dam in Renlo's chest, and the tears began to stream even more. Before he could continue, Malachi's voice sounded, surprisingly warm. You're a good person, Renlo, and you deserve happiness, he said, voice becoming firm, so stand your ground and don't let anyone take it away from you. Renlo's eyes widened to their extremes. He smiled through his tears. He didn't care how he looked. Since his mother died and his family abandoned him, he had never felt anything like this. Never. It warmed his heart. It filled him. It made him feel good, whole. His mouth moved on its own. You too. Malachi's eyes widened slightly, but before he could say anything, Renlo stepped forward and hugged him. Renlo didn't know how Malachi would take the hug, but he didn't care. For him, this was a moment that would stay with him for the rest of his life. His original purpose had always been to grow stronger, strong enough to show those who abandoned him just how wrong they were. But now, he had found something even more important. I'll grow stronger and protect this friendship. Renlo clenched his fist as he resolved in his mind. After a few seconds, they slowly let go of the hug. Malachi still looked a bit stunned from Renlo's earlier words. You too, he repeated the words in his mind, and before he realized it, a smile formed on his face. He chuckled. He had felt the sincerity in those words. Was he really a good person? Malachi didn't think so. He knew what was in his heart. He knew how far he would go, how selfish he could become if it meant achieving his goals. Still, it felt good to hear that from someone. Soon enough, they both sat and began eating. Malachi once again felt his taste buds explode with every bite. He didn't know how Renlo did it. Who taught you how to cook? He asked between bites. Renlo smiled. My mother, your mom? Yeah, Renlo nodded. Malachi didn't miss the flicker of sadness that passed through his eyes. She died when I was little. Oh, Malachi said softly. I'm sorry about that. It's fine. Renlo laughed gently. She was an amazing mother. The mood shifted, turning more somber. Malachi's own mother's face flashed in his mind, her tenderness, her warmth, her fierceness. He found himself smiling. She really is, he muttered. They continued eating in silence, each lost in thought. Neither of them said it out loud, but they both knew their bond had deepened. By the time they finished eating, it was a few minutes to 7. They both left the dining room and made their way to the front of the manor, where Malachi's servants were already lined up. What's your name? Malachi suddenly asked. Carla and her sister both flinched. Ninth vein, her name is Carla began. I wasn't asking you, Malachi cut in, his gaze firm. Let her answer. Carla bowed quickly and tapped her sister's arm. The girl's whole body trembled under Malachi's gaze. Her voice came out small and shaky as she bowed low. My name is Kay Kiana, ninth vein. Malachi nodded and turned to Anoa. You'll all be coming with me. Yes, ninth vein. With the parasite in their system, they would die without a constant supply of his blood. He could have easily left them behind, but that would be a waste of resources. Spies under his control could always come in handy. Nix, Malachi called. Nix appeared before him instantly, bowing. Have you prepared everything? Yes, ninth vein. Malachi nodded. All right, brief them and do it quickly. We leave in a few minutes. As Nix approached the three maids, Renlo approached Malachi with an inquisitive look. By the way, where are we heading to? Malachi gave Renlo a long look. We were given 5 days to prepare for our journey, and you decided to wait until the day we depart before you even ask where we were going. If not for his usual calm and cold mask, Malachi's expression would have twisted into disbelief. The absurdity was insane. Renlo scratched his head with a sheepish smile, an action that had become second nature given his oblivious personality. I was just happy I get to follow you. It didn't matter where, haha, Renlo said, looking away, embarrassed. Malachi shook his head. It doesn't matter. You need to cultivate the habit of always planning your next steps. I might be taking you to the pits of a volcano for all you know. Your nonchalance is a terrible habit, and it's going to get you killed. Why, yes. Renlo looked like a child being scolded by his parents. His head was lowered, his expression remorseful. Malachi could only shake his head. He decided to fill in the oblivious boy. In case you didn't know this too, we joined the Sovereign's faction. Malachi studied him, and there it was, the slight flicker of shock. Of course he had no idea. Malachi was still trying to understand what sort of person Renlo was. He was unprepared, nonchalant, and hopelessly optimistic. 3 behaviors that got one killed in a world like theirs. He shook his head again and continued speaking. The captain we're under is called Rhett. He's the captain of one of the squads under the Sovereign's faction in Silvestein, the city of beasts and flora, Renlo muttered. At least you know that much. I would have been worried if you didn't know about the existence of an entire western stronghold. Haha, Renlo scratched his cheek. He probably deserved that. He listened carefully as Malachi continued. His base is on the outer parts of the Carethorn district, and from my findings there are only 4 in their squad, including us. Including us makes it 6, but it's possible they took in other apprentices aside from us. Renlo nodded fervently, absorbing the information. He's really amazing. He couldn't help but be awed by Malachi's resourcefulness. They had spent the past 5 days in the manor together, and it was like they'd been in different worlds. He's always focused on the future and what he's going to do next. Malachi's thoughts were always on the way forward, planning it one step at a time. I have to learn, Renlo clenched his fist. He wasn't too proud to admit when he saw someone better. Malachi felt like someone who lived on a higher plane. Their mindsets were utterly different. The way he thought, the way he approached problems, it was hard to believe they were the same age. I won't hold him back, Renlo resolved. If he didn't want to be a liability, it was important that he broke past his naive shell and learned to move the same way. As Renlo made that silent vow, Nix finished giving the servants instructions. Malachi saw Carla hugging her sister tightly, wiping away the tears from her eyes. She whispered something into her sister's ear before reluctantly separating. Her sister fared no better. Tears streamed down her face as she wiped them, nodding resolutely at Carla. After a few seconds, Carla and Anoa turned to face Malachi and bowed deeply. As Malachi nodded, they both turned and left the manor grounds. Kiana approached Malachi and offered him a shaky bow. I am ready, ninth vein. Malachi gave her a long look. He had asked Nix to look into her before bringing her to the manor. She was 16, 2 years older than him, but he towered above her. She was barely a node formation evolver, having only formed 1 node. Her body had been sickly thin when she first arrived. Malachi nodded to her. Let's go. They each left the manor and entered the forest. Inside, Renlo had slowed down his speed to match Kiana's as he tried to make conversation. Do you like bread? Do you like pancakes? What about creamy pudding? Somehow every topic Renlo thought of had to do with food. Still, he sighed. Why is she shaking so much? He expected a reply each time he asked, but she would always lower her head to the ground, shivering. Was this how I was before, he thought. Before he met Malachi, it wasn't an exaggeration to say his own shadow frightened him. He had countless screams in the forest to prove that fact. I understand. He had been there before. He knew how terrible it was to feel this way. I'll try and help her, Renlo thought, turning his gaze towards the front where Malachi walked with a steady gait alongside Nix. The two were discussing something quietly. The reason he had chosen to walk with Kiana was because he'd seen Malachi wanted to talk with Nix. Renlo sent another glance toward Kiana once more. Do you want to learn the best way to make bread? You told them everything they needed to do. Yes, ninth vein. Malachi frowned. I excused it earlier because we were in public, but when we conversed together, call me Malachi. Nix hid a smile. Yes, Malachi. Good. Malachi nodded approvingly. You emphasize the need to change their appearance and maintain stealth. Yes, Malachi. Good. Before we leave, make sure they're not being followed and that they reach their planned destination safely. At his words, Nix nodded and vanished from his side, just as they came out of the forest and into the main area. Malachi's gaze landed on the figure of a broad man. He paused. The man bowed. Blood flows where you walk. May your blood burn brighter than the sun, as it should. Malachi watched calmly as the Iron Saint, Selim Sanguine, stood from his bow. That's 3 times. The Iron Saint was the sovereign's right-hand man, the man whose authority could be said to be more than the pulses themselves. If he didn't want it, no pulse could force him to bow. No vein could force him to bow. However, Selim had lowered his head to him 3 times. Malachi was trying to understand why. It looks like you're ready to depart, 9th vein, Selim spoke, voice thick. Malachi gave a brief nod and Selim bowed once more. I came here to offer you my best wishes, Selim said. Silvestine is a beautiful city, but you must remember, never judge anything by what you see on its surface. There it is again. If he had suspected it before now, Malachi just confirmed it. He didn't know why, but Selim was trying to help him. First after the hunt and now, Selim had warned him days back, immediately after the hunt when he got on the Skedrith. And now he was doing the same. There's something going on in Silvestine. Malachi had questions, but it didn't look like Selim was willing to answer them. I wish you good luck, 9th vein. With that, he bowed once more and turned to leave. Renlo caught up from behind. He and Kiana had wisely chosen to stay behind when they saw the Iron Saint. Are you okay? Renlo asked. Malachi appeared deep in thought, staring at Selim's departing figure with narrowed eyes. Looks like I'll have to be more careful. Malachi was already being his most cautious self. He doubted if it was at all possible to dial it any higher. He nodded towards Renlo. I'm fine. He just came to wish us good luck. Let's go. Renlo breathed a sigh of relief, happy that there were no problems. Like that, they reached the main paved pathway leading towards the gates of the Crimson Hold. As it turned out, Selim wasn't the only one who had come to wish him good luck on his journey. At the end of the paved pathway stood multiple individuals with small smiles on their faces. Malachi instantly recognized Grinner and Yon, the head instructor of the clan youth's training camp, along with the Darkness Hunt discipline instructor. He also noted the presence of other instructors flanking them. Blood flows where you walk. May your blood burn brighter than the sun. They each greeted with a bow as Malachi reached. As it should be, Malachi's voice was calm. As Grinner rose from his bow, he couldn't help but revere the person Malachi had become in just 3 months of training in the youth's camp. I can't wait. Grinner held back his grin. If Malachi had changed this much in 3 months, he couldn't wait to see how he would change in a year's time. We all came here to wish you good luck on your journey, 9th vein. Grinner spoke for all of them. We hope everything turns out well. With that, they continued moving until they reached the gates. Throughout the walk, Malachi had felt probing stares from multiple directions. On the highest balcony of the main building, Othric stood calmly with both hands clasped behind his back, eyes locked onto Malachi. You won't wish him good luck, my sovereign. Dark appeared behind him and spoke. The sovereign was silent for some time. As Malachi stepped through the gates of Crimson Hold, he turned and walked into his room. Stop saying such nonsense, Dark. I apologize, my sovereign, Dark said, but his lips were curled up into a wide smile. Outside, Malachi approached a large carriage with 4 equilators strapped at its front. By the door, a grinning Rhett stood with a calm-faced Layla. For a second there, I thought you weren't going to come, Rhett said with a smile. You were the best option, Malachi answered plainly, expression not changing. Rhett sent a glance towards Layla, who looked equally baffled. He laughed. Best option, me. Are you sure you did your homework? Malachi knew exactly what Rhett meant. The 5 days the sovereign had given him to prepare had actually been a buffer period to help him think and reconsider his choice, especially after doing a background check on his choice. Rhett was surprised that Malachi had still chosen to be his apprentice even after doing a background check on him. You're my best option, Malachi rephrased. Rhett hummed thoughtfully. A cryptic and smart lad, huh? Sounds fun. Rhett sent a glance behind Malachi, eyes landing on Renlo and then Kiana. He focused on Kiana for a second longer before flashing Malachi a grin. I didn't take you for someone like that, but looks can be deceiving, huh? He gave Malachi a knowing look, but the latter only stared back with a confused expression. Rhett chuckled. All right, is that all the guests you're bringing along? My maid will join us shortly. Sneesh, how many maids do? As many as necessary, Rhett grinned. All right then, while we wait I'll go through some rules. First of all, this is Layla. He gestured to the side where Layla was standing. She offered a slight bow toward Malachi. 9th vein, Malachi nodded back. Rhett clicked his tongue. Don't you even think about it, she's mine. I am nobody's, Layla frowned. Rhett gave Layla a sad look. Come on, Layla, I thought we've been through this before. But Layla only turned away, rolling her eyes. Rhett cleared his throat, moving on. He turned back to Malachi. I'm sure you know this already, but I'm still going to say it. He said, don't expect all that respectful crap from me. I'm your captain and you will listen to my orders. Malachi gave a small nod and Rhett smiled. Looks like we'll get along just fine. They spent the next few minutes in silence, with Rhett trying to flirt with Layla at every turn, only to be shut down constantly. Renlo couldn't help but glance at his new captain with a worried look. He didn't look like the sort of person you trust your life with. Minutes later, Nyx arrived like a phantom, soundless, and Rhett couldn't help but give her a very long look. Two beautiful maids, huh? He winked at Malachi, completely ignoring the fact that Nyx was a bloom capable of raising an entire city. I'm starting to like you. He laughed and gestured to the carriage. Make yourself comfortable. You paid for this fancy ride anyway. What about the one on top of the carriage? Malachi suddenly said. The group paused. Renlo and Kiana looked confused. There was someone on top of the carriage. Meanwhile, Rhett and Layla glanced at each other again. Rhett grinned. He was able to sense her. He was a bit stunned. The sense of sanguine, especially from new node formation evolvers, shouldn't be that sharp, but Malachi had sensed her, and it seemed like it was from the beginning. Looks like there's more to him than meets the eye. Rhett turned to Malachi before answering. She wants to ride from the top of the carriage. Malachi raised his eyebrows. The figure he had sensed with his Vita field was a node formation evolver, and she had already formed 2 nodes. Equilators were fast. Riding on top would be uncomfortable and very dangerous. Still, it wasn't his business. He nodded and stepped into the carriage with the rest in tow. With everyone inside, they soon took off into the skies, shooting toward the western end of the dome, the city of Silverstein. Throughout the ride, Malachi had been on edge. He had just left the safety of Crimson Hold, headed for a foreign city where his safety couldn't be assured. To Malachi, an ambush was almost expected. After everything he did to Varnal, some form of retaliation felt inevitable. Luckily, nothing of the sort occurred. The hours went by, and as the sun began to set, they finally reached their destination. Well, here she is, Rhett said, gesturing down through the window of the carriage. They all looked down, their eyes widened. One thought it was amazing. Just below them, the city of Silverstein was alive. It was a city built in the middle of an endless forest. All around it stretched trees and flora, wild, untamed, and vibrant. Though it was already dark, the city was brilliantly lit. Glowing vines wrapped around buildings. Floating lights danced in the air, casting an enchanting glow over everything. It's really beautiful, Renlo muttered under his breath, and Malachi couldn't agree more. It's built just like Vidimora. Malachi had seen the City of Blood countless times from the sky. He knew its layout well. Just like Vidimora, Silverstein had multiple tall and long pathways stretching outward from its center, cutting through vast expanses of forest, each pathway ending at the city's great outer wall. The districts. Malachi identified them quickly. The large outer areas, those were the different districts of the city. One of them was their destination. The checks at the gate were quick and brief. After confirming those aboard the carriage, they were allowed in. As they entered through the gates, they moved through the glowing city of Silverstein. Renlo gawked at practically everything he saw, while Malachi calmly observed. Just like they had seen from afar, the city was alive. Glowing vines snaked their way through tall and imposing trees. The ground was bare earth, no pavement whatsoever. The buildings were wooden, from cottages to small shops to large mansions. One look at the city, and Malachi could tell they were deep into nature. His gaze settled on its people. They were all clad in refined and tailored beast skins. The poor stood out like day the rich even more so. But what truly caught Malachi's attention were the beasts. They were everywhere. Beasts that were considered too wild in Vidimora roamed freely through the streets, walking calmly among humans. Some were on leashes, others used as modes of transport. Beast tamers. Layla noticed the intrigued look on Malachi's face and decided to explain. The people of Silverstein consider themselves one with nature, she began. Even Rhett turned to look at her, as though happy just to hear her voice. She rolled her eyes and continued. They're one with the flora, one with the fauna. They embrace the trees and live among the beasts. They have many things considered sacred here, so I suggest you all tread carefully in whatever you plan on doing. I have a lot to learn, he thought to himself. If he was to survive a year in this place, he needed to understand it completely. The mood became tense after Layla's warning, but Rhett quickly changed the topic. Come on, what's with those rotten expressions? This city's far too fun to not enjoy it. Don't worry, you're in good hands. I know all the best spots. Rhett could feel Layla's glare on him, but he shamelessly ignored it. His words eased the group slightly, though the ride still continued in silence. We're moving towards the outskirts. Malachi noticed. They had passed through the main city and entered the Carethorn district after another round of checks, and still they kept going. It's far from the district, Malachi noted. At this point, there were barely any buildings or people in sight. The wooden cottages they passed were abandoned and wrecked. Only trees and greenery remained. Just as Malachi started wondering where the hell they were heading, his gaze landed on a large building up ahead. The carriage descended and landed in front of it. Rhett and Layla instantly disembarked. All right, this is it. This will be your home for the next 1 year. Rhett gestured to the building with a smile as though proud. Malachi didn't say anything. He just stared. I didn't think it was this bad. It was a large wooden building with about 3 floors. The structure could be summed up in one word: wrecked. Malachi, Renlo whispered from behind. I think we've been scammed. I think so too. Rhett's mouth twitched. He cleared his throat. Don't mind the current look. They're coming to work on it tomorrow. You see, we recently came into some winnings, hee. We placed a bet on you during the hunt and won, Layla cut in. Rhett cleared his throat. Yeah, what she said. He could feel Malachi's gaze on him and quickly gestured toward the entrance. Let's not waste time. We can continue this talk inside. He turned and briskly walked into the building. Malachi sent one last glance around the house. At the very least, the building had lights that illuminated the space well. The glowing vines and floating lights helped light up the surrounding forest as well. Still, everything was old, including the wooden fence, which was cracked in many parts. This will be a long 1 year. He shook his head and stepped into the building with the others. It was brightly lit and Malachi could see everything clearly. But the inside didn't look any better. The floors were cracked and uneven. The chairs were worn and torn, some with one leg barely hanging on. There was a counter at the end of the room, but no one manned it. This is your base. Rhett turned to look at Malachi, whose frown said everything he felt about the place. Yeah, why? Rhett scratched his head. Well, you see, I'm not exactly well liked by the others, so us see this as a sort of punishment, haha. Still, each base is supposed to be given a monthly stipend, right? Why didn't you use it to fix this place? No one can deny you that. Malachi wasn't the type to pry or even talk much. But this situation was bothering him more than he liked to admit. Malachi hated dirt. Hated germs. During battle, he could ignore the gut-wrenching feeling they gave him, but when it came to where he stayed, he'd rather not. All he could see were filth, cracks, and furniture that looked like it had survived multiple generations. Rhett cleared his throat, but the answer came from Layla, who seemed determined to expose him. The captain gambles all our money away. Hey, Layla. Rhett shot her what the hell are you doing look, but she only shrugged. Malachi calmed down his rising nerves. The way forward, he reminded himself, repeating it constantly. We have to do something about this place. He couldn't live here, not for long anyway. Still, Malachi's displeasure wasn't hidden in his voice, and it didn't go unnoticed. It reached the ears of someone who didn't like to hear it. It's very rude to insult someone's home, little man, a thick, gruff voice rumbled. Malachi's eyes narrowed as a figure stepped through the side door. He had to slant his massive frame just to pass through. Once he entered the reception, Malachi took full view of him. He was large, extremely, about 6'5", with skin the color of tanned earth. His thick black hair and beard framed a heavy, squared face. Every step he took caused the wooden floor to creak violently, and the group instinctively took a step back as he approached. It looked like the floor might give way at any moment. The man's intense eyes were locked on Malachi. Grunt Rhett began, but before he could finish, Grunt cut in. You should stay out of this, Captain. It's between me and the little man. He turned fully back to Malachi. Well, little man, what do you have to say? About what? Grunt blinked, slightly taken aback. A little runt had seen him and was still this calm. Nerves of steel, this kid. He squinted harder, but everything beyond a few feet was still blurry. You insulted our home. Grunt's home. You should apologize. I only stated the truth. Grunt, your glasses. Grunt sharply raised a hand, silencing Rhett. His stare stayed locked on Malachi. That doesn't matter, little man. It might mean nothing to you, but to me, I'm proud to call this place home. You need to apologize, or what? The tension spiked instantly. Grunt's expression turned cold. He stepped forward, but paused when Nick suddenly appeared in front of Malachi. Through the blur, he made out the faint silhouette of a woman. He scoffed. You let a woman fight your battles, little kid. Where's your pride as a man? Malachi's expression didn't shift. She's more capable than you and me combined. Nix held back the smile that threatened to tug at her lips. Being regarded so highly by Malachi made her happy. Her gaze turned cold as the temperature in the room dropped. I'll teach this man a lesson, Nix resolved. Grunt's face darkened even further. He prepared to move again, but Layla's sharp voice cut through the tension. Grunt, use your head for once and follow instructions. Put on your glasses, then she turned to Malachi. In ninth vein, this place is hanging by its last thread. A fight here would only make things worse. Malachi nodded toward her and signaled Nix to stand down. Ninth vein, Grunt echoed, confused. He reached into his jacket and pulled out a pair of glasses. As he slid them on, his eyes went wide, then nearly bulged from their sockets. It's you, he shouted, pointing at Malachi with sheer shock. My little bro. Malachi's eyes widened as the massive man barreled forward, arms spread, and pulled him into a crushing embrace. Malachi felt as though he were getting crushed. The massive mass of a man had just hugged him. His large arms felt like steel pipes squeezing him from both directions. His face pressing against the man's rock-hard chest only made things worse. Malachi had always hated making contact with people he wasn't close with. Nix was one exception, and most recently, Renlo had also come to be an exception. However, if there was one thing Malachi was sure of, it was that the millisecond the large man pulled him into a hug, he knew right away there was nowhere he would rather be than away. His hand found the gun on his utility belt, eyes flashing cold. The gazes of Rhett and Layla narrowed as his killing intent flooded the space. But before they could act, the large man suddenly let go, stepping back 2 steps. "I'm sorry, little bro." He scratched his head awkwardly. "I was just excited to finally meet you." Malachi's gaze was glacial, and his killing intent was still very much present. He sent a glance towards Nyx, who instantly bowed an apology, but Malachi didn't bother asking her why she hadn't interfered. The large man hadn't shown any ill intent. "Are you okay?" he heard Renlo say from behind him. He nodded, but Renlo still looked visibly worried. He couldn't help but gulp when he took in the sheer size of the man and his steel-like muscles. "He'd crush me." One hug from the man and he was a goner. Malachi took in a deep breath and calmed his nerves. His eyes settled on the large man. "Never do that again." His voice sounded exactly like what it was meant to be, a threat, but the large man didn't seem to take it that way. "No, little bro." He looked disturbed. "A hug is how we show the world that we're bros." Malachi's gaze only became colder. The man quickly added, as though he truly didn't want to lose his hug privileges, "I do it all the time with Big Bro. You look just like him." "Father." Malachi's expression almost cracked. Somehow he knew the man was talking about his father. The mood instantly grew somber as everyone fell silent. The large man sent a glance around the room, unsure of what was going on. "Did I say anything wrong?" he asked, but no one answered, even after several seconds passed. "Where are you going to, Captain?" Layla's sharp voice snapped them out of their thoughts. They all turned to see Rhett sneaking away. Rhett sent Layla a glare and cleared his throat. "I was just giving y'all a moment of peace." "I could feel the mood was heavy," he lied. "Liar." Rhett sent another glare towards Layla. "Tomorrow," Malachi's voice cut into their conversation. "What are they coming to fix?" "Just to patch up a few holes around the manor, so we'll at least be able to prevent the building from flooding when the rain comes." "That's not enough." Malachi shook his head. "How much did you win?" Rhett felt Layla's glare and paused. His mouth twitched as he corrected himself. 25,000 credits. That should be enough to fix everything." "What happened?" Rhett cleared his throat, looking away. "He used part of the money to gamble in Vidimora." It was Layla who finally said it. "How much is left?" 5, Rhett said in a low tone. 5,000, Malachi repeated, and Rhett nodded, scratching his chin. Malachi took in a deep breath. "What the hell did I get myself into?" He sighed. "There's no helping it. A way forward." Those last 3 words had more than become his mantra. "Tell me about the place you gamble." Of all their reactions, it was Layla's expression that changed. She couldn't explain it, but something about this gave her a very bad feeling. The distant rumble of a crowd and the clanging of metal reached 2 figures perched high up in a tree. "This is the place," the first figure asked. He was smaller, with pure black hair and eyes to match. His face was average in every way, but his physique was athletic, brimming with power. His cold gaze fixed itself on the ordinary-looking cottage far ahead, where 2 men sat playing a game of cards. "Yeah," the second figure replied. "Doesn't look like much, but wait till we get inside. Plus, I'm well known around here. This is where I make most of my money." His messy crimson hair and relaxed demeanor made him instantly recognizable. It was Captain Rhett. "You don't look like you have any money." Harsh. Rhett turned to the boy beside him, no older than 14. "I see the apple doesn't fall far from the tree." Valerian was always this harsh with his words, he said with a small smile, his voice filled with nostalgia. It was like stepping back into another time, side by side them against the world. He sighed. "Listen, Malachi, I know you've heard a lot about your father, but this is coming from someone who truly knew him. He was a good man." Rhett nodded. "All right, let's go get rich." After hearing everything Rhett said about his terrible gambling problem, Malachi had immediately come up with a plan of action, one that would involve what caused this problem in the first place: gambling. Now they were on top of a tall tree, looking down at one of the secret gambling dens in the Cairthorn district, with every intention of going in. While Rhett kept his usual appearance, Malachi had completely changed his own, right down to his face. He looked more like a Silvestine local than the 9th vein of the great Sanguine clan. Tonight, Malachi was determined to win enough money to fix that dump he'd been forced to live in. "Let's go." At Rhett's words, they both jumped down from the tree. Malachi kicked off from the branches to slow his fall before landing in a silent roll, Rhett already by his side. "As planned, I'll do all the talking, all right. You just follow my every move." Malachi nodded without a word. In order for this to work, he had to play the perfect role of a local Rhett picked up from the streets of Cairthorn district, which meant his appearance wasn't the only thing that needed to look the part. At his nod, Rhett couldn't help but smile. They began moving toward the cottage. They were about 500 meters away from the cottage, barely any buildings in sight, the glowing forest surrounding them. Their Blood Knight base, as Malachi had confirmed, was located deep in the outskirts of the Cairthorn district. And luckily, the gambling den was located right on the outskirts as well, with only a few buildings around. "Remind me how you found this place again," Malachi asked. While trying to prepare his mind for the upcoming events, his thoughts couldn't help but focus on Rhett, the man who had become his mentor. There was a reason the captains were always eager to take the veins under them. In the world of the Blood Knights, the first mentor was an important figure in any apprentice Blood Knight's journey. They were the ones who introduced them to the grim parts of their world. The ones whose teachings helped turn them into formidable warriors capable of standing tall and fighting in the war against the creatures of darkness. Their value couldn't be overstated, and in the few moments of meeting Rhett, Malachi was still trying to figure out what kind of man he was. Regardless, he wasn't worried about Rhett being a useless mentor. He wouldn't mind if that was the case. His teachings aren't necessary. I know everything by heart anyways. What matters is. His major problem right now was his lack of allies. The last thing Malachi wanted was a captain whose goal was to kill him. Even Nyx would eventually become overwhelmed. Constantly protecting him from a Bloom attack would be tasking, even for Nyx. Heh, it was by rotten luck. Rhett smiled wildly as he reminisced about that day. I'd just come into a fat load of credits. I saw two beautiful women heading toward the outskirts of the district and instantly followed them, only to discover something even more beautiful. There was a smile on Rhett's face, one that Malachi didn't like. He has a gambling problem. Rhett's past actions already spelled it out, but looking at his excited demeanor as they talked about gambling erased every doubt in Malachi's mind. I should collect the winnings when we receive them. Malachi resolved just as they finally stepped out of a foliage of trees, approaching the cottage. The two guards playing cards in front paused. They glanced toward them before their eyes settled on Rhett. Malachi observed everything and didn't miss the brief glance they sent each other before turning back to Rhett, smiling. Captain Rhett, I see you're back already. Think you'll actually win something today, one of the men said. Rhett laughed. I've been feeding this place my hard-earned credits for months. Think of it as an investment. Today's the day I collect returns. Malachi saw the guards exchange amused glances. They're used to him. The guards were node formation evolvers, despite looking like they were in their late 20s. For them to address a Bloom in this manner. Their eyes turned to him. Well, what do you have there? The guard gave Malachi a once-over, taking in the tattered and low-quality beast hide, messy black hair, and multiple parts of his body smeared in mud. He looked every bit of homeless, poor. The guards could smell that from a mile away. A homeless kid, the guard asked. Rude. Rhett stepped in between them, smiling. He's my champion, Rhett corrected with a proud look, and the guards couldn't help but burst into laughter. Rhett cleared his throat. It was obvious they were making fun of him. Well, can we go in? He asked. The guards held back their laughter before nodding. Yes, of course, of course. They gestured toward the door, still chuckling under their breath. Without another word, they both entered through the door. Captain Rhett is in the building, fourth fleshling. Inside a wide office space, a man dressed in a tight-fitting black suit said while bowing towards a figure in white seated at the table in the middle of the room. The room could be described as basic, except for the unusual amount of documents within it. Shelves filled with files were everywhere, each labeled differently. The figure turned away from the documents he'd been reading, his blue eyes settling on his guard. Pure black smooth mask covered his face and his voice was clear as he spoke. When 1 minute fourth fleshling, the guard bowed lower. The figure nodded, closing his eyes in thought for a moment. As he opened them, he grabbed the black cane stick resting by the table and stood up. Then he picked up his fedora and placed it neatly on his head. For a second, he took in his reflection in the mirror. Pure white suit, white fedora, a black cane adding to his sophistication. He turned, voice cold. Let's go. As they entered through the main entrance, they were instantly met with a dark, narrow pathway. Rhett moved like he owned the place. Malachi followed behind, cautious. I miss it already. In order to play the part of a homeless kid, Malachi had left his weapons with Nyx. He had truly underestimated the sense of safety they brought him. Their walk brought them to another door at the end of the hall. As Rhett opened it, he turned toward Malachi. The den is in the basement. We have to take these stairs down to reach it. Malachi peered through the door, but he couldn't see anything. It's too dark. But with his Vita sense, he could feel the stairs Rhett was referring to. At his nod, Rhett began descending. Malachi closed behind. After a few moments, they reached a door, and Rhett knocked on it in a rhythmic pattern. A code, Malachi noted. There was a pause, then the door opened. The first thing to reach Malachi was the sound. Loud cheering, roaring, feet stomping the ground, screaming. All of it jumbled together into a chaotic wave that slammed into him, threatening to rupture his eardrums. Then came the light. White, blinding light pierced through the darkness, forcing Malachi to raise an arm to shield his eyes. Ah, right, Rhett's apologetic voice came. Forgot to warn you about that. Sorry, Malachi exhaled. He blinked several times to clear the light from his vision, then walked in with Rhett as the door shut behind them. Wow, that was Malachi's first impression. It was nothing like what one would expect, considering the rundown cottage outside. It felt like he had stepped into an entirely different world. It was built like a coliseum. On numerous elevated tiers were rows of seats, arranged in a circular manner and filled with people roaring at the top of their lungs. High above were screens displaying the different battles taking place in multiple rings down below. Welcome to the Red Maw, Rhett said proudly like he was showcasing his creation. Malachi didn't respond. The sudden shift in scenery, especially with the stark contrast between outside and inside, was enough to overwhelm anyone. Still, he took it all in within a second. Almost immediately, he returned to his cold demeanor. In this place, you'll find almost anything you want, Rhett continued, gesturing toward a door at the far end of the space. Boldly written on it was the word card. Then he gestured toward the others. Card games, dice rolls, roulette, Vita duels, you name it. Rhett kept on talking, but Malachi wasn't listening. He had entered his own world, observing. The guards inside are different from the ones outside. Each door had men in black suits stationed beside it, smooth black masks covering their faces. Compared to the relaxed and unprofessional guards from before, these ones were sharp, alert. Their cold gazes scanned every passerby. Where does that door lead? His eyes landed on a door guarded by more men than any of the others. Unlike the rest, this one had no writing on it. Malachi turned his gaze away and focused on the mission. Soon, Rhett led them to a long line filled with impatient people. We'll register you and place our bets here, Rhett explained. Like Rhett, Malachi noticed some of the people in line had others beside them. Other fighters, Malachi noted. They waited their turn, and Malachi's ears caught something that made him narrow his eyes. What will you be wagering with? Points, resources, information. It came from the attendant speaking to the people in line. But of all the words, one stood out to Malachi: information. I see. At that moment, Malachi's perception of the Red Maw changed completely. He believed had just uncovered the true nature of this place. An information den. He'd read about places like this in several books. People from all over the city gathered here. The amount of information being exchanged was sure to be massive and vital. Right now, Malachi needed information. I'll have to shift my plans a bit. Just as that thought crossed his mind, he heard multiple footsteps approaching from behind. Captain Rhett, it's a pleasure to have you again. As they turned, Malachi's eyes landed on a masked figure. He was clad in a pure white suit with a white fedora on his head, holding a black cane in his right hand, a node formation evolver. Malachi found it odd. The figure was clearly a node formation evolver, but the guards behind him radiated an aura far more powerful synergy stage evolvers. Still, they clearly followed him. He also noted the other people around them stepping back and gazing at the man with wary eyes. He must be an important figure here. Potentially the owner, Malachi gleaned. He didn't say anything and let Rhett do the talking. Ah, Whiteshade, the pleasure is all mine, Rhett laughed, waving his arms. The figure nodded, tapping a finger on his cane. I see you've come with your fighter today. The figure turned to Malachi, piercing blue eyes narrowing slightly. His focus remained on Malachi even after several seconds. There's no way he can find out, Malachi reminded himself. The hunt had been shown around the West. Currently, Malachi was a walking celebrity. He had Nyx change the structure of his face to avoid getting found out. Yeah, Rhett responded after a second, smiling. I have eyes for talents and money. I saw him making me a ton of money the instant I found him on the streets. Whiteshade kept staring at Malachi even after Rhett spoke. Is there a problem? Rhett asked, but Whiteshade still kept staring into Malachi's eyes as though entranced. What's his name? Whiteshade asked after a moment. That is of no concern to you. The guards behind Whiteshade tensed, but before any one of them could move, he hit his cane on the concrete floor. He sent a cold glance toward them, and they each straightened before bowing their heads. Idiots, Whiteshade thought coldly. Rhett was known by all in the city as a drunk and a waste. Always acting friendly and free, and many always seemed to forget that he was a freaking bloom. He could raise this place to the ground in a second, but it's a chance. Still, there was a reason he hadn't packed up and moved his operation the instant Rhett discovered this place. He had seen the opportunity. Whiteshade stood straight and faced Rhett, whose expression had somehow turned cold. Forgive my rudeness, Captain Rhett. I misspoke. Allow me to make it up to you. Rhett's grin returned as he heard that, and Whiteshade pressed on. You seem confident in your warrior, so I thought I would give you a chance for a bigger win. How would you like to be the main event tonight? Rhett grinned even wider, clearly liking the idea. The main event would be watched by all, which meant more bets, better odds, more money to win. Rhett didn't need to say anything to hint that he was game. His grin said it all, but Whiteshade wasn't done. Also, seeing as you're so confident, perhaps you would be willing to up the stakes. Rhett raised an eyebrow. What do you have in mind? I will give you 50,000 credits to place a bet on him for the fight, and in return you'll have to do a small favor for me. Rhett glanced at Malachi, meeting his cold eyes. He smiled, then nodded at Whiteshade, shaking his outstretched hand. You have a deal. Great, Whiteshade said, happy his plan had finally worked. Now to make sure we all keep our promises, I would suggest we use this. He stretched out his hand, and one of his guards placed 2 bracelet-looking devices in it. The instant Malachi saw it, he was shocked but made sure to mask it well. A Clossibane. How wouldn't Malachi recognize a weapon capable of killing even a bloom? They were designed just like lifeguards, but their effects were far more direct. When worn, they released countless nanite-like bombs into the bloodstream, already activated. They were each controlled by the AI programmed into the devices and governed by the set of clauses agreed by the parties. If one person was determined by the AI to be breaching the clauses, the bombs within them would instantly explode. If anyone tried to remove them, they would also instantly explode. It was a device extremely rare inside the dome, and for this man to have one Malachi had just concluded he was an important figure in this city. I'm sure I don't have to explain what this is, Captain Rhett. Whiteshade's eyes glinted as Rhett gazed at the Clossabane calmly. In all honesty, the only way one could use them to kill blooms was if they allowed it to be worn, and truly, no one in their right mind should accept something like this. But Whiteshade was taking a chance. He won't be able to refuse, he thought calmly. This was the opportunity he saw to get a Blood Knight captain under his control. That small favor was vague and could mean anything, but he knew Rhett wouldn't care to think that far. He was a compulsive gambler who wouldn't miss a chance to bet. And true to form, Rhett grinned and nodded. Sounds like fun. Looks like I'll be getting rich today. Whiteshade smiled from under his mask. He didn't waste time and quickly finalized the clauses. And after settling everything, they both wore their devices. Get him registered and escort him to the arena, Whiteshade instructed one of his guards, who led Malachi toward the attendant. The people on the line cleared the way instantly. Why don't you join me in watching the show, Captain? Whiteshade asked, and Rhett instantly nodded, following him. I can't believe it worked. Name, Valentine. The receptionist glanced up, raising an eyebrow. Name, he asked again, as though trying to confirm if he heard right. Valentine, Malachi answered succinctly. The attendant furrowed his brows. Listen, kid, I know this is all a formality, but do you really want to be called that in front of all these people? He gestured to the hundreds gathered, roaring at the top of their lungs. But before Malachi could respond, the guard behind him stepped forward, cold eyes boring down. Just shut up and register him. The attendant shivered. He nodded quickly and wrote down the name. He asked Malachi a few questions like height and weight, but Malachi gave a blank expression to all of them. What homeless kid cared about height and weight? After a minute, Malachi was registered in the system. The guard led him toward the door Malachi had noticed earlier, the one without a nameplate. Inside, his eyes landed on two staircases, one leading down, the other up. The guard gestured downward, and after a brief glance up, Malachi began his descent. Throughout the silent walk, his thoughts were churning. It worked even better than expected. Everything that had happened so far had been within their plans. At the base, Rhett had told him everything he knew about the Red Maw. It was a gambling den filled with various games. Some came to place bets on fights in other games. Others brought representatives to fight for them. The games ranged from card battles to one-on-one duels and more. But Malachi had no interest in cards. He had never played. The moment Rhett mentioned the fighting ring, Malachi's attention had locked on. He remembered Rhett's words. Only at most node formation evolvers can participate. They're trying to minimize the risk of Grade 3 darkness creatures forming in case of unexpected deaths. Grade 2 can still be managed. The moment those words left Rhett's lips, the plan had taken full shape in Malachi's mind. He was a node formation evolver. He was going to fight, but the plan didn't stop there. Rhett had also told him about the man in the white suit, someone who had been constantly trying to trap him into betting favors, trying to make Rhett his pawn. Rhett had always dodged it, but tonight, Malachi asked him not to. To fix the wreck that was their base, they needed a lot of money. And Malachi was going to get it, no matter what. At least he listened to me. Malachi was slightly surprised Rhett had gone through with it. With a Clossabane involved, the stakes had gone through the roof. It wasn't just their money on the line anymore, it was Rhett's life. And yet he still agreed. I still can't understand him. Either he was truly a compulsive gambler or he trusted Malachi that much. Malachi wasn't sure which. I'll think about it later. His eyes flashed cold as he reached the bottom of the stairs, following a narrow passage until it opened into a small room filled with several people. As Malachi entered the space, all eyes turned toward him. One of the guards in black suits approached. You're mandated to wear this. Malachi looked at the object in the man's hand, a regulator. He wasn't surprised. Rhett had already told him this would happen. To make things interesting, all contestants had to fight at Genesis level strength. He nodded and slipped it on, immediately feeling his strength drop to the Genesis stage. I still have my Vita sense. Despite the regulator, he could still feel the flow of Vita around him. Wait here and go through that door when your name is called. The guard gestured to the biggest door at the far end of the room before turning and walking away. Malachi shifted his gaze across the room. Some contestants stood, hunched against walls. Others were crumpled on the floor, bruised and bloody, struggling to breathe. A few sat comfortably on side benches, unbothered. Other contestants Malachi calmly identified, moving toward an empty wall and resting against it. Not even a second passed before his eyes glinted. Killing intent. He couldn't mistake the feeling. While it was normal to intimidate newcomers, Malachi could tell this was different. Someone genuinely wanted to kill him. His gaze turned and landed on a ripped man looking at him with open hostility. As their gazes met, the man stood, flanked by what Malachi assumed were his minions, and began approaching. This little runt's the one they used to replace me. The man scoffed, the disdain clear in his voice. He spat at Malachi's feet as he reached him, towering over him with menace. Brat, the main event tonight is mine. Quit now or I promise you'll regret ever stepping in here. Malachi raised his eyes and met the man's gaze. Then without a word, a wave rippled from him. Cold, killing intent. A shiver shot through the man's spine. He He took a step back before he even realized it. A second passed, then another, and when his actions registered, his eyes widened. Did I move backwards? He looked down at his foot in disbelief. His heartbeat was racing. His arms were trembling. I'm scared of him. The thought chilled his blood. A flush of red burned through his face as the shame settled in. You bast, he began to snarl, taking a step forward, but a voice boomed through the underground space. Ladies and gentlemen, I hope y'all are sitting on the edge of your seats because it's time for the main event. Roars and cheers erupted, silencing the confrontation. Get ready. The guard had addressed Malachi directly, sending a warning glance towards the man. The man gritted his teeth, glaring at Malachi for a long moment before backing away along with his minions. Looks like it's time. Unlike the man who was glaring holes into him, Malachi wasn't even looking at him. They were all wearing regulators, their powers lowered to the Genesis stage. He didn't see any of them as a threat. Malachi walked over to the large door just as the announcer's voice boomed again, calling the first participant. Ladies and gentlemen, prepare yourselves. The voice was filled with energy. This next warrior once crushed a darkness creature with his bare hands during a breakout in the Merkroot district. He's a one-man earthquake, a walking demolition. I give you Gorath the Crusher. A large man with steel-like muscles stepped confidently onto the arena, and the crowd erupted in thunderous cheers. Make us rich, Gorath. I'll bet my whole money on you. Crush his skull. The shouts were endless, and Gorath seemed to bask in every second of it. He walked proudly around the stage, raising his massive right arm, muscles rippling as the crowd chanted his name over and over. Gorath, Gorath, Gorath. The announcer's voice rang out once more, silencing the crowd. And his opponent. There was a pause. The announcer cleared his throat. Well, this is interesting. According to the card, a kid from the streets of Caerthorn. He looked again at the paper, frowning in confusion before blinking twice. He's got no prior fights on record, no achievements to his name, and he paused, exhaling in disbelief. Ladies and gentlemen, I give you Valentine. The gates opened. Malachi walked onto the stage with a steady gait, eyes focused, demeanor unflinching. The booing came almost instantly. "Bo!" The crowd screamed at the top of their lungs, hurling jeers and cold insults. "Go back to the streets, you little runt. Crush this idiot's skull, Gorath." The announcer cleared his throat awkwardly, struggling to maintain the energy. What is the fourth fleshling thinking? Never in all his years working here had anyone been booed this badly. It was as if the crowd themselves wanted to storm the stage and tear Malachi to pieces. "Looks like your warrior isn't well favored," Captain Rhett, Whiteshade said coolly beside him. But Rhett only smiled. "That's fine. Not many people can spot talent like I do. I told you, didn't I?" He grinned, eyes locked on the stage. The instant I set eyes on him, I saw myself becoming a fucked-in rich. His eyes remained fixed on Malachi, who stood below in complete silence, utterly calm and untouched by the chaos around him. Whiteshade narrowed his eyes slightly. He couldn't understand why Rhett trusted him this much, but more than that, there was something off. What was that feeling? Earlier, when he had stared into Malachi's eyes, there was something there. That wasn't the gaze of a street rat. Still, it doesn't matter. He shook the feeling off. Gorath's a long-standing champion. There's no way a child like that can beat him. He'd already had his guards run a scan on Malachi earlier. Only 2 nodes formed. That meant he was basically still a novice. This'll be an easy win. Whiteshade smiled under his mask and gave a small nod to the announcer. The announcer nodded back and cleared his throat, his voice rising once more. "Ladies and gentlemen, are you ready?" WHOAHH. The crowd's roar shook the entire arena. The announcer allowed their shouts to go on for some seconds before speaking again. All right. Now that you've all placed your bets, let's take a look at those odds." He gestured towards one of the screens. It suddenly flashed white before displaying the odds for the battle. Gorath 1.5, 10 Valentine, damn. The announcer couldn't help but think. If not for the mask covering his face, everyone would have seen how shocked he was. It was insane. Usually for the main events, the odds only ever differed by 1 or 2 points. Both fighters were always formidable. Whiteshade always selected people who would give the audience a good show. It made it harder for more people to make accurate choices when placing bets. However, The announcer shrugged. It's easy money. He couldn't help but smile. There was just no way someone with a name like Valentine and looking so wretched could win this fight. The announcer used the brief moment while the crowd was checking the odds to approach the bookie and place his bet. About 75 should be enough. He confidently placed 75 of his entire savings on Gorath before moving back towards the stage. I can't wait. He could already imagine what he'd do with the money. The others in the audience shared his sentiments, and those who hadn't placed their bets quickly did so. Within seconds, the crowd was filled with excited cheers and praise directed towards Gorath. "Finish this in a second, Gorath. No mercy. Show him why he belongs on the streets." Meanwhile, while the people were cheering for Gorath, Rhett's gaze couldn't help but bulge as he saw those numbers. 10. The number thundered in his mind. He couldn't believe it. I should have done this years ago, he thought. Right now, Whiteshade had bumped their money up to 50,000 points, which meant if Malachi won, he could expect 500,000 points. Red had never held that sort of money in his life. Before he knew it, his mouth had started drooling. He couldn't wait. Just as more people started shouting, the announcer's voice rang out and they all quickly went silent. "You all know the rules," he said before turning towards Malachi. "But for our newcomer here, I'll explain. They're very simple. You're both wearing regulators and your strengths will both be limited to the Genesis stage. It'll be pure hand-to-hand battle and no weapons are allowed. Aside from this, anything goes." Malachi nodded toward the announcer, signaling he got it. The announcer clapped his hands loudly. "Now, are you ready?" The crowd's roar shook the entire underground arena, and as they settled, his voice rumbled once more. "Let the battle begin. Get him, Goralth. Let us go." As the people erupted in cheers, Malachi's gaze settled on his opponent. He's big. The man was massive. He had ripped, steel-like muscles that bulged with his every move. He was shirtless and only had a small beast hide covering his crotch like some ancient gladiator. "He doesn't see me as a threat." Although the battle had begun, the man still faced the audience, arms raised, basking in their praise. Malachi's mind flashed with different ways he could swiftly end this man's life, weapon or no weapon. But he held himself back. "I have to make it convincing." He had made a change of plans after finding out about the true nature of this place, and right now he was putting things in place. He decided to wait, but luckily he didn't have to wait long. After a few more seconds, Goralth turned and faced Malachi. "Today's about to be your worst day ever, kid. You made a big mistake coming here." He flashed a toothy grin as he began walking towards Malachi. "You'd be better off giving up. Getting beaten by your owner is leagues better than what I'm about to do to you," he threatened. But despite the obvious threat, Goralth's gaze couldn't help but narrow when he received not even a single response. He fixed his eyes on the scrawny street rat. The boy was staring back at him calmly. He's not trembling. The street rat had unluckily matched up with him today. Goralth had expected some sort of shaking. But not only was the boy not shaking, his eyes were also clear. He'd seen this before. Kids who thought they could face the world just because they'd survived the streets of Silverstein. "I'll show you how the real world works." He only shook his head. "Suit yourself. I'll make it painful." His words had barely dropped before he rocketed forward. His legs moved faster than his size should have allowed. He closed the distance between them, right fist tearing towards Malachi's head. Malachi's stance shifted. He veered right, allowing the fist to shoot past empty air. He dodged. Goralth's eyes narrowed in shock. "I'll get him now." He stomped down to kill his momentum, then immediately thrust his left fist at Malachi's stomach. But again, Malachi's body moved like it knew. A quick veer to the left and the attack missed. "Stay still, you stupid brat," Goralth roared. He followed up with a sweeping kick meant to take Malachi off his feet, but again his eyes couldn't help but widen as Malachi shot back, easily evading the attack. Goralth's eyes were wide as he stared at Malachi, who now stood a few meters away. He was shocked, but he wasn't the only one. Within the mask, Whiteshade's eyes had narrowed. The crowd's roaring had fallen silent. Many had expected the battle to end with one hit. However, not only had that not happened, Goralth's attacks had been completely evaded. Goralth clenched his fists. He didn't need to turn to know that all eyes were on him. People had already placed their bets. There was no going back now. He could feel the warning in their stares, and it made his skin crawl. The humiliation. Goralth gritted his teeth. "Stupid street rat. I'll make sure you never use those two legs again." Goralth's leg tensed. The ground beneath him cracked as he blasted forward with insane momentum, his right knee screaming toward Malachi's face. But before it could land, Malachi's body jerked to the side, evading the attack. Goralth didn't miss a beat. He skidded across the ground, killing his momentum before launching back in with a sweeping kick aimed at Malachi's lower torso. But again, Malachi shifted back just as quickly, evading the strike. He roared, "Stop slipping away, you damned roach." Goralth erased the distance between them, arms flying to his chest before his fists blurred forward, unleashing multiple crushing punches at once. But no matter how fast or how brutal, Malachi's legs moved rapidly, his body shifting with him. Goralth's blows tore through the air in blurs, missing Malachi by mere inches. His balance was perfect, his technique elite. All those years of moving through the balance course back at his makeshift training course were now showing. Goralth was livid. He couldn't believe what was happening. It was supposed to end with the first punch on the first second, but he couldn't even land a hit. He could feel the eyes on him again, the cold gazes, the darkened expressions. People had bet their life savings on an easy win. If he lost here, he wouldn't live to see tomorrow. He gritted his teeth, and the sweat around his body turned searing hot. Steam radiated from him in waves as an overwhelming surge of power roared through his body. Goralth stomped forward, the ground beneath him exploding from the force. His fist blasted out, roaring toward Malachi's chest with more power than he had ever shown before. "I've got him." Goralth's eyes glinted, certain of his victory. But at that moment, a thought passed through Malachi's mind. That should be enough. His figure vanished to the side. Goralth's punch screamed into empty space. Before Goralth's eyes could widen, Malachi closed the distance, fist tearing toward Goralth's chin. Shit. That was his last thought before the punch connected. The force of the blow lifted Goralth clean off the ground. but before he could even fall, Malachi's leg crashed in from the side, slamming into his chin and rattling his brain. Goralth's vision blurred, his body weakened. He could have sworn he saw the street rat's eyes flash crimson before everything went black. Thud, the heavy sound of Goralth's body hitting the floor echoed through the arena. Malachi slowly turned his calm gaze up toward the audience. Silence. No one spoke, not a single sound was made. The audience stared as if they had just witnessed the impossible. Ha ha ha, yes, 500,000, I'm rich, I'm rich. Rhett's excitement couldn't be contained. He turned toward Whiteshade and stretched out his hand for a handshake, but Whiteshade wasn't looking at Rhett. Despite the excitement in the air, his gaze hadn't left Malachi for even a second. All the guards in the room had tensed. 500,000 points was a massive loss. Far too much for them to let go easily. Hands reached for weapons. Cold gazes turned toward Rhett. He might be a bloom, but in the eyes of the city, he was still a well-known waste. They waited for Whiteshade's order. Rhett turned and noticed the guards looking at him coldly. He chuckled. Aren't you guys cute? A grin stretched across his face. He looked at the guards as if he were staring at a flock of chickens. Don't tell me. The grin vanished. A chill spread through the room. You're going back on your word, he asked, tilting his head slightly. The guards felt their hearts pounding, legs trembling. But before the matter could escalate, a loud thump of a stick striking the ground echoed through the room. That's enough. At Whiteshade's command, the guards instantly bowed and stepped back. Whiteshade turned toward Rhett. I apologize for the rudeness once more, Captain Rhett. We will keep our word. Rhett fixed his gaze on Whiteshade. The man clutched his cane with both hands. Though Rhett couldn't see his face, he could feel it. Whiteshade was pissed. But did he care? No, all he heard was, we will give you the money. Rhett smiled wide. All is forgiven, all is forgiven. They were both about to shake hands when a cold voice drifted from the stage. Is this all you're capable of? Rhett and Whiteshade froze. They slowly turned their gazes downward to where Malachi stood, looking directly at them. Oh, what are you doing, my sweet money maker? Rhett was confused as he stared at Malachi, but it was Whiteshade who broke the silence. What? His cold eyes bore down on Malachi, but Malachi's gaze didn't flinch. Coming to the Red Maw, I expected more. But if this is all you have, then I'm very disappointed. The underground den fell so silent that a pin drop would have sounded like a bomb. Many in the audience couldn't help but gulp. There was one rule everyone instinctively followed in the Red Maw: do not cross the man in white. Yet this street rat had done just that. Whiteshade's voice finally came again low. You won one fight. Don't let that little rush fool you into thinking you're worth anything. Know who you're speaking to. I'm speaking to you. Malachi's voice was unnervingly steady. It looked like a child challenging a dragon. I came here searching for a fight, but all I got was useless trash who couldn't even land a hit. I'm disappointed, and I'm expressing that disappointment to you. Who do you think you are that I can't speak to? Whiteshade clenched his cane, fingers tightening hard. His eyes were glacial. The only reason your head is still on your shoulders is out of respect for the captain. You sound confident, Malachi said suddenly, a cold smile appearing on his lips. Then why don't we increase the stakes? Rhett's eyes widened in horror. No, 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 what are you doing, my money maker? He could feel it. Something bad was about to happen. What do you mean? Whiteshade asked coldly. We increased the stakes, Malachi repeated. To make it interesting, I'll bet my life and the money we just won. No, Rhett screamed internally, but there was nothing he could do unless he wanted to blow Malachi's cover. Whiteshade stared at Malachi in silence for a moment. And what do you want in return, your cane? That's all I want. Gasps rippled through the crowd. The atmosphere grew tense. Everyone could feel it, the rage pouring off Whiteshade. Malachi had bet his life and money for a cane. There was no doubt about it. He was looking down on Whiteshade. The crowd soon went silent as everyone awaited Whiteshade's response. Many were already subtly betting at the side, claiming there was just no way this street rat was walking out of here alive, not after the hornet's nest he had stirred. I'll choose the game. At Whiteshade's words, many gazes widened. That was the last thing they were expecting. Most had anticipated instant execution, one of his guards stepping forward to sever the boy's head and make an example out of him. Still, from his voice, it seemed Whiteshade meant what he said. As long as we all have equal strengths, Malachi calmly said. It's better this way, Whiteshade thought to himself. He sent a glance over to Rhett by his side. The captain was watching the events calmly, saying nothing. I can get the lost money back. A bloom, waste or not, wasn't someone Whiteshade was looking to cross. Right now, he wasn't high enough in his family to have a bloom as a guard, and even if he did, all his years of work were rooted inside the underground den. He wasn't ready to burn it all down over a fight. He'll respect the bet. It was a trait Rhett had, a waste, but still surprisingly fair when it came to gambling. When he lost, he gritted his teeth and accepted it. And when he won, he looked like not even the world could stop him from collecting. Whiteshade didn't care what sort of deal Rhett had made with the street rat, but he would use the kid's overconfidence for his gain. He simply nodded to Malachi's terms and gestured to one of his guards, whispering his orders. Rhett heard them all, but he didn't say anything. He sighed. Just what the hell was his money-maker planning? Soon enough, Whiteshade's orders reached the announcer, and he instantly cleared his throat, grabbing the attention of the dazed crowd. Many were still reeling from their loss. others in disbelief at the way a street rat had spoken to Whiteshade. "All right, listen up," the announcer's voice boomed and eyes turned to him. "I have good news. A chance for you to witness something great and also regain your lost money. Who's in?" The crowd was startled for a second, then burst into roars. "Yes, let's go," the announcer smiled. "What a devil kid." He sent a glance towards Malachi, who hadn't moved even a single spot since. Gorath's unconscious body lay at his feet. 75,000 points. He gritted his teeth. He had bet 75,000 out of his 100,000 savings against Malachi and lost it. He was pissed, but he held it in. I can make it back in this game. He had received Whiteshade's order for a new game, and he knew just how impossible it was for Malachi to win. He would make back his loss. He straightened his suit and regained his composure. Good, I love the energy," the announcer said. "Now the next battle is going to be a battle royale." He allowed the crowd's roar to settle before continuing. "Bring in the contenders." As he said this, multiple metal doors slid open, and figures walked onto the stage from all directions. About 30, Malachi calmly thought, inching slowly and carefully toward the edge of the arena. The last thing he wanted was unknown attacks raining down from multiple directions. From here, he could get a better view of his opponents. The first thing he did was confirm that regulators were on each one. When he did, his eyes roamed around, taking in the gathered people. They were of all shapes and sizes, large, ripped, chubby, small. All had watched the previous battle, and all eyes were on him. "He's here too, M." The man who had confronted him before he came onto the stage. His eyes were still cold, killing intent bleeding from them. "He's trying to get close." Malachi could see the ripped man subtly inching forward. No doubt he wanted to be the first to attack when the signal was given. Malachi tore his cold gaze away and focused on the announcer, who had continued speaking. "The rules for this Royal Rumble are simple," the announcer said. "When the signal is given, you all fight until there is one left standing on the arena. Once you're thrown off the arena, you're out, whether you're still capable of fighting or not. Any questions?" He asked the contenders and nodded when he received none. "Now, before we begin, our Honorable Whiteshade himself would like to address you all." People sent confused glances toward Whiteshade, wondering what he planned on saying. Whiteshade stepped forward with his cane. "In the spirit of today's games, I would like to spice things up a bit. This, of course, is not part of the rules. You're all required to play a fair game, no cheating." He then turned sharply toward Malachi. "I will offer a sum of 30,000 credits to whoever takes him down." The people followed Whiteshade's gaze until it landed on Malachi. There was a palpable silence in the room. Then a chill. Every single warrior on the arena turned toward Malachi, gazes cold. 30,000 credits, that was a lot of money. Malachi felt his skin crawl. The people stared at him as though he were prey, but he met each cold stare with one of his own. His back was straight, his body ready for battle. He had faced an army of death and survived. If they came for him, he would make them regret it. "Ladies and gentlemen, are you ready?" "Ladies and gentlemen, are you ready?" The announcer's voice cut through, and just as the crowd's cheers peaked, his voice boomed again. "Let the Royal Rumble begin. Someone's coming." The announcer's voice had barely dropped before Malachi felt movement. He felt the Vita roaring through his body and reached outward. The world 20 meters around him ignited like a canvas. Malachi saw all, the expressions of the men around him hardening as they each prepared to move on him, the movements of their Vita, the tense of their legs, and the figure tearing through his Vita field with an explosive dash. A Sudrex, Malachi's thoughts were calm. The man he had fought earlier had also been a Sudrex. They were one of Sylvestein's ruling clans, but considering the fact that he was here fighting made his standing in the clan clear. The Sudrex were a clan with powers centered around their sweat glands. In simple terms, they controlled their body heat and could use it in battle for explosive movements. The man's movements were exactly that, explosive. Heat radiated off his body in steams, a thin coat of red surrounding his arm that screamed towards Malachi. But unfortunately for him, his opponent was someone who could read attacks coming from a mile away. Malachi jerked to the side, the blazing heat from the punch kissing his skin as the attack screamed past him. The man's eyes shot wide in shock. He moved to attack again, but Malachi had already retaliated. His fist came crashing down the side of the man's knee. The force of the blow shifted flesh and bone sharply to the side, a sharp snap ringing out as the bone broke and came out from the other side. Ah! The agonizing screams that tore out of the man's throat shattered the brief silence that had gripped the arena. Most hadn't even seen the movements. At one moment the announcer started the round, and the next, a man was screaming. As eyes found the source, they narrowed. A large man with muscles like steel stood in front of their target, right knee bent at an unnatural angle, shattered bones sticking out. His screams had turned high-pitched, sounding like a girl's, but the man didn't seem to care. He tried to limp away from the devil beside him, but he wasn't given such respite. Crack, a sickening sound rang out. The man looked down toward his left knee. Like the right, it had bent at an unnatural angle, bones sticking out. The man's balance left him before he could comprehend the events. He crumpled to the floor, crimson blood pooling beneath him. His screams came next, agonizing. "Arrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrr The crowd had fallen silent, and his screams were the only thing that rang out. The sounds of footsteps suddenly echoed, and people turned their trembling gazes to see the cause of their shock walking towards the screaming man. He reached him. Bam. His leg slammed into the man's face, sending his broken body out of the arena. One down. Malachi's voice sounded like the voice of death. He turned to face the other contenders, and many took a step backward, gulping. This kid, this devil, was brutal. Malachi's footsteps rang out once more as he began walking. Those around him took as many backward steps as he took, bodies tense, stances low. Many had activated their powers. Skins had hardened. Eyes had flushed another color. Hairs hovered above heads. Nails stuck out like claws, but no one made a move. The tension could be felt. No one wanted their knees broken. No one wanted to be the experiment. Silence gripped the underground den until one man broke it. 100,000. As Whiteshade's voice rang from above, the men's eyes turned red. 100,000, that was enough to purchase a full house on the good sides of Silverstein. Hands clenched, and they each gazed at Malachi with a new intensity. That money, there was no way they were letting it slip through their fingers. He's mine. A slender man with elongated, sword-like nails was the one to act first. He dashed from the back, nails moving to rip Malachi apart. But Malachi only sidestepped, the nails missed. His fist impacted the man's midsection, sending the air out of his lungs along with a mouthful of blood. Before the man could recover, a kick crashed onto the side of his knee, shattering it. He had barely begun screaming before another blow sent him hurling out of the arena. 2 down, Malachi said, but this time around there was no pause. As the nail man had moved, many had followed. Attacks rained down from every side, hair threading to bind him, greenish liquid that was undoubtedly poison, bone-crushing punches meant to shatter him, and because of this, the contender's eyes had lit up. With so many attacks hurtling toward Malachi at once, there was no way he could evade it with Genesis-rank strength. Now they just needed to figure out who would claim the takedown. It took a second, but as the attacks appeared inches away from their target, they saw it. He wasn't there. Eyes exploded wide. Crack, crack, crack. The sickening sound of bones breaking filled the entire underground den, followed by the piercing screams and the brutal thuds of bodies hitting the floor. The gazes of the crowd widened as they saw many of the contenders falling to the ground, their limbs broken. Their eyes darted around, searching for the source, only to lock onto a black blur weaving through the onslaught of men. Attacks rained down from multiple directions, aiming to bind, rip, and tear him apart. But he weaved through them like a flow of water, arms shooting forward and breaking bone. As the crowd began to comprehend the events, their hearts couldn't help but tremble. What were they watching? Malachi was also wearing a regulator. There was no doubt, which meant his strength was limited to the Genesis stage, just like the 30 other contenders on stage. From his speed and power, they could tell he hadn't bypassed it. However, Malachi's movements were the problem. He moved like he knew, dodging, striking, crippling. 3 movements done so seamlessly and rapidly it was insane. This was a street rat. Only the sounds of bones breaking echoed across the space, along with the painful cries of the contenders. Malachi held nothing back. He dodged a bone-crushing punch from a large man and followed up with a sharp blow to his knee, shattering it. The man had barely screamed before Malachi zipped past him, the sound of bones shattering echoing again and again. No matter what they tried, sneak attacks, group ambushes, Malachi moved like he had already anticipated it, weaving through it all. Soon enough, the final crack echoed, followed by a loud thud. At this point, the crowd's eyes were filled with nothing but shock. Every gaze was locked on Malachi. All around him, contenders writhed on the floor. Blood pooled beneath the feet of many, and their cries of pain continued to echo across the space. Despite the brutal scene, Malachi only stared at them coldly. His steps rang out as he moved toward one of the contenders, and everyone held their breath. What else did this monster child want to do again? Malachi seemed to hear their thoughts. He reached his target, and bam! Malachi slammed his foot into his face and sent him flying off the arena. He didn't wait. He moved quickly, slamming the other contenders and sending them flying from the stage one after the other. The crowd watched with chilled hearts, some of them subtly trembling as they took in the brutality unfolding before them. Malachi couldn't be more than 17. Seeing that level of savagery from a child, it hit them differently. Soon enough, Malachi kicked the last person off the arena and shook his head. It turned out to be even more disappointing than I thought, Malachi said, turning his gaze upwards toward Whiteshade. Even with all your tricks, they still couldn't land a hit. Useless, useless. Malachi shook his head and released a sigh. Well, it's my fault for hoping for more in a rundown place like this. Captain Rhett. Rhett licked his lips as Malachi fixed his gaze on him. Don't forget to collect our winnings and his cane. The entire underground watched as Malachi walked down from the stage, unable to utter even a single word. He approached a dazed guard and stretched out his arm with the regulator. The regulators could be said to be akin to handcuffs, but with far more functions. A set of codes was needed to unlock them once worn. The guard was so shocked and overwhelmed by the events that he subconsciously punched in the code and took the regulator, allowing Malachi to walk out. Whiteshade was utterly still. Shockingly, he hadn't moved throughout the events. His blue eyes were fixed on the spot Malachi had uttered those words, those humiliating words. His fingers clenched his cane so tightly his palm turned white. Only one thought roared in his mind: I'm going to kill him. Well, that was a good one, don't you think? The sound of Rhett's carefree voice only made things worse. Regardless, the stupid man was a bloom. Whiteshade reeled in his anger and turned toward Rhett. Rhett grinned. Good. Ah, it's been a long night. I think I'm ready to leave now. I'll take my winnings. Rhett felt the tension in the room spike at that mention, but he never lost his smile. He stretched out his arm and waited. Whiteshade stared at the hand for a second before taking it. Of course, I'm a man of my word. Though he said that, there was no hiding your true feelings from a bloom. Rhett ignored the man's gritted teeth as their lifeguards met, and the enormous sum was transferred to him. Rhett took his arm back and stared at his lifeguard with disbelief. He still couldn't believe he had that sort of money on him. My arm feels a little heavier, Rhett chuckled. He couldn't wait to spend it all. His eyes narrowed as he saw Whiteshade walking out of the room. Aren't you forgetting something? Rhett's words stopped Whiteshade in his tracks. He turned slowly to see Rhett pointing at his cane. Your cane, hand it over. Rhett ignored Whiteshade's clenched arms as he stretched his hand out, waiting. Whiteshade stared at the hand, clutching the cane tightly. With a deep breath, he walked forward and handed it to Rhett, who took it with a smile, looking at it carefully to see if it was worth something. Without a single word, Whiteshade turned and walked out of the room, his guards in tow. Haha, that was awesome. That was amazing. Rhett's booming voice broke the quiet night, and Malachi couldn't help but roll his eyes at the dramatic reaction. They had left the underground den and were now in the forest. It's just money. Why are you so happy? Malachi asked. Oh, Malachi, my boy, you're still too young to understand. When you get to my age, you'll understand the importance of being stupid rich. Aside from whoring around and getting drunk in bars, Rhett paused. Damn that Layla. You're teaching this boy nonsense. He cleared his throat. Of course not. Money's important for, training and all that stuff. But Malachi could spot the lie from a mile away. I'm sure it is, he said, stepping toward him and stretching out his arm. Now transfer all the money to me. Rhett's eyes almost bulged out of their sockets. He gasped, suddenly taking a step back as though he had just heard blasphemy. There's no way I'm trusting you with that money, not after everything you've been known to do. Hand it over, Malachi said. No. This sum is it's too much for you to handle by yourself. As a captain, I can't allow it. But Malachi stared at him dead in the eye. We both know I have a bloom always watching my back. Nix will protect me. The money will be safe. Rhett seemed completely unwilling. He clutched the arm with the lifeguard tight, like he couldn't bear to part with it. This was the first time he was seeing that amount of money. There was just no way he could let it go. We can split it. Yes, you'll hold 50, I'll hold 50. That way we have a failsafe in case one of us loses access. Malachi shook his head and decided to be firmer. No, that won't work. I want to hold all of it. I was the one who fought. I won it, not you. If you want a cut, I should be the one giving it to you. Rhett stared at Malachi with a pleading gaze. He knew the boy was right, but still, was he just supposed to let go of all that money? And if you don't care about that, Malachi continued, then at least think about the future of the squad. You're a compulsive gambler. You'll only end up spending all this money on useless things. Hand it over. After a lot of reluctance, and after Malachi resorted to threats, warning Rhett that he'd go tell Whiteshade about their entire ploy, Rhett had been beyond shocked. If Whiteshade found out, rumors would spread that he was a cheat. Still, he eventually gave in and transferred the entire sum to Malachi. Malachi nodded. Good, he said, looking at Rhett, who seemed to have lost height from how much his shoulders slumped. How about we go celebrate? Rhett's eyes lit up like lanterns. Had he heard right? Wait, Rhett paused. What do you mean by celebrate? Malachi was a training freak, that much was well known. His idea of celebration could very well be a night of brutal sparring. Malachi seemed to think for a moment. A bar? Rhett froze. Then a wide grin stretched across his face. You read my mind. A few minutes later, the loud chatter and the clanging of cups slamming onto wooden tables reached Malachi's ears. They were both seated on the VIP side of one of the most famous bars in the Care Thorn district. The good side of town, Rhett had said. It was located close to the main city of Silverstein, like all other high-end places. The closer a place was from the main city, the higher the cost of living. Rhett hadn't held back. The instant they entered, he ordered expensive wines and called numerous women to their booth. The alcohol of their new society had already been modified to affect even blooms. Incredibly pricey, yes, but Rhett seemed confident in their pockets tonight. The music was loud, and Rhett drank and drank until he was clearly drunk. He jumped around, played with the women, laughed, and made vulgar jokes. Malachi had never been more uncomfortable in his life. He'd honestly have preferred a night in the pits to this. The music was deafening, and there were far too many people in his space. He couldn't count how many death glares he'd sent to barely dressed women who tried to touch him. They each felt a chill wash over them before instinctively backing away, some even scurrying far off. The noise in the bar dulled his senses, and every second he spent there, one thought kept hammering at him: how off guard they'd be if an enemy struck now. He hated every second of it. He had to get out, and he had to get out now. This should be enough. Malachi stood subtly and slipped toward the exit, making sure Rhett hadn't noticed. He paid for the drinks, apparently spending an absurd 7,000 credits before leaving the club entirely. It's late. The sun had long since set, but the streets still buzzed with life, glowing under the city lights. Whiteshade's cane was firm in his grip as Malachi broke into a sprint, weaving through the streets. His appearance as a street rat made most people ignore him outright. Some even veered away, hoping to avoid getting robbed. But Malachi wasn't after any of them. He didn't stop running and soon left the good side of town behind. The farther he got, the fewer people he saw and the darker the streets became. Eventually, he reached a road with barely any lights and almost no pedestrians. Malachi slowed his pace and began walking calmly. He could feel the eyes on him, their cold intent. He stopped beside an alleyway, then walked into it. After a few seconds, he reached the dead end and turned to face the entrance. "You can come out now," Malachi said. It looked like he was talking to himself. But from within the darkness, multiple figures emerged, each wearing a cold, wild grin. "Looks like what they said about the street rat was true. He's a perceptive one, eh?" one of them said, and the others' gazes sharpened. They spread out, covering every possible escape path. Despite their hostility, Malachi remained calm. He scanned them casually. 6 of them, all node formation, at most 4 cores. They were dressed like typical Care Thorn locals, unrefined beast hides barely covering them, only focusing on sensitive areas. They looked like random thugs trying to rob an unlucky boy. But Malachi knew better. He sent them. 500,000 credits was a lot of money, enough to establish a large business. To build a mansion from scratch on the good sides of the main city, it was most definitely more than enough to revamp their entire base. Despite all of this, Malachi had still gone out of character and pushed everything to the brink, staking it all for a cane he threw to the side without blinking. The men stared at Malachi's action in bafflement. "He might have lost it," one of the men on the side said. "That's not really our business. He could have a few screws loose for all I care." "It's not changing anything." The man who spoke was the biggest of the thugs, about 6 feet tall and filled with rippling muscles. He turned towards the scrawny-looking kid and gazed at him with nothing but contempt. "All right, rat," the man said, cracking his knuckles. "You may have pulled off some sort of miracle in the Red Maw, but this is real life. No regulators, no rules. And death is very real. You need to come out of your fantasies and behave accordingly." He took Malachi's silence as a response and smiled coldly. "Now, if you've gotten all that, let's start with your clothes. Take them off. Let's see some skin." The man burst into laughter, followed by the others around him, laughing and making jokes. The large man stopped laughing. He tilted his head, looking at Malachi with interest. The boy hadn't done anything. He hadn't even moved an inch from his position. And from the cold look he was giving him, he could tell Malachi had no intention of listening. The man sighed, silencing the others. "Looks like what they say about him is true. Head so far up in his ass, he thinks he's something." He shook his head and turned away, waving his arm. "Get high," but his words had barely dropped before a chill gripped his spine. The large man only had time to glance to the side before a fist slammed into his chin. What? He felt his brain rattle in his skull, his vision darkening. He was still trying to make sense of what the hell just happened. He'd gotten a glimpse of the attacker. No doubt about it, Malachi had just punched him. How? This was the problem. How? The kid had been standing a distance away, and he hadn't seen him move. When I turned, his thoughts snapped into place. Malachi had taken advantage of that slight moment he turned, that brief moment. The man's thoughts were still in disbelief as he collapsed, unconscious. The men around recoiled backward in shock, eyes wide, utter disbelief written all over them. But Malachi didn't miss a beat. He flowed in for the next attack, body moving seamlessly. He swept another off his feet, sending a kick to the head that knocked him out instantly. Malachi, taking down the second man, snapped the others out of their reverie. Their eyes narrowed before quickly activating their powers. Flashes of light ignited in the dark alleyways as attacks tore towards Malachi. But his thoughts moved faster than they could ever imagine. Mostly limbs. No node formed in brains. That was good news. News Malachi took full advantage of. He reached out and felt the Vita in the air, mapping out each attack to its barest form. He moved and shifted, weaving through them with ease before landing crushing blows on each of their chins. Before any of them could react, they felt their brains rattle and their visions blur. None of them could say a word before they crumpled to the floor with loud thuds, unconscious. "I'm getting used to this." Malachi's Vita sense was by far his most useful ability, to him anyway. Without it, he wasn't sure where he'd be now. It made predicting opponents' moves way easier. Back with the army of darkness creatures, then with the army of men and women in the betting ring, and now these thugs. It made narrowing the gap easier. They each had at least 3 nodes formed, and Malachi, with only 2, had still been able to defeat them so swiftly. He held back his excitement and walked to the end of the alleyway. He hadn't killed any of them. He had only knocked them unconscious. He wasn't ready to deal with multiple Grade 2 darkness creatures tonight. He's here. Malachi turned towards the alley entrance and waited. 3 silhouettes emerged from the darkness, their steps echoing as they approached. They stopped a few meters from him, the unconscious bodies of the thugs still between them. "You're full of many surprises," said the man donned in a pure white suit, his face covered by a mask, looking at Malachi with intrigue. Odd, considering he'd wanted nothing more than to rip him apart piece by piece earlier. There was no way Malachi could forget this man, Whiteshade, and flanking him were 2 of his guards, Synergy Stage Evolvers. It was a level he couldn't handle. A level far beyond his current reach. Whiteshade's gaze shifted to the cane, discarded off to the side. He took in a deep, shuddering breath, steadying himself. "Fetch it." One of the guards blurred, and the cane landed in Whiteshade's outstretched hand in an instant. I didn't see his movements. Despite his incredible perception, the man had entered his Vita field and exited it, and he hadn't even caught the movement. Whiteshade ignored Malachi's narrowed eyes and dusted the cane like it was a prized possession. To think this rat had dared to discard it. "The captain?" Whiteshade asked. Still partying at the bar, one of the guards replied. Whiteshade nodded. He turned towards Malachi, eyes cold. "I heard you paid the bills at the club, which means, by some miracle, you're holding the money." Whiteshade casually brushed his cane. 500,000 credits. That's a lot of money for a street rat. And not even a waste like Captain Rhett is stupid enough to trust someone like you with that kind of cash, which means. His voice dropped. "Either you stole it from him by some miracle, or you're not who you say you are." Whiteshade spoke with certainty. It was clear he'd given all this a lot of thought. "My money's on the latter," he said, eyes narrowing as he studied Malachi, like he was trying to piece together something that didn't add up. "What are you hiding?" Of course, Whiteshade sighed. He wasn't surprised by the silence. It was never that easy. "You see, I think you're a spy, sent by one of the other clans to find out more about the Red Maw." He tilted his head. "Now you don't have to admit that, not yet. I came here tonight planning to torture and kill you, but you've managed to pique my interest. Your fighting skills are remarkable, and you clearly know how to use your head, though you've unfortunately met your match." A slow, amused breath left him. "I believe I'll find a better use for you as my slave." Whiteshade kept talking, on, but Malachi said nothing, not a word. He just stood there observing. He wasn't shocked by how things had played out, not one bit. This was exactly what he wanted. Despite already having enough money to repair the base, Malachi had kept pushing, had bet everything, even his life, for a cane. But it had never been about the cane. It was never about the money either. It worked well enough. He had stepped on Whiteshade's pride, riled him up just enough to end up here in the dead of the night, facing him along with 2 Synergy Stage Evolvers at his side, giving him the illusion of security. But the truth was simple. Whiteshade's life had never been secure, not since the moment he decided to go after Malachi. Whiteshade's words eventually slowed, then stopped. He looked at Malachi, still standing there with those cold eyes. He didn't like those eyes. "Bring him to his knees," he ordered, and at that same moment Malachi finally spoke. "Nix." A second passed, nothing happened. Whiteshade narrowed his eyes. He had just given a direct command, yet the street rat was still standing, still looking at him with those annoyingly cold eyes. "Are you deaf?" He sent a glance backward, only for his gaze to narrow. Both guards had taken a step forward, arms stretched toward Malachi as if to grasp him, but they were utterly still, like time had paused for them. Only one part of their bodies moved, their eyes, and as Whiteshade met the trembling gazes of his guards, he saw it instantly. Fear, a trap. A shiver ran down his spine. He gripped his cane tightly before unsheathing a hidden blade within it. He lowered into a stance, eyes darting around, trying to pinpoint the threat. But Whiteshade instinctively knew how hopeless the situation was. Something or someone had frozen 2 Synergy Stage Evolvers with ease. What was a node formation like him supposed to do? "How did I fall for this?" He sent a cold glare toward the one person he suspected, the one who had set it all up. Killing intent bled from his eyes. "What did you do?" He spat, blade pointed straight at him. Malachi's expression didn't shift. He simply began walking forward, steps steady. "Who are you?" Malachi could sense the fear bleeding out of him, the cautious kind, fear of the unknown. He had thought of Malachi as prey seconds ago, but now the tables had turned. "W, who sent you?" Whiteshade's voice cracked as Malachi got closer. The street rat stood inches from the blade, no guard raised, no weapon in sight, an opportunity Whiteshade didn't hesitate to take. He gritted his teeth, lunged forward, and thrust the blade. But Malachi veered to the right like he'd expected it, closing the distance in a blink. Whiteshade's clear blue eyes widened in disbelief, right before Malachi's palm connected with his mask-covered face. The force sent him flying into a wooden wall with a loud impact. "Make them unconscious." The guard's trembling eyes widened as Malachi passed by, his order ringing out. A wave of disorientation hit them and their vision flushed black. Their bodies dropped to the floor with solid thuds, unconscious. Malachi didn't spare them a glance. His eyes were fixed on the man in white, now struggling to stand. Whiteshade looked at his fallen guards, then back at Malachi with a trembling glare. He planned for this. His mind reeled. He'd been lured. He wasn't the predator, he was the... Whiteshade forced himself to clear his thoughts. He had to escape somehow. He gripped his blade tighter and lunged again, only for Malachi to shift slightly and bury his fist deep into his gut. The air left Whiteshade's lungs, pain surging through his entire body. As Malachi stepped back, he collapsed, hands clutching his midsection, struggling to stay conscious. "Do you know who you're dealing with? You'll never get out of this alive," Whiteshade hissed, voice low and cold, reeling from the punch. He looked up to see Malachi was staring down at him silently. That pause was all the confirmation he needed. Whiteshade began to laugh. "Oh, you stupid fool. You don't even know who you're dealing with, do you?" His laughter grew louder as he pointed toward the unconscious guards, standing up slightly. "You can't kill me. The Blood Knights will surround this location before you can flee, which means you're after something." His voice shifted, calmer now, composed in a way that didn't match his condition. Unfortunately, the wilderness was different from any stronghold in the West. Every citizen was fitted with lifeguards from birth. Deaths, or even near deaths, automatically triggered alerts to the Blood Knights, who arrived as fast as possible. Whiteshade knew this well. It was why murder inside the dome was rare, something only the upper class would dare to do. "After all this is over," he said, gaze burning with rage, "I will make sure you're hunted to the ends of the dome. You'll never ask." Another palm slammed into Whiteshade's head, jerking him sideways into the wall. He hit the ground again. Blood dripped from his head and his mask finally cracked. It fell apart, revealing his face. Malachi's gaze landed on a youthful figure in his late teens. His bald head was as smooth as his skin. No beard, no mustache, brown skin, clear blue eyes staring up at him, amused. A Sudrex. Malachi identified immediately, but not just any Sudrex. If he had the resources to create a place like the Red Maw at such a young age, Malachi was certain he was someone important. Whiteshade seemed to notice the pause in Malachi's eyes and grinned. "I am Legan Sil Sutrex," he said, voice hoarse but proud, "the fourth fleshling of the Sutrex clan. There is no escape, whoever the fuck you are. You're a spy, aren't you?" He spat blood, grinning through the pain. "It doesn't matter. You might as well take off your disguise now. It's useless at this point." Forced himself to stand, though shakily, looking down at Malachi with disdain. The Sutrex were kings in Caer Thorn district, one of the leading clans, and as a fleshling, Legan was a direct descendant, akin to a Vane. Mistakenly bumping into someone like him on the streets was enough to have one's entire lineage erased, and this street rat had hit him multiple times. Despite his condition, Legan's confidence burned bright. He was sure this spy would begin trembling after hearing who he was. But Malachi's next words made his eyes narrow. "You can stop altering my appearance now. Who's he talking to?" Legan blinked. He hadn't missed the name Malachi muttered earlier before his guards had been frozen. Before he could process it, Malachi's face began to shift and morph. He's revealing his true self. Legan's eyes stayed locked as the black hair shifted from rusted brown to red to blood red. His eyes flushed to the same hue, and his features sharpened into that of a boy with a cold, handsome face. Innocent yet terrifying, no way. Legan's heart slammed against his chest. That face. It's impossible. He felt like the world was lying to him, but he was far too logical to believe otherwise right now. It was right in front of him. There wasn't a single person in the West who wouldn't recognize that face, those crimson eyes, that crimson hair. The ninth vein of the Sanguine family, Malachi von Sanguine. The silver light from the moon bathed the alleyway in its radiance, as though marking the moment the devastating realization was made. Under this light, Whiteshade just stared unable to utter even a single word, but Malachi had never been one for patience. Bam! A palm slammed into the side of Whiteshade's face. Blood and spittle sprayed through the air as his body was sent crashing into the wooden wall. The overwhelming pain seemed to snap him out of his reverie. He crumpled to the floor, ears ringing from the force of the blow. Blood leaked from his mouth as he struggled to rise, but despite everything, his mind remained fixed on trying to comprehend what was happening. "In ninth vein," Whiteshade croaked, as if needing to confirm it, as if hoping he was mistaken. But the seconds dragged on and all he received was Malachi's cold, quiet stare, the same gaze he'd seen through the screens during the hunt. "It's him." Whiteshade's heart pounded like it would explode. All he could think about was how he'd treated Malachi up till now, the way he'd spoken down to him, the way he'd ordered men to gang up and beat him, the way he'd threatened the ninth vein of the Sanguine clan said he'd make him a slave. Suddenly, everything began to make sense. His fighting skills, those piercing eyes that had never belonged to any street rat he'd ever seen, the unshakable confidence. He hadn't been dealing with a rat. From the very beginning, he'd been dealing with a prince of the West. Legan gave a soft, bitter chuckle despite his pain. Did I actually threaten him with the Sudrex clan? He couldn't help but imagine how absurd that must have sounded in Malachi's ears, like an ant baring its teeth at a giant. If the Sanguine clan caught wind that someone had harmed a Vane, the Sudrex clan would be wiped out that same night. Darkness would descend. They'd all be laid to rest, along with the name Sudrex, before sunrise. Legan shuddered. He had fucked up. He had fucking fucked up. "W, what are you doing here?" The words tumbled out without filter. My reason for being here is of no concern to you, Malachi replied, his voice cold. I will be asking the questions tonight. Tell me about the red maw. Legan's eyes widened, and for the first time his thoughts began to align and everything started to click. Why the ninth vein was here in the streets of Cairthorn, why he had been with Rhett, he must have just arrived. The news had already spread. Malachi had chosen Rhett as his captain. It had shocked many, but most had been expecting his arrival ever since. Legan had men at the borders. Minutes, mere minutes, would have been enough to get wind of something this important, but he'd missed it, all because he left the base to chase down a damn street rat. And even if he had gotten word, he would never have imagined the ninth vein of the Sanguine clan would dress like a commoner and step into a gambling den. Regardless, his mind kept circling back to one thing. The red maw, is that what he's after? Legan's fists clenched, his thoughts darkening. That wasn't good. The red maw was his pride, his sweat, his blood. He had built it from the ground up, painstakingly over years. Even as his clan labeled him a waste, it was the one thing that was truly his. There was no way he'd give that up, not even to a fucking vein. His eyes flicked to the unconscious bodies behind Malachi, his thoughts churning. He can't kill me, Whiteshade reminded himself, and his gaze returned to Malachi. He had to find a way out of this. What about the red maw? He trailed off. Tell me everything about it, Malachi said. Why? Malachi stared at Legan for a moment, letting the silence stretch. Then, just as Legan realized the weight of what he had just done, questioning a vein, another slap smashed across his face, driving his head deeper into the wooden wall. More blood leaked from his mouth and scalp. As he regained himself, Legan clenched his fist and gritted his teeth. In ninth vein, I had no idea who you were, and I apologize for my actions, he said, but this is too much, even for a vein. The Sudreks are one of the ruling clans of Silvestein. We would not take this disrespect lightly. Even the most naive would see the threat in those words. Malachi was spending a year in Silvestein. Earning the ire of the Sudreks would only bring him trouble. In response, Malachi simply stared. Let's start all over again, he said, voice cold. Make his blood boil. Legan felt his blood run cold from fear, then hot, searing hot. His blood began to bubble, and for a moment it felt like his insides were cooking. Then the pain hit him, overwhelming pain. He didn't even realize when the scream tore from his throat. His body jerked back and hit the ground, writhing uncontrollably as he struggled against the agony. My blood, he felt it the instant it happened. His blood had been seized. Controlled, a sanguine bloom. His terror cut through the pain. Now that it had been confirmed that the street rat really was Malachi, everything made sense. His guards freezing, falling unconscious, it all added up. He had done his research. The moment he heard of Malachi being taken in by Captain Rhett, someone he had intended to manipulate, Legan dug into his background, and he knew exactly who guarded him. Our red eclipse. It felt like an explosion went off in his skull. The red eclipse was here. He was fucked, completely. His voice vanished. The piercing scream that had echoed seconds ago fell into utter silence. He tried to scream again, but no sound came out, just dead quiet. His gaze turned toward the boy watching him with cold, crimson eyes. He tried to beg, but only his lips moved, trembling. No words came, and in that silence, Legan saw the truth. Malachi's expression remained unchanged. There was not even a flicker of pity. He won't let me go, Legan realized, just as the pain overtook him completely and darkness swallowed him whole. Legan woke up to his body aching like it had been smashed by a truck. Where am I? His mind was foggy, his memories even more so. Everything from the red maw was a blur. Am I on the floor? He could feel the hard ground beneath him. And this pain, what is it? He blinked, his eyes open. His vision was blurry at first. Then, as it slowly cleared, his gaze landed on a small, empty vial lying just inches from his face. You're awake. The voice struck him like a slap. A chill crawled down his spine. He looked up and froze. A child with crimson hair and matching eyes stood before him, expression impassive. The memories crashed down in his mind. His stupid mistake, the torture, everything. The ninth vein, look at the vial, Malachi said. Legan turned to it, fear already spiking in his chest. It held a vermalaf parasite, Malachi continued calmly. And I've just fed it to you. Legan felt as though his world was collapsing. He clutched his chest and stared at the vial, horrified. If I don't feed you my blood regularly, it will eat you from the inside out. Each word dragged him deeper into despair. But the next made his heart tremble. An hour has already passed. You should start feeling its hunger. His eyes widened, then the pain hit. Arrgghh. He screamed, clutching his stomach, thrashing as though something was tearing through his insides. The agony returned, sharper than before. He barely heard Malachi's voice through the haze. Give him a drop. Something metallic slid into his mouth. He swallowed it instinctively, and the pain vanished almost instantly. Gasping and drenched in sweat, Legan panted hard. Shit. The word thundered in Legan's head. Regret. That was the only thing he could feel. If only he hadn't made that bet with Rhett. If only he'd accepted his loss and hadn't let his anger overtake his reason, he wouldn't be in this fucked up position. Legan took in a shuddering breath, his eyes hardening. There's no other choice. He couldn't see a way out. The red eclipse was here, and the monster child in front of him couldn't be manipulated. Malachi seemed to see his resignation. He spoke then. I'll ask again. Tell me about the Red Maw. There was a pause before Legan responded. It's a gambler's den I created to earn me money. Bam! Malachi's foot slammed into the side of his face, sending his head crashing against the wooden wall. Legan's vision went blurry, and blood trickled from his scalp, dripping onto the floor. After a second, his eyes cleared, just in time to hear Malachi speak. If you lie to me one more time, I'll make sure pain is the only thing you feel until daybreak. Now, tell me about the Red Maw. Legan sat up straight, breathing heavily. Its real purpose is to serve as an information den, Legan said. How does it operate? People from all over the city come to the Red Maw to gamble, the rich and the poor. We made it easier for the poor to get in, and while they gamble, we sell valuable information from all over the city. Legan clenched his fists. He could feel Malachi's silent gaze, and it made his heart pound with every second that passed. Just as the silence was starting to drive him mad, Malachi spoke. Why are you doing this? He asked. I know it's not for the money. Otherwise, you wouldn't be collecting information without selling any of it. Legan gritted his teeth. He noticed. He had no idea how Malachi figured out he wasn't selling the information, but he knew better than to lie now. He bit his lip before speaking. Because I'm trying to get the attention of some people. Who? Malachi asked. Legan hesitated, then spoke through gritted teeth. The Maugrim. From the corner of his eye, Legan could have sworn Malachi's pupils constricted. Why are you trying to get their attention? A chill washed over Legan. Malachi's voice had gone colder. He could feel the flicker of rage that came at the mention of that name, and he had no intention of having it turned on him. It's because they're the only ones who would tell me what happened to my mother. A silence followed. Malachi didn't say anything for a long moment. Is he lying? Malachi asked. A female voice responded immediately. No, Ninthveen. Malachi nodded. All right, he said. This is how things are going to be now. A few moments later, Malachi moved through the wilderness, heading straight back to their base. Luckily, the path, being one of the main roads, had already been cleared, leaving a straight route forward. Malachi walked in silence, using the moment to reflect on everything that had just happened. The Maugrim, he hadn't expected to come across them so soon. He's not one of them yet. From what he'd gathered from Legan, Malachi had pieced the story together. Legan had lost his mother years ago. In his quest to find the truth, he created the Red Maw, an information den built to gain the Maugrim's attention. While they were known for espionage and assassination, information was also one of the Maugrim's core pillars. Would they know about mine too? Malachi had asked himself that the instant Legan mentioned them. If their network was that vast, then was there a chance they knew who orchestrated the murder of his parents? Can I keep waiting on the Sovereign? Malachi remembered that night, the night he lost everything, and the words the Sovereign had told him afterward. Grow strong enough, and I'll tell you who took everything from you. That promise had been the reason Malachi trained, the reason he pushed himself so far. To find out who was behind the destruction of his life. But does he really know? He couldn't help but question it now. If the Sovereign truly knew, then why hadn't he acted? Malachi's father had been the most talented in the clan, and yet after his death there hadn't even been an investigation. That had always felt off. I have to take matters into my own hands. He'd thought about it for a while now, but waiting on the Sovereign was starting to feel foolish. For all he knew, the man only said that to stop a grieving 7-year-old from killing himself. Or maybe it was because letting a direct descendant die by suicide would have brought shame to the clan. I need to find a way to make contact with them, Malachi thought, but I won't stop here in case it's a dead end. He would keep pursuing both paths, one with the Sovereign and the other with the Maugrim. As he reached that conclusion, his thoughts drifted back to Legan. He had targeted him because of the Red Maw. In this new place, he needed information more than anything. His goal had been to put Legan under him, to gain lifetime access to all the information he had and would gather. But now he had shifted his attention elsewhere. He had to. I'll use him to contact the Maugrim. It went without saying that his relationship with the Maugrim was terrible. But right now, Malachi felt like it was something that had to be done. He had fed Legan the parasite, and without his blood, the man was sure to die. Only a sanguine bloom could hope to remove the parasite, and they would need a lot of Malachi's blood to even try. He won't tell anyone. He had already instructed Legan to carry on his business like everything was normal. But he was to inform him immediately anytime something important happened. Malachi wasn't worried about Legan exposing him. From all their interactions, he had gleaned something else. Legan was far too weak for his age, and in a powerful clan like the Sutreks, that would undoubtedly be frowned upon. He was hated by his family, and the feeling was mutual. The Red Maw was kept secret from them, and the last thing Legan wanted was for anyone in his clan to find out about it. Without their help, removing the parasite was next to impossible, unless Malachi allowed it. But there was no way he was going to do that, not when Legan was still very much useful. Malachi slowed his pace as he stepped out of a thick foliage of trees. His gaze instantly landed on the large house ahead, worn and battered like it had survived multiple wars. Of course he's waiting. Malachi's lips almost curled into a smile when he saw the chubby-cheeked boy sitting on the stairs of the base, Renlo. Do you even realize what time it is? Malachi asked as he approached. Huh. Renlo's eyes darted toward him, and the moment he saw him, his face lit up. He quickly stood and rushed over, clearly relieved. Finally, you're back. Are you okay? Malachi gave a small nod. I am few. Renlo exhaled, genuinely relieved. What took you so long? It's already past midnight. I lost track of time, Malachi realized. They had left the base a little past 8, and more than 5 hours had already passed. It just happened. Oh, all right. What about the captain? Renlo glanced behind Malachi but saw no one. Malachi paused, thinking. He stayed behind, had something to take care of. Renlo nodded, and the two of them began walking toward the manor. You must be exhausted and hungry. Oh, that's right. Renlo suddenly remembered something, lowering his voice to a whisper. I checked out their kitchen. It's worse than my treehouse. I can't make food there. Malachi paused, and his eyes widened. That was bad, really bad. He wouldn't be able to eat Renlo's food anymore. He shook his head quickly and turned to him. Don't worry. The plan went well. I'll make sure construction starts tomorrow, especially the kitchen. Renlo beamed, his smile stretching wide as his stomach gave a loud growl. He loved everything he just heard and couldn't wait. As they entered the building, Renlo informed Malachi that the others had already gone to bed, and he led him toward his room. The building was 3 stories tall, and Malachi's room was on the top floor, same as Rhett's. Only the two of them occupied the entire floor. Climbing the stairs, they veered right and came to stop in front of a wooden door. But their eyes weren't on the door, they were on the figure standing in front of it. What are you doing here? Malachi asked. Kiana flinched, bowing her head deeper to steady her trembling body. I was waiting for the ninth vein. To see if you had anything you needed. Malachi stared at her for a few seconds before replying. Not tonight, you can go to sleep. Why yes, ninth vein. She bowed even lower before walking away. Renlo watched her retreating figure with a small frown. Poor girl, he muttered. Malachi gave him a look. Looks like you have a crush on her. Looks like you have a crush on her. Renlo felt the heat surge up his neck to his face. What are you talking about? Me? No. He shook his head quickly, like the very notion of what Malachi had just said was completely off. I'm more inclined to believe it when you act like this. Malachi narrowed his eyes. Renlo cleared his throat and turned away sharply. Your words were just that shocking, is all he seemed to realize. He'd overreacted and was trying to recover. There's nothing wrong if you like her, but don't forget she's related to you, no matter how you want to. Good night, Malachi. Renlo cut in and started walking back the way they came, like he needed to be anywhere else but here. I hope the bed bugs bite. Malachi smiled and shook his head as he watched the boy scurry off. After a moment, he turned and took a breath, now standing in front of the door to his room. Please don't be too bad. He opened the door and stepped in, eyes sweeping the space. It was a large room, but plain. A king-sized bed, a table in the far corner just beside a single large window. An empty shelf stood against the wall to the right of the table. Malachi cared more about the condition of things than how basic they looked. He approached the bed, the table, and the shelf, observing each from a safe distance. They're very clean. A bit of surprise bloomed in him. In a house this old, this level of upkeep wasn't what he expected. Someone must have been staying here before, he concluded. There wasn't a single hint of dust in the air, something only possible with regular cleaning and care. Malachi silently thanked whoever had prepared the room and stepped into the bathroom. Though the tub and shower were clearly aged, they'd been well maintained. Not bad for one night. With the money now in his possession, he wanted construction to start as soon as possible. This room was manageable, but it could be far better. He undressed from his street rat clothes and stepped into the bathroom. Unfortunately, there was no hot water, just ice cold. Still, he appreciated that water was running at all and quickly finished bathing. When he came out, he saw that Nix had already changed the sheets on the bed. Lying atop it were his weapons, 2 short staffs slightly curved at the tip. He smiled and silently thanked her before climbing onto the bed. The moment his hand closed around his weapon, he felt safer, 1,000 times safer. You're quiet, Malachi reached inward. I am, Valentine responded. Yeah, you haven't said anything. Did them making fun of your name affect you that much? Malachi could feel Valentine's scowl as the memory of the Red Maw's reaction to his name resurfaced. Those people wouldn't know a good name even if it hit them in the face. So you are angry about that? Valentine went silent. Or is it because I tortured the Sudrek's descendant? Malachi asked. There was a pause before Valentine replied. I already promised not to interfere in things like this anymore. I found his story pitiful, even though he's not a good person. At least you're aware of that last part, Malachi said, then decided to change the topic. What do you think about all of this? With the Mogram, Malachi nodded. Valentine thought for a moment. I think they're very dangerous and you need to be careful, extremely. They've tried to kill you openly before. Even when your clan moved to capture them for revenge, no one could find them. I understand, Malachi said after a pause. But there's a chance I can get the information I need from them. I can't rule them out, not yet. Just move with caution, Valentine warned and went quiet again as Malachi nodded. After that, Malachi glanced at his lifeguard. I'll unlock it tomorrow. Now that he was a Blood Knight, some features of his lifeguard could be unlocked. But after everything today, and the fact that the others were asleep, he'd wait until morning since he needed them to unlock it. I need to see where I stand in the fresh blood rankings. He had chosen to continue on the sovereign's path, and to be granted an audience, he first had to rank number 1. One of the new lifeguard features would grant access to the rankings. He couldn't wait. With the new sheets and his weapons close, Malachi drifted off. He woke early the next morning. He closed the large window and checked that there were no open spaces. Then, bringing out one of his grade 3 Vita cores, he felt the spike in the air's density. They should have given me a smaller room, he sighed. He could already see his Vita core depleting too fast from the size of the space. I need to find another room to train in. A smaller one, he resolved. Malachi trained and absorbed until morning. It's 730, Malachi, Valentine's voice called, prompting him to stop. He'd instructed the ghost to inform him once it was fully daybreak. Standing, he headed to the bathroom to refresh himself. I've almost finished absorbing the Vidion. The strain on his body had lessened, and his Vita reserves had grown. Luckily, after that one night, he had found out that he could start absorbing Vita from the air now, even though the Vidion still hasn't fully been absorbed. After bathing, he changed into his battle attire, a tight-fitting shirt made from durable material, reinforced trousers, a utility belt packed with essentials, sturdy shoes, and fingerless gloves reinforced at the palms and knuckles. After confirming everything was set, he left his room and made his way downstairs to the reception. Good morning, Ninth Vein, did you sleep well? Malachi approached a purple-haired woman waiting at the bottom of the stairs. Layla. She was already dressed for the day, clad in a tight-fitting black top and loose black trousers, her crimson blood knight jacket worn over it. I did, Malachi nodded. Someone cleared out the room for me. It was you, right? Layla looked slightly taken aback that he figured it out. Why do you suspect me? She asked. There's only that room and Captain Rhett's on that floor, so I just assumed. There's nothing going on between us. Layla cut in quickly. Realizing how sharp that came out, she cleared her throat and added, Ninth Vein. Malachi simply stared at her. He didn't comment and changed the topic. What about the captain? I left him at some club last night to handle his business. He's back in his room now, Ninth Vein, sleeping. He must have had too much to drink. Malachi nodded, though he didn't miss the annoyance in her voice. Still, it wasn't his concern. The plan went well. We got enough money to start fixing the house. Can the renovations begin today? Yes, Ninth Vein. Ijian's already supposed to come patch the exterior holes. When he arrives, we'll inform him that we're doing a full renovation. All right, Malachi said, raising his lifeguard. How do I unlock this? Layla's eyes widened slightly. How could she have forgotten something so important? Down that hall, Ninth Vein. Last room on the right, that's where you can get it done. She paused, uncertain if she should say more. Malachi waited. Riven is a bit different, but he means well and he's really good at his job. I just hope you'll be patient with him. Malachi nodded slowly, then turned and headed toward where she directed. As he left, Layla let out a deep sigh. Is he really 14? She truly doubted it. He was far too perceptive for his age. I guess that's why he's a genius in battle. It wasn't a comforting trait, but it was the kind that created legends. Her gaze shifted upward, eyes flashing cold. That rotten bee, she held herself back and ascended the stairs, reaching the top floor. She approached the door to the left, knocking softly twice before entering. Her expression dimmed as she looked at the man sprawled out on the bed. Rhett, he was snoring loudly. His head dangled at the edge of the bed, facing the floor, right above a small pool of vomit. Layla didn't say anything. She went to the bathroom, came back with a mop and bucket, and began to clean. When she was done, she gently lifted Rhett and laid him more comfortably on the bed. For a moment, she stood there, staring at him with a quiet, sad expression. Why are you doing this to yourself, Rhett? Her arms clenched. Tears welled up before she could stop them. It's unfair, she whispered. Layla shook her head and wiped her face. She cleaned the vomit that had dried at the corner of his mouth, then stood and left the room. The moment the door clicked shut, Rhett's eyes flickered open. He stared blankly at the ceiling, the same sadness etched across his face. After a long second, he exhaled and whispered, I'm broken, but there was no one left to hear it. Malachi made his way through the same door Grund had come out of the night before. Thankfully, the big man was nowhere to be seen. Malachi didn't have the energy to survive another hug ambush. Grund seemed like the kind of person who didn't take no for an answer. Last door on the right. He reached the door and knocked. No response. He knocked again. Still no answer. I'll just go in. He turned the knob and was relieved to find it unlocked. But the moment he stepped in, his nose scrunched instinctively. The room was filthy. Half-eaten meals with mold growing on them sat in random places. Wrappers, bottles, and heaps of dirty clothes were scattered everywhere. The windows were shut and no sunlight made it through. Only the flickering light from multiple screens gave the room any glow. The stench was thick and moldy, sharp enough to make one's eyes water. Malachi almost turned around. His body screamed to recoil and leave the space entirely, but then he remembered Layla's words, be patient. He stepped out for a second, took a deep breath of clean air, then Ray entered the room. His gaze landed on a boy hunched in front of the glowing monitors, surrounded by the glow of screens. Fingers blurred across a mechanical keyboard as he played a game with frightening speed and focus. From the rhythm, timing, and confidence in his hand movements, Malachi could already tell he was good. Very good. But it wasn't information he had any use for. "Good morning," Malachi said, but got no response. He released a subtle wave of killing intent, and the boy's blurred arms froze instantly. Game paused. The boy spun sharply around, eyes locking onto a crimson-haired, crimson-eyed stranger looking down at him with clear disgust. Who are yo?" His words froze in his throat, eyes widening. He shot to his feet, only to regret it immediately as a wave of nausea slammed into his head. "In ninth vein," the boy finally asked, steadying himself. "Are you Riven?" Malachi asked. In the flesh, Riven nodded, grinning. "Whoa, you're even more impressive in real life. Has anyone ever told you you'd make a great game character?" Malachi didn't respond. His gaze scanned the boy up and down. He's the last of the squad, he realized. Riven was already short, but his hunched posture made him look even smaller. Deep panda-like circles hung beneath his eyes, and his messy ash-colored hair was greasy and wild. His whole aura radiated gloom, like someone who had quietly given up on life. Needless to say, Malachi's first impression of him wasn't great, but he knew how to mind his business well. "I'm here to unlock my lifeguard," Malachi said succinctly after a few seconds. That," Riven nodded slowly. "We'll get to that later. First, I believe we really need to talk about this character thing. I'm creating a game, and I want to make you its main character. If I could just get the chance to study you." "No," Malachi said. Riven waited, expecting some sort of excuse, but nothing came. He just didn't want to do it. Riven frowned. He had thought he was the most blunt person in the squad, but it looked like someone was here to take his crown. "But I can't just give up," he decided to try one more time. "I don't mean to brag, but my games are such big hits. We can make so much money." Malachi glanced around the room, taking in the moldy food remains, empty wrappers, and general clutter. It didn't look like the room of someone who'd earned any kind of money in his life. "I'll pass," Malachi said after a few seconds. "Are you sure? I won't ask again. It's a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity, I'm sure." Riven regarded Malachi for a moment, taking in his compact build, his handsome face, and his cold demeanor. "He's perfect." A hint of regret crept into him. Was he really supposed to let this go? No, Riven cleared his throat. "Suit yourself." Just as he was about to turn, he took a deep breath and did something he never imagined himself doing. Bam. He dropped to his knees. "Please, ninth vein of the great Sanguine clan, become my main character." Malachi watched with a baffled expression as the small boy's head touched the wooden floor. Was this really happening? Was he seriously begging for a game? Malachi knew what a game was, even if he'd never played one. He also knew how rare and expensive the technology was. Only the rich and powerful had access to such things. He stopped himself from wondering how this boy had gotten his hands on it. "It wasn't his business. I came here only to unlock my lifeguard. I'm not interested in anything else," Malachi said. "Oh, please just give it a try. I'm sure you'll like it. We'll both get rich. Please, please." Riven didn't seem to hear a word he'd said. Malachi frowned. This was starting to get annoying. He decided to try a different approach. "All right." Riven's ears perked up as Malachi continued. "Unlock my lifeguard first, and I'll think about it." Riven shot up from his bow, immediately regretting it as another wave of dizziness hit him. He nodded quickly and gestured to his setup. Okay, I'll unlock it now," he said, settling back into his seat. "Place your lifeguard under that scanner." Malachi obeyed quickly, wanting to get this over with. As he placed his hand beneath the scanner on the table, Riven's fingers flew across his keyboard. A second later, the scanner lit up, a beam washing over the lifeguard. Malachi watched as his lifeguard lit up, followed by a mechanical voice. "Apprentice Blood Knight Malachi von Sanguine registered successfully." The voice was flat, monotone. The AI, Malachi realized. "It's done." Riven's voice came from the side. He looked at Malachi with tired, hopeful eyes. "I'll think about it and give you my answer later." Malachi noticed the light in Riven's eyes dim slightly, but he paid it no mind. He just wanted to leave this place. Finally. His gaze was completely fixed on his lifeguard. It was finally unlocked. "Now I'm officially an apprentice Blood Knight." Malachi's steps slowed as he noticed Layla standing just outside the door to the reception. Her eyes were locked on the glowing lifeguard. "Ninth vein, I hope Riven wasn't too much," she said. "He can be like that sometimes, but he means well. He wanted me to become the main character for his game." Layla scowled. "I apologize, ninth vein. I'll make sure he stops pestering you about that." As Malachi nodded, her attention shifted back to the lifeguard. "Now that you've officially become a Blood Knight, I'd like to explain the new features available to you." All right. He could figure it out himself, but having someone explain it was definitely welcome. The most important is the ability to receive death warnings and alerts. When that happens, your lifeguard will either flash orange or red. Orange means someone's on the verge of dying, could be from anything. Red means someone's died and a darkness creature is about to spawn. She paused, letting the information sink in. Each alert will come with a mission, including the location, identity, and evolution stage of the victim. If multiple people die, the alert will show all of them. Malachi gave a small nod, signaling he understood. The second feature is access to the live map of the entire city, but it only tracks darkness creatures, nothing else. Aside from that, there's not much else unless you count the rankings and mission rewards, but I'm sure you'll figure that out in no time. Layla gave him a warm smile. Anytime, ninth vein, she said before stretching out a white attire towards him. Here, as an apprentice knight, you have to wear this during our hunts, she explained. Malachi received it and saw that it was a pure white jacket. He remembered reading about this in the past. Apprentice blood knights wear a pure white jacket. Acolytes wear bright red. Lieutenants pure black and captains blood red. Malachi nodded thoughtfully before taking off his current jacket and slipping the new one on. It suits you, ninth vein, Layla said with a smile. Malachi suddenly turned towards her, startling her. He hesitated a moment, then his expression hardened. You knew my father? Layla was briefly taken aback, not expecting the sudden change. Yes, her eyes softened with sadness as memories came rushing back. The man who could brighten any room, who had saved her from imminent death, who had given her life purpose. I did, she said again, turning towards Malachi. And for the first time since meeting him, she could finally see something else beyond the cold detachment that usually wrapped around him. Grief. Layla felt her heart twist. At the end of the day, he was still just a child, one who had lost both parents in a single night. She wanted to pull him into a hug, but she had seen how badly that had gone with others. Do you know who killed him? Again, Layla was taken aback. Killed, she thought. Valerian had died due to the spawn of multiple grade 4 darkness creatures simultaneously. Everyone knew that, but Malachi had said who, not what, like it had been a person. What do you mean, ninth vein? Just then, a loud beep cut through the room, followed by the voice of the AI. Alert, multiple deaths recorded. You are the nearest available blood knight in the vicinity. Please get there as soon as possible and neutralize the threat. Victims, 2 node formation evolvers, 1 Genesis stage evolver. Location, west of the Merkroot Hollow. Mission grade, grade 3. Reward, 1100 PTS. Malachi and Layla's eyes met midair, both serious now. Move to the reception. We leave in 1 minute. Layla vanished from her spot at a speed Malachi couldn't even comprehend, but he didn't hesitate. He moved to the reception and stood by the door, waiting. A mission on the second day, he didn't know if it was wrong, but he was definitely excited. Missions meant facing darkness creatures, and that meant power. He couldn't wait. A minute later, Layla appeared before him. Are you ready? Her respectful tone was gone. In its place stood the commanding presence of a lieutenant addressing her squad. I'm coming. Renlo ran down the stairs to meet them, flustered just as he looked. Since Malachi had gone on the mission yesterday, Renlo had used the time to unlock his lifeguard too and had received the same alert. He now wore the pure white jacket of an apprentice blood knight. You're here, Renlo said as he reached him. Malachi nodded with a serious gaze before turning to Layla, who spoke. The captain is preoccupied. The mission grade isn't high. We can handle it. Let's go. She turned, ready to take off when a thick voice rang out. Wait for Grund. Grund burst through the side door into the reception. The ground cracked beneath his steps and Layla shot him a deadly glare. He wasn't supposed to run indoors, ever. Still, she held back her complaints and swept her gaze over the group. Let's go. Seconds later, they were gone, sprinting through the forest at high speed. They're holding back, Malachi thought, silently watching both Layla and Grund. Layla was at the front, slicing through the forest with smooth, steady speed. Grund, though much larger, moved at a ridiculous pace for his size. His steps were less subtle, more stomp than stride, causing the forest floor to rumble slightly each time he moved. Renlo lagged behind, doing his best to keep up, while Malachi pushed himself to his limit. But even then he could tell both Layla and Grund were holding back to let them stay close. Malachi cleared his thoughts and focused on the impending battle. 2 grade 2s and 1 grade 1. The 2 ahead of him could most likely handle the threat on their own, but Malachi hoped to gain something from this mission. The group burst out from the dense foliage, and Malachi's gaze locked onto a massive wall towering in the distance. It's in another district, he finally realized. That was unexpected. He had studied the map of Silvestein before arriving. Their base was located at the edge of the Caer Thorn district, right near the border of the Merkroot Hollow, another district entirely. Why didn't the AI inform their blood knights? He wondered. He'd only now realized that their destination was beyond district lines. The Merkroot Hollow surely had its own blood knight bases. It was strange that the alert had come to them instead. They reached the gates, and the guards took one look at Layla and Grund, both clad in pure black jackets bearing the insignia of the Reborn faction, and didn't waste time. The gate opened, granting them entry into the district. They took off again the next moment, weaving through the forest until a large walled settlement came into view. Odd, Malachi thought, eyes narrowing at the sight. The settlement sat in a vast clearing, as large as a city, but what caught his attention was the wall. The entire district was already bordered by an outer wall separating the districts and the world beyond. He didn't see the need for another inner wall. I'll ask later. He could tell Layla was fully focused on the mission, and this wasn't the time. It's west of here, away from the city, Layla said, not slowing down as she shifted direction and led them into another stretch of forest. The rest of the group followed closely. Along the way, more alerts hit their lifeguards, reporting new darkness creature spawns at the same location. They increased their pace. Malachi struggled to keep up, and his body was soaked in sweat, but he said nothing. He didn't complain, nor did he pant. He just kept running. Renlo had fallen even farther behind, but the boy was still pushing himself as hard as he could. Eventually, they reached the entrance to a forest unlike anything Malachi had seen. The trees were massive, their tops lost in the sky, with veins of glowing orange light snaking across their trunks. An eerie mist seeped from the woods, thick and unnatural, obscuring all visibility beyond the tree line. Malachi narrowed his eyes, trying to see past it, until his gaze fell on the two figures standing just ahead. They stood at the edge of the mist, cold eyes fixed on the approaching group. Blood Guardians, Malachi identified immediately. What are they doing here? Unlike the jackets worn by Blood Knights, the Blood Guardians always wore light armor. Their ranks were denoted by color, similar to the Knights, but their titles differed. From lowest to highest, the hierarchy went like Vainwatcher, Adjudicator, Arbiter, Warden, and Inquisitor. Vainwatchers wore pure white armor. Adjudicators wore bright red. Arbiters, pure black. Wardens donned deep blood red, and the Inquisitors were for another time. Malachi hadn't seen one before, but he'd read enough to know they stood above all. As his gaze landed on the bright red armor worn by the figures ahead, he recognized it instantly, an Adjudicator. Compared to the Blood Knights, the Blood Guardians had no apprenticeship program. Although Adjudicator was their second rank, their importance could be compared with lieutenants of the Blood Knights. Adjudicators were usually investigators and interrogators for the Blood Guardians, and they were the ones who truly held power in the districts. They only appeared when something had gone terribly wrong, an event of true importance. This was why, as Malachi noted their bright red light armor of the two men, he instantly raised his guard. Something's wrong. He had been feeling it since the start of this mission. It was his first, but even so, he could tell that too many things weren't adding up. They had been summoned from another district, despite there being Blood Knight bases nearby in this district. The wall surrounding the only settlement in the Mirkroot Hollow, and now, a Blood Guardian clearly standing guard at the entrance to their target. Standing in the way of Blood Knights, as they reached the duo, Malachi didn't miss the flash of relief that crossed the Adjudicator's face. He recognizes us, he noted, falling behind Layla and Grund as they stepped forward to address the Blood Guardians. Grund's massive frame completely blocked any chance of them seeing him. "You're all from Captain Rhett's squad," the man at the front asked. He looked middle-aged, tall, with black hair and neatly trimmed beards, a synergy stage evolver. His eyes were sharp, but there was no missing the disdain in his voice. "Yes," Layla replied, her tone as cold as his. She matched his energy. "Multiple deaths have occurred inside that forest. We're here to take care of the spawned darkness before they multiply." As if your useless squad can take care of anything, the Adjudicator muttered under his breath, but the squad heard him clearly. He didn't seem to care and continued, "Listen, this place is now a crime scene. Honorable Blood Guardians are already handling the situation. No one else is allowed entry. We don't want interference." Layla frowned. "Since when are darkness creatures under Blood Guardian jurisdiction? Standing in the way of a Blood Knight's duty is against the law." The man scoffed. "Then report us to the authorities." "Oh wait, we are the authorities." He smirked and waved his arms. "Turn back. These are orders straight from the Arbiter." Malachi's eyes glinted at the name. "They're trying to hide something." The Arbiter oversaw the Blood Guardians of an entire district. If he was involved, then something serious was going on. The mention of the Arbiter was meant to scare Layla off. She didn't even flinch. She started, but felt a firm hand land on her shoulder. She paused. "Let's go." Layla turned, confused. Grund, he was usually the hot-blooded one. He should have rammed through the duel by now. Was this really the same Grund asking her to back down? "Trust Grund," he said, locking eyes with her. She glanced down at her lifeguard. It was still flashing red. The darkness creatures were very much alive and active. After a second, she clenched her fist and nodded, sending a sharp glare at the Adjudicator, who only smiled and waved them off. "Hey, did you see that?" As the squad left, the second Adjudicator, who had remained quiet the whole time, leaned in and nudged the first, whispering like he was scared someone might overhear. "See what?" "What are you blind?" The apprentice knights behind them. "Oh, you mean the one with chubby cheeks?" No, the other one." The first Adjudicator frowned. Grun's wide build had blocked him earlier. He hadn't gotten a good look. "Is he important or something?" The second Adjudicator sucked in a cold breath. "Use your fucking brain, idiot." Who was supposed to join Captain Rhett's squad? The first Adjudicator thought for a second. Then his eyes widened. The ninth vein. He stammered, feeling his heart thud hard against his chest. "I only saw him when they were leaving, and I swear my heart almost jumped out of my chest." The second kept talking, but the first had already gone silent, spiraling into a state of existential crisis. He just addressed the ninth vein squad like that. Suddenly, his armor felt drenched in sweat. "Where are you taking us, Grund?" Layla asked after several moments of running through the forest behind him. After asking her to leave the Blood Guardians behind, he hadn't said a word, just charged eastward like a man that was possessed. "Just trust Grund," he said again for the umpteenth time. After a few long moments of silence, Grund finally came to a stop, followed by the squad. Layla sent a glance around. Now is the time for you to talk, Grund. Why did you bring us here? Malachi ignored the panting Renlo behind him and also scanned the area with caution. The place Grund had brought them to was far from where they had met the Blood Guardians or any nearby city. It was deep inside the forest. It was quiet all around, and although faint, Malachi felt eyes on him like he was being watched. He sent a look towards Layla, whose body language confirmed she felt the same. Grund, she said, more firmly this time. Grund turned towards them. Trust Grund, Layla. If I didn't, I wouldn't have followed you here. Now it's your turn to trust Layla. She cringed at the fact that she had just referred to herself in third person. Hanging out with this big, massive man will do that to you. Tell me what's going on. Grund knows a shortcut into the forest, he said after a moment. A shortcut. Layla raised an eyebrow. Their target forest was covered in an eerie fog throughout, and the place the Blood Guardians guarded was the only path somehow clear of it. Their map had led them there. Grund nodded and quickly approached a large boulder standing in front of a massive tree. Malachi's eyes narrowed as Grund's tan skin turned darker and his figure grew a size bigger. He grabbed the massive boulder and lifted it up as though it were nothing. As he dropped it to the side, the squad approached and their eyes landed on a spacious pit below, wide and sloping downward into a hidden cave-like tunnel, large enough for them to walk through with ease. Grund Layla was a bit shocked. How did you know about this place? Grund is awesome, was his answer. Layla waited for more, but it didn't come. From the big man's expression, it didn't look like she was getting anything else. She sighed. You're sure it leads into that forest? Grund nodded with confidence. All right, Layla said, turning towards Malachi and Renlo. Both of you will move between us. Try to keep up. Malachi nodded calmly. Renlo exhaled heavily. Ah, more running already. All right, all right. He also nodded after a moment. Grund, you'll lead us and I'll guard our backs. Grund nodded and jumped into the pit, followed by the rest. Luckily, the cave was big enough to easily fit Grund and sturdy enough to withstand the quakes his steps brought. Closing up the space with the boulder, they began moving through the caves. Grund led the charge, Malachi and Renlo behind him, followed by Layla at the rear. Though they were underground, the low glow from luminous patches of flora offered them enough light to see as they moved. Layla could feel Malachi's gaze on her despite walking behind him. Something on your mind? She whispered, making sure her voice wasn't too loud. Malachi didn't miss the chance. You don't seem familiar with this district. You observed correctly. This is the first time we're receiving a mission here, and honestly, it's still too underdeveloped to think of visiting. Why is that? Malachi asked. He had seen it for himself on their way here. Aside from the large city, there wasn't much of anything else. It was odd, considering the truckload of resources they could get by clearing out the large forests. But to Malachi, it seemed more like they were defending against something rather than trying to develop the land. Most of Mirkroot Hollow is still a mystery, Layla said after a second. The entire stronghold of Sylvestein could be considered fairly new compared to other strongholds of the West. When constructing a new stronghold, the outer walls are built first before the inner cities. From what I gather, Mirkroot Hollow is simply the last district to be focused on because of its overgrown flora, so it's still mostly underdeveloped. How long has it been underdeveloped for? The city expressed their interest about 3 decades ago, Layla said, and Malachi furrowed his brows. That's too long, Malachi murmured under his breath. Layla heard him, and after a long pause, she decided to say what was on her mind. There have been rumors going around, she said, and Malachi's ears perked up. Rumors were often false, but sometimes not far from the truth. It said that the clans encountered resistance when attempting to develop and roam the district. Resistance? From who? Layla paused. She contemplated whether to say it or not. It sounded stupid in her head. Some say they're human beasts, she said after a second. Some call them savages. Others say they were sent by the nature god as punishment for killing beasts and felling trees. Hurting nature, some would say. Have you been able to confirm any of this? Layla shook her head. The city seems to be keeping a tight leash on the goings-on in Mirkroot Hollow, not that I care. These are just things I've heard from people. Malachi fell silent, digesting the information. The city is hiding something, he concluded after a moment. It wasn't Malachi's business whatever they were hiding. They were currently standing in the way of him getting to the darkness creatures. He needed them to grow stronger. He wasn't going to wait for another mission now that he had gotten this far, except it boosts my power. The only reason he'd make it his business was if it granted him a significant boost in power. What about those adjudicators? Are Blood Guardians allowed to do that? Malachi asked. No, Layla shook her head. I'm sure you noticed their relief when they saw us. They only reacted that way because it's our squad. Captain Red isn't well liked by the city. Malachi could feel the hint of anger and frustration in her tone. He chose not to push. As they moved through the cave, Malachi urged Renlo forward. The boy was drenched in sweat, breathing heavily but still pushing on. Malachi, having formed his heart node, had steadier breath and full control over his heart rate. Soon, Malachi began to notice roots with yellowish streaks running through them, just like the ones on the forest trees at the entrance. We're in the forest, Malachi realized. They maintained their pace until Grund came to a stop at what appeared to be a dead end. Now where next? Malachi thought. Layla seemed to have the same idea and sent Grund a questioning gaze. "Trust Grund," he said, then confidently walked up to the wall, placed both hands on it, and pushed. The wall began to shift until it opened into an exit, large enough for them to pass through. Grund stepped out and pushed a massive boulder over the entrance they had come through, sealing it up. He turned toward Layla with a proud grin. "See, Grund is awesome." Then he looked at Malachi. "Right, small bro, is Grund not awesome?" He raised his hand for a high five. Malachi gave him a weird look. Grund's expression turned sad. His hand dropped. "We have to move." Layla's urgent tone pulled them back to reality. Her eyes were locked on her lifeguard, her face serious. Malachi quickly pulled up his map and saw what had her worried. The darkness creatures are moving. As Malachi pulled up his map on his lifeguard, he instantly saw what had her worried. The darkness creatures are moving. Across the map, the red dots that had converged on one point had begun to spread. "We have to move." Layla's voice was urgent. She had already begun sprinting through the forest before her words had even dropped. "Little bro, chubby cheeks, we'll fall behind, let's go." The forest floor trembled as Grund shot forward behind her, speed blazing fast. "Why couldn't he call me little bro too?" Renlo muttered, clearly downcast at being called chubby cheeks. He turned to look at Malachi, only to see he wasn't there. He'd already taken off into the forest. Renlo sighed, pulled a ration pack from his utility belt, and shoved it into his mouth. Feeling a small surge of energy, he took a deep breath and dashed after the squad. "What is going on?" Malachi kept his thoughts sharp as he pushed himself to keep up. Although Layla and Grund could definitely move faster, it was clear they didn't want to leave them behind, despite how urgent things were. "I'm still too weak." Malachi shoved down the feeling as he turned to his lifeguard. "We're almost there." Seconds passed before the group reached the edge of a large clearing. Malachi's gaze landed on the scene unfolding, and his eyes narrowed. What the hell? In the middle of the clearing, a lone blood guardian was engaged in battle with two figures. That was the best way Malachi could describe them. They were barely covered, scraps of beast hide only shielding their privates. They were humanoid in form, but with grotesque bestial features. One had antlers jutting from his head, another baboon-like fists, and the first had the four legs of a gravitorn. They fought like they looked, like savage beasts. They overwhelmed the Guardian from every angle. Each clash cracked the earth and shook the ground. Grund will assist the Guardian. Grund shouted before Layla could give orders, bursting into the clearing with a sonic boom. "Can you handle a grade 2? Malachi was pulled from his thoughts by Layla's sudden question. He tracked the creature sprinting toward one side of the forest and answered, "Yes." "All right." Renlo, she turned to him just as he arrived. "Why, yes, Lieutenant." He saluted, struggling to hold back his panting. "You handle the grade 1, she said, pointing toward another direction. 2 grade 1s were headed there. "I'll deal with the 2 grade 2s that way. When you're done, regroup back here." "Understand?" "Yes, Lieutenant," Renlo said quickly. Malachi gave a short nod. "Good, now move." As Layla vanished, Malachi met Renlo's gaze. The latter nodded back, more serious now, before sprinting away toward his target. It must have been pushed out from the clearing by the intensity of the clash. Darkness creatures were drawn to the nearest Vita source, or more often, the one with the highest amount. Unfortunately for the grade 2, the ones battling in the clearing were at the synergy stage. The sheer energy of their clashes had driven it off. As Malachi neared the creature, his eyes narrowed. A grade 2 corruptor, one of the more dangerous types. Good thing we're in the middle of nowhere. A corruptor's ability matched its name. It corrupted. Other humans were nearby. It could influence those with weak wills, disorienting them or taking complete control, sometimes driving them to suicide and using their death to spawn more darkness. They were dangerous. The creature noticed Malachi. It stopped, turning sharply. Its gaze glinted with hunger. High Vita source. Weaker than those in the clearing. The perfect prey. Its lips curled into a wide, unhinged grin, revealing jagged, spiky white teeth. It dropped to all fours. "It's coming," Malachi tensed. Corruptors weren't like summoners. The latter lacked strength and relied on their beasts. But corruptors, they had power befitting their grade. It moved, a streak of black shooting toward him like a missile. Malachi's eyes constricted. Fast, this was the first time he was facing a grade 2 alone. He focused, felt the Vita roar through his body, then reached outward, activating his perception field. 20 meters around him lit up like a canvas. He saw it clearly. A lanky humanoid beast, far too long in limb, its fangs glinting, claws sharp like iron nails, rushing him at speed. He didn't waste time. He drew the curved staff from his waist and poured Vita into it. 2 curved, translucent blades materialized from its ends just as the creature's claws reached him. The creature's smile widened as a dark wave burst out from its body, slamming into Malachi with crushing force. It won't work. Malachi had already braced himself. It was one of the Corruptor's signature attacks, Corruptor's Wave. It was a wave that struck the mind. At best, it could paralyze. At worst, it could take over completely. But Malachi's will had long surpassed that of a typical node formation evolver. He didn't even flinch. He shifted to the side just enough to let the claws sail past his head. Then, without hesitation, his right arm snapped upward, the scythe blade tearing toward the Corruptor's neck. The beast widened its eyes. It reacted, its other arm moving to parry the scythe, but unfortunately for it, it was a grade 2 claw against a grade 3 weapon. The result was obvious. The blade tore through its claws the neck without resistance, and its head hit the ground before its body did. Malachi wore his surprise on his face. He looked at the weapon in his arm, then at the severed remains of the grade 2 corruptor on the ground. The sliced part still sizzled. It's amazing. His weapon was better than he'd expected. It had torn through the hard claws of the creature as though it were nothing. Numerous scenarios began to play in Malachi's head, but he pushed them all down and quickly approached the creature. It reacted at the last moment. Although Malachi had caught it off guard by being unfazed by its corruptor wave, it had still reacted to his attack in the last second. The battle would have lasted longer if not for his weapon. Malachi used the blade and dug through the creature's head until he found the Vita core. Great. He cleaned off the ichor surrounding it, feeling the energy emanating from within. He quickly placed it inside his pouch. That's about 300 points gain. Malachi smiled. The Vita he was gaining from grade 2s had increased from the earlier 250 to 300. It meant he was improving. I should get back. Malachi turned off his weapon to conserve the batteries and began sprinting back toward the clearing. Looks like I'm the first one back. He reached the clearing a few seconds later. Layla and Renlo still hadn't returned. His eyes locked onto the fight still raging. I can't get close. Their clashes alone were enough to end him. The clearing was massive, the ground cracked with craters forming everywhere. His gaze soon landed on the blood guardian lying on the ground. A pained expression was across his face. His arm was missing and crimson blood pooled beneath him. He can't fight anymore. Right now, Grund was the only one holding off the two enemies. He's strong. Malachi's gaze narrowed. Grund had grown a size larger and his skin had turned utterly black. His body looked harder than steel, yet moved with a speed that belied his size. A hybrid, Malachi concluded. He'd heard of them. People who didn't awaken a single body node, but instead awakened parts from multiple. Some could manipulate parts of their blood and also nails. Some bone and lungs, it could be anything. They weren't rare and made up most of the population, but it was rare to see one as powerful as Grund. As the fight went on, Malachi suddenly furrowed his eyebrows. He'd just noticed something odd. He's holding back. Malachi had watched enough battles, played enough scenarios in his mind to recognize when someone was holding back. He had identified numerous moments where Grund was supposed to land a crushing blow, but didn't. Why? It didn't make any sense. Just as he was beginning to wonder, Layla burst out from the forest, shooting directly toward the ongoing battle. Malachi's focus shifted to her instantly. Her hair danced behind her like it was alive, and her eyes purple. A purple fog swirled around her. One Malachi could feel the threat of, even from a distance. Another hybrid, he was sure of it. As Layla arrived, the two opponents tensed. They glanced at one another, then suddenly backed off from Grund. Layla landed beside him. Both sides stood off, staring coldly at each other, as though weighing whether this confrontation was worth continuing. Malachi heard the sharp, guttural sound of one of them speaking. It sounded beastly, like a creature that had just learned speech. And without another word, all two turned and shot into the fog-drenched forest at incredible speed. From another direction, Malachi saw Renlo walking into the clearing. He looked mostly unharmed, except for the black ichor splattered all over his body. Malachi began walking toward the others gathered at the center of the clearing. You let them go, Malachi asked as he reached the group. It's not our problem, Layla responded. The duty of the Blood Knight is to take care of darkness creatures, not living beings. Malachi didn't press after that. Her words made perfect sense. Do you know who they are? Or rather what? Layla shook her head, her expression troubled. It's the first time I've ever seen them. She didn't even know what to call them. They have humanoid figures, and I noticed intelligence when I looked into their eyes. But she shook her head again as if she couldn't make sense of it. Some parts of them were beast parts. A frown appeared on Malachi's face. It didn't help that he had noticed the same things Layla had just said. What do you think it is? Secret experimentation or a new species entirely. Both are unlikely, Layla responded, her expression turning thoughtful. But neither can be ruled out. Malachi silently agreed with her words. He had never heard of any experiment that involved fusing humans and beasts together, but there was a reason it had the prefix secret. Just because he hadn't heard about it didn't mean it wasn't possible. And for the second, the people of the Dome were still discovering the world. They hadn't even gone through half of the changes Vita brought. These could be a whole new species of people for all they knew. Malachi turned towards the blood guardian on the ground. Grund was currently treating him and trying to stop the bleeding. He was not gentle, and the man didn't hide his pain. Maybe we could find out from him, Malachi said, gesturing towards the guardian. But Layla quickly shook her head. We'd be wasting our time. Whatever they were doing here is obviously top secret. He won't say anything, especially not to us. Malachi understood she was referring to the fact that they were in Captain Rhett's squad and were well looked down upon by the city. Torture, Malachi said, and Layla was a bit startled by how calmly he had said it. She cleared her throat. There's not enough time. I'm sure those other adjudicators are on their way as we speak. Malachi frowned. I still want us to try and ask. Can we? Layla met his gaze and sighed. There was nothing but coldness in them, but it didn't change the fact that they reminded her of Valerian. She reluctantly nodded. There was no way she could refuse those eyes. They approached the Blood Guardian along with a confused Renlo. Malachi made sure he was out of view, hiding behind Grund's massive crouched body. He allowed Layla to take the lead. "How's he doing?" Layla asked. Hand was ripped out, but Grund stopped the bleeding. Grund replied, handing the man a vial filled with light green liquid. As the man drank it, he felt the pain raging through him subside by a large margin, and the blood dripping from his torn arm began to slow. The man turned his pain-filled eyes towards Layla. His voice was cold. "You're all from Rhett's squad." He gazed at Grund and then Renlo. He didn't hide the disdain in his eyes. Layla's eyes went cold. She could see where this was heading. "You couldn't even do one thing right. Why did you let them escape, Urk?" A pained expression crossed the man's face and he shot a glare at Grund, who had just tightened the cloth, stopping his torn hand from bleeding. "Don't blame your incompetence on us, Guardian. It's never the Blood Knight's duty to deal with the living," Layla said, voice blunt. "We take care of darkness creatures, not help to make more." The man spat on the ground, expression placid. "Watch how you talk to an Adrenari girl," he said. "The only reason your captain hasn't ended up with a Klossabane is because of his blood. The same can't be said for you." The entirety of Silvestein was ruled by the Council of Clans consisting of different lower clans, which answered to the Sanguine clan. However, there was no one who didn't know who ruled the main city of Silvestein, the Adrenari clan. And gazing at the spiky hair and eyes filled with energy, they could see that he was an Adrenari. The man smiled at the brief pause his words caused. "Now make yourself useful and carry me back to the entrance of this accursed forest." Layla's eyes narrowed. This stupid. She was about to speak when Malachi walked out from behind Grund, calm eyes fixed on the man. The man turned toward the new face and almost immediately his eyes nearly popped out of their sockets. That face, there was no way he could mistake it. The entire city of Silvestein had watched him standing alone against the army of darkness that day. In ninth V vein, he clenched his fist, fighting through the pain before bowing deeply. I had no idea you were there." He had felt a presence behind Grund, but never imagined it would be the ninth vein. "What is your name?" "Be Brinoda Adrenari, ninth vein," he replied after a second. "Brinoda," Malachi said. "Tell me about the figures we just faced." Brinoda's face darkened. Malachi was clearly using his status to force him to talk. He bowed even lower. "I apologize, ninth vein, but this is a matter of utmost importance to the city. I'm forbidden from speaking even a word about it." The silence that followed made Brinoda uneasy. It stretched on for a few seconds before Malachi finally broke it. "All right, Layla," he said, turning toward her. "Yes, ninth vein, I want you to note down a few things for me. It's for a message I want to send to the clan, as you wish." Layla didn't know what he was planning, but she bowed regardless. First, Brinoda of the Adrenari clan insulted and called the ninth vein of the Sanguine clan incompetent. Brinoda's eyes almost bulged out. I never did such a thing," Malachi frowned. "Layla, yes, ninth vein, he also called me a liar. Remind me to add that." By now a small smile had appeared on Layla's face. "Of course, ninth vein." Brinoda bit down on his lip, looking at Malachi with a panicked expression. This devious boy. If Malachi sent such a message to the Sanguine clan, his life would be forfeit. He didn't even want to imagine what they'd do to him. "In ninth vein, please, the city forbids me from." Before he could finish, Malachi suddenly stretched out his arm, dagger in the other hand. Without hesitation, he slashed a clean cut across his forearm, crimson blood dripping onto the floor. "In ninth vein, what are you doing?" Renlo's panicked gasp echoed, and even Layla and Grund looked slightly taken aback. Before anyone could ask, Malachi spoke. "Layla, yes, ninth vein." Her voice sounded startled. "Also note this down," he said. There was no hint of pain in his expression as he stared directly at the trembling man. "Brinoda of the Adrenari clan attacked me after I demanded he apologize for insulting the Sanguine clan. I was able to escape with a cut on my hand." Brinoda's heart skipped a beat. He didn't know when the trembling started. "As you wish, ninth vein," Layla answered after a second. "What do you think his punishment will be?" Malachi asked with a cold smile that made Brinoda tremble even harder. "Possibly torture and then death, ninth vein." "Just that." Malachi raised an eyebrow. "Has the Sanguine clan gotten that soft?" Layla gave a look of realization. "You're right, ninth vein. The clan will probably go after his family and everyone he's ever known or loved just to send a message." Malachi nodded. "That's more like the clan," he said, taking on a thoughtful expression. "You know what? Let's send the message now. I'll be able to describe him perfectly this way." Brinoda's trembling eyes were locked on Malachi as he suddenly tapped on his lifeguard. "Oh, he's the devil," he thought in dread. Wait, ninth vein, I'll talk. Malachi calmly turned towards him. "You'll talk?" he asked. Why yes. Brinoda nodded quickly. But mention everything I just said, Layla. We'll be sending the message now." Malachi cut him off before he could finish, tapping his lifeguard. "Yes, ninth vein," Layla responded. No, don't send it. I'll talk. Brinoda said quickly, shaking his head. Malachi dropped his hand and turned fully to face him. What do you want to know? Ninth vein. He had a look of pure defeat in his eyes. Tell me about the two we just faced. Who or what are they? Brunota clenched his trembling fists. He could already see his life ending if word got out that he was talking, but he had no choice. Gormikai, he said after a second. Gormikai? Malachi raised an eyebrow and Brunota nodded. It's what they call themselves. Where did they come from? Are they human? We don't know, Brunota said, shaking his head. He gulped as he felt Malachi's cold stare settle on him. It's the truth, ninth vein. I swear. Are they invading the stronghold? Malachi asked next, and Brunota quickly shook his head. No, if anything, we're the invaders. When the city decided it was time to develop and populate the Mirkroot Hollow, we ran into them. You mean they've always been here, before the city was built? The question came from Layla, who was visibly surprised when Brunota nodded, to think another species had been living right under their noses without them knowing. When we reached the forest and began felling the trees, they showed themselves, and they were not friendly. Malachi turned toward the towering trees with orange-like veins snaking across them. Something was definitely special about them. Why hasn't the city taken care of them yet? Malachi asked, baffled. There were unknowns within the stronghold. Why hadn't the city's powerhouses stormed this place already? Because they're not just some random people. We believe it's a large settlement. They have blooms guarding them. Malachi's eyes widened slightly. That would explain it. If they had blooms, then acting recklessly would be bad. Any death that occurred between blooms could bring calamity to the city. Only a Zenith would be able to resolve this peacefully, and Malachi was starting to see the full picture. If the Sanguine clan got involved, they'd be entitled to most of the resources within Mirkroot Hollow. The clan council clearly didn't want that. They're looking for another way without involving the clan, he concluded. He turned his gaze toward Brunota. The image of the two Synergy Stage adjudicators they encountered outside the forest flashed in his mind. Odd, the Gormikai had blooms, yet the city had only sent 3 Synergy Stage evolvers and a few node formations after them. Something didn't add up. What about you all? Malachi asked. What were you doing here, fighting them? Brunota's expression hardened slightly. We were trying to win the bounty. What bounty? Malachi and Layla exchanged a glance. Me and the others set a trap, pretending to be here to cut their trees. When they attacked, we quickly retreated after planting a tracker on one of them. We began following them, but we hadn't even gone far before we were ambushed. Dan and Kessim both retreated to the entrance to stop anyone from approaching and ruining our shot. I was able to kill some of them, but more showed up and overwhelmed me. So the darkness wasn't from other blood guardians, Malachi thought. That meant only the 3 adjudicators had entered the forest. What about the other blood knights? Layla asked. Why didn't they respond to the call? Brunota scoffed. They've been instructed to ignore any call from this forest. Instructed by who? Malachi asked. Brunota cleared his throat, turning his gaze to the side. Malachi frowned and raised his arm, blade ready to cut. Brunota's eyes widened. All right, stop, ninth vein. I heard it was an order from the Blood Commander. The Blood Commander. Malachi and Layla exchanged another look. Things had just gotten more complicated. Isn't that the 4th pulse? From the serious look in Layla's eyes, Malachi could tell she was thinking the same thing. A Blood Commander oversaw all Blood Knight operations in a city. All captains reported to her. Before coming to Silverstein, Malachi had already looked into the chain of command. The 4th pulse. If she was involved in this, then it meant only trouble. Why would she give that order? Malachi thought for a moment. He looked around the forest before it hit him. He remembered the sight of the corruptor moving deeper into the forest. She's trying to run them down and locate their base. The bounty would lure in more hunters, which would mean more deaths and more darkness creatures drawn to the highest Vita source, the Gormikai settlement. With their map, the darkness would lead her right to their base. She's cunning, Malachi praised silently. About these trees, what are they used for? Malachi asked. Could already tell they were different from the rest. In fact, the entire forest felt different. Vita density here is the highest I've ever felt. If not for the danger, he'd sit and train right in the middle of it. The Vita density of the forest felt as though he placed a grade 3 Vita core inside a small room. Others might find themselves getting overwhelmed, but not him. Brunota hesitated before continuing. We were able to extract a resource we called marrow dust. When sniffed, it grants temporary berserk strength to the user. Malachi raised an eyebrow. That was an incredible resource. And I'm guessing this is the only place these trees grow. Brunota nodded. Malachi glanced over at his squad. Layla had a troubled look on her face, while Grund and Renlo still looked dazed from everything they'd heard. It was expected. They had each just found out that there was possibly another species living in the stronghold, one that was unaccounted for. Just as Malachi was about to speak, a sharp voice rang out. Brunota. 2 figures burst out from the forest and into the clearing. Their expressions were cold as they spotted Brunota, arm torn and bloodied. Are you okay? What happened? Brunota scowled as the other guardian reached him. Their eyes shifted to the squad, anger flaring until they saw Malachi. They instantly rose to their feet and bowed. In ninth vein, Malachi's voice remained calm. My squad and I saved your companion and are already leaving. We were never here, right? The guardians glanced toward Brunota, who immediately nodded. They bowed lower. You were never here. Malachi nodded, then exchanged glances with the rest of his squad. Without wasting time, they sprinted out of the forest. At their speed, the squad was able to come out of the strange forest within minutes. Malachi instantly felt the change of Vita density in the air. He frowned, sending a glance back towards the forest, getting farther away as the seconds passed. Too bad. He was fighting the urge to turn back and enter that forest in order to train. He couldn't understand how the high Vita hadn't spilled out into other parts of the forest. It was as though there was a barrier around that forest, blocking the Vita from leaving. He could see his strength improving by leaps and bounds if he trained undisturbed in that forest, but unfortunately it was too dangerous. He tore his gaze away from it and faced his front. He glanced at his squad members and took in their expressions. If there was one thing he was good at, it was observing and deducting. Layla wore her emotions on her face. She was frowning. It was obvious that everything she just found out disturbed her. Renlo had a relieved look on his face, and Malachi could glean that the boy didn't give much thought to everything they had just found out. Instead, he was more focused on the fact that they had left that creepy forest unscathed. Grund was a tougher nut to crack. His face showed no emotion. He simply ran behind the squad with a calm look. Malachi narrowed his eyes. He's hiding something. He didn't come to that conclusion based on his current expression. No, it was his actions that had rubbed Malachi the wrong way. The secret entrance. The group had never been on a mission to the Mirkroot Hollow, and yet Grund had led them to a secret entrance to a forest no one knew anything about. Not only that, he was holding back. During his fight with those savages, the Gormakai, as the Blood Guardian had called them, he had been holding back, as though he didn't want to hurt them. It would seem Grund was not as simple as he had thought. They didn't stop on their way even as they passed by the walled city, and with their speed, they soon reached the high boundary and crossed into the Care Thorn district. Eventually, they reached the base to meet their baffled captain. "Where the hell did y'all go to? Been looking everywhere for you." Captain Rhett stood at the entrance to the base along with a new face Malachi didn't recognize. The captain had a stunned look on his face, seeing his squad members looking as though they had just returned from war. Layla shot Rhett a glare that could pierce through steel and proceeded to ignore him. "Good job out there today, everyone, including both of you," Layla said, turning towards Malachi and Renlo, flashing them a smile. Malachi shot him a "what the hell are you doing" look, causing the boy to clear his throat and look away, slightly embarrassed. Layla nodded. And then, shooting the still baffled Rhett another glare, she stormed inside the base, wanting to be elsewhere from here. "Who?" Rhett let out a breath. "Did I say something wrong?" he asked. "The captain is really dumb," Grund suddenly said. He patted Rhett with his massive hand, shaking his head as he walked into the base. Rhett looked even more confused. "Mind telling me what the hell is going on?" Rhett turned to Malachi. "We had a mission." "Where were you?" Rhett scowled. "Ah, shit," he sighed. "So that's why she's pissed." "You didn't answer my question." Malachi cut Rhett from his thoughts. Rhett cleared his throat. He scratched the back of his head. "I was preoccupied." "Yes, that." Malachi stared at his captain for a few long seconds. He looked as though he wanted to stab the man. "Who is he?" He decided to let it go and turned towards the man standing beside Rhett. The man flinched as Malachi's gaze fell on him. He bowed. "It's an honor to meet the Ninth Vein," he said, a little too loud. "I watched the hunt from beginning to end. You were awesome." Malachi didn't know how to react. The man was clearly in his 30s and looked it. The fact that he was currently acting like a fanboy left Malachi unsure of how to respond. Rhett chuckled and placed his palm on the man's shoulder. "Oh right, this is Igian. I know that name." Earlier today, Layla had mentioned the same name. "He came to fix the house," he asked. Rhett nodded. "Exactly. Since it was your idea in the first place, I'll let you iron out the details with him. Now, if you'll excuse me, I have to go grovel and beg." He waved and entered back into the base. Malachi turned his gaze at Igian, who flinched and turned his eyes down. The hours went by quickly, and when the evening arrived, a loud shout echoed across the base. "Get out!" Rhett burst out from a room on the middle floor, closing the wooden door behind him. The crashing sound of a vase hitting the door reached his ears just as he leaned away from it. Rhett wiped the sweat from his brows. "What the hell's gotten into her?" he muttered under his breath. He had done worse than what he did today, and usually a few rounds of begging and pleading had always set things straight. But this time, Layla hadn't seemed to hear anything he had to say, sending him away before he could even start begging. Rhett shook his head. He frowned. He didn't like it when Layla was angry at him. It always made his heart beat weirdly. "I'll let her cool down," he thought, sighing. Gazing at her door for a moment, he turned and left. Inside the room, Layla took deep, calming breaths, trying to stabilize her breathing. "Why did I react like that?" She sighed deeply, placing a palm on her forehead. She regretted the way she had just acted. She couldn't explain it. As soon as she had seen Rhett, the scene of her walking into the bedroom that night replayed in her mind. The night of the mission to the Red Maw, Malachi had returned home without Rhett. Worried, Layla had tracked him down and found him buried in a room filled with women. He had been deep asleep, even when she pulled him out and carried him back to base. The scene plagued her. It had affected her more than she would like. It made her heart hurt. Why do I care so much? She asked herself the same question every night that stupid man went on his drunken way, but she knew how useless the question was. She already knew the reason her heart acted this way. It had only ever moved for one man, Rhett, but the bastard was either far too stupid to see her interest or cruel enough to ignore it. Regardless, Layla decided to absorb herself in something else tonight. She had more important things to attend to. Calming herself, she left her room and headed upstairs. Turning right, she walked and eventually stopped in front of a door. She knocked. A few seconds later, the door opened. Cold eyes of a boy no older than 14 fell on her, and she smiled. "Ninth vein, may I come in?" Malachi stared at Layla for a few seconds before nodding. He stepped aside and allowed her in, shutting the door behind her. "I see you left the place as it was," Layla said, scanning the room. "I didn't see a need to change anything." When no other words came, Layla understood it was him telling her to get to the point. She cleared her throat. "I'm here because of your earlier words, ninth vein. What about it?" Malachi asked. "You said your father was killed. Was that a mistake? I wouldn't make that kind of mistake." Layla could sense the coldness in Malachi's words, and she realized how she must have sounded. How could a grieving son be mistaken about something like that? "I apologize, ninth vein," she bowed. "It's fine," Malachi nodded curtly. "Like I said, I wasn't mistaken. He and my mother were killed by people in the clan. I asked you because I thought you might know something about it, since you were my father's subordinate, but it seems I was wrong." Layla had a look of shock on her face. Her voice mirrored it. "Are you sure?" She shook her head and decided to rephrase. "How do you know this?" Malachi had been 7 when it happened. How was it possible that he knew this? Still, after everything Malachi had shown her today, the way he manipulated the Blood Guardian to spill everything, the fact that he took care of a grade 2 corruptor so quickly, she had watched it all happen. Everything made her want to believe him. "The Sovereign said so himself," Malachi said after a second, and Layla froze. "The Sovereign," she echoed. Malachi nodded. "He came to me a few days after the incident." But Layla tried to make sense of it all. "The Sovereign was fond of your father. Why didn't he act if he knew who the perpetrator was?" "I don't know." Malachi had asked himself that same question every day since that meeting, and he could only hope for an answer during his next encounter with the Sovereign, an answer to all his questions. After that, Layla had asked more questions about the issue. She seemed visibly shaken by the revelation. She, along with everyone else, had always believed Valerian's death was an unfortunate mistake, but now she was finding out otherwise. Eventually, she left Malachi's room with a single thought. How would he react when he finds out? The image of Rhett flashed in her mind. It seemed she had just found what she needed to awaken the slumbering beast. Malachi watched Layla leave his room with a calm gaze. He only turned away when the door closed and her footsteps faded down the hallway. "That's unlike you." Malachi heard Valentine's words and nodded. "I know." The ghost was referring to what had just happened with Layla. Malachi had told her about his suspicions, about the Sovereign's words, about his goal. It was odd. It was the first time Valentine had seen him open up like that to someone else. "Don't mind me, I'm not complaining. If anything, I'm glad you're finally trusting people." "I don't trust anyone," Malachi replied. "I only told her enough. Any idiot could find this out with a little digging." Still, Valentine pressed on. "I'm sure you did this to see if she could be trusted or not." Malachi didn't respond. His silence was answer enough. "If you ask me," Valentine continued after a moment, "you can trust her. You can fake many things, but not genuine grief. I saw her eyes when you two were talking about your father. That look can't be faked." "Let's hope you're right." Malachi lay back on his bed. He had done this to see if he could gain people he could rely on. He was operating on the hope that these people, Layla, Rhett, Grund, had once been his father's subordinates. If his father had chosen them, then they had to be good people. He trusted his father that much. Enough of that. It's time to check the rankings. Malachi had spent the better part of the day with Igian. He had walked the man through everything they wanted, especially Renlo, who had practically begged for the kitchen setup. Malachi had declared it a top priority. Igian had made a lot of suggestions, and Malachi could tell just how passionate the man was about his work. They eventually reached a consensus, and the job was scheduled to begin in a week, after a temporary shelter was built for them to stay until construction ended. He had only just returned to his room when Layla came to meet him. Now, finally alone, he tapped on his lifeguard and navigated through it until he found what he was looking for, the fresh blood rankings. Malachi tapped on the fresh blood rankings the instant he saw it. A list of names appeared alongside their corresponding points, and Malachi observed each one carefully. Fresh blood rankings. Valerian von Sanguin, 77,935. Othric von Sanguin, 68,323. 29. Malachi von Sanguin, 29,312, as expected. Malachi gazed calmly at the rankings of the Sanguin clan's youth. He wasn't surprised, not even slightly. The fresh blood rankings featured every young blood knight in the clan. Although names stopped affecting the board once a person crossed the age of 20, they were never removed. Their presence was meant to serve as a legacy, one that others would strive to surpass and fail. Malachi's gaze went to two things the moment the rankings showed, the very top and his own name. To him, those were the only things that mattered. He didn't bother checking anything else. It increased. He silently noted. He could still remember his previous total from the hunt, and it had clearly gone up. The hunt reward it was 20, but the sovereign doubled it. He did the math in his head. After running the numbers, he realized that roughly 160 points remained unaccounted for. That was reasonable, considering he had just returned from a mission. The Grade 2 Corruptor, and Malachi was certain something else was at play. From the hunt, Grade 1 Darkness creatures were worth, at most, 20 points. Grade 2s, no matter how significantly stronger, couldn't be more than 50, which meant the one he killed had probably awarded 50 points. That explained 50, but what about the rest, the mission? The thought clicked after a second. He tapped on his lifeguard and checked. Sure enough, the earlier mission that had popped up now had a completed mark beside it. He looked at the reward, over 1,000. It was exactly 1,100 points, 10%. Malachi narrowed his eyes. That would be 110 points, perfectly aligned with the discrepancy, so we get about 10 of the overall mission points, he concluded. It was another avenue for gaining points, killing two birds with one stone. After noting the other veins' positions on the board, Malachi left the fresh blood rankings and navigated further. Another board came into view, but this one wasn't for individuals. Is this the squads, he thought. There were different categories, one for the Blood Knight squads within the Cairthorn district and another covering all squads in Silvestein. Regardless, Malachi sighed the moment he saw their squad, labeled by their captain's name, showing up last in nearly every ranking. He shook his head. Of course, it didn't surprise him. Captain Rhett had clearly been banished to a forgotten corner of the district. It was no wonder they rarely got missions. Today had just been a fluke. Malachi closed out the rankings and lay back on his bed. He had a lot to think about. The hours went by quickly, and night had already descended. Tell me everything you know about the Mirkroot Hollow. A cold voice echoed in the middle of a quiet forest. The moon's sliver glow shone down on two figures facing each other in front of a massive tree. At the question, the man clad in a pure white suit bowed. His eyes were calm, but there was no fooling the first figure. He could see the gate within those eyes, but he didn't care. It was none other than Malachi and Whiteshade. Following his long thinking session, Malachi had called for a meeting with Whiteshade to discuss the Mirkroot Hollow and everything he had found out today. It's the only underdeveloped district inside the city, Ninth Vein. It is currently ruled by multiple clans across the city who only want a piece of the resources it has to offer. I heard the city has been trying to populate and develop it for about 30 years now. What is keeping them from doing it? Malachi didn't say everything he knew about the Mirkroot Hollow or the savages he met today. Aside from the fact that he couldn't trust Whiteshade, he was here to gather information, not give it away. Whiteshade took on a thoughtful look, gathering his thoughts. Before I start, I must warn you that this information isn't completely reliable. Why? Because the matters of the Mirkroot Hollow are kept in the Mirkroot Hollow. From what I hear, none of its inhabitants are allowed to step out of the district, especially the Blood Guardians and Knights who would know what's going on. So you don't have any sources coming into the Red Maw? Malachi asked. Whiteshade shook his head. We do. Malachi gestured for him to continue. Do you know who visits the Red Maw the most? Ninth Vein, Whiteshade asked. The poor and the wretched. Lost souls who have given up on living a good life and are addicted to the thrill, Whiteshade said. There's a lot going on at the Mirkroot Hollow that is unknown, but it is leaving men injured and crippled for life. Some of these men are allowed to work at the border. From there, they sneak into Cairthorn and enter the Red Maw. But Whiteshade suddenly shook his head. Their words are unreliable. There's no way of confirming if what they say is true or not, and some have already been caught contradicting themselves. Malachi nodded and gestured for Whiteshade to continue once more. He understood what the man was trying to say. What he was about to say could be considered nothing but rumors. Still, it was better than nothing. Some say the reason the city can't make any progress is because the forest is fighting them. Nature is angry, they say. Nonsense talk. Whiteshade shook his head. It was clear he didn't believe in superstitions. Some say it's a new group they've never heard of, stopping any chance of development. Some say failed experiments, others say new species. The speculations are endless. Why hasn't the city done anything about it yet? Whiteshade shook his head. I'm sorry, Ninth Vein, but I don't know. But if I had to guess, there's something stopping them. Possibly a resource. Marrow Dust, Malachi suddenly said. Have you heard of it before? Whiteshade's eyes widened slightly, as though surprised to hear that name. He paused slightly and glanced around, making sure no one was watching. Yes, he nodded after a second. The Berserker drug is what people are calling it, he said. I'm still trying to find out its origins, but I'm suspecting the Mirkroot Hollow. Many of the contenders in my fighting ring started using it a while ago, but I banned it. Malachi furrowed his brows. Why, if it granted strength, then Whiteshade's fighters would be able to give a better show. He couldn't understand why he would ban it, because it's dangerous, Ninth Vein. Addictive too. I've lost many fighters due to overuse already. Malachi narrowed his eyes. What about blood guardians? Are they not investigating it? He asked. Whiteshade scoffed. They wouldn't care to find out what happened to some lowlifes. Plus, I wouldn't be surprised to hear they're the cause of all this. If the blood guardians and knights are acting this way, the Council of Clans should be able to keep them in check. Whiteshade shook his head. I believe you have the wrong opinion about who is truly in charge of this city, Ninth Vein. The Council of Clans are just figureheads. The real leader is the Fourth Pulse. Figure clad in pure black armor made his way across the bright streets of Tenorus. Tenorus was the only city in the Mirkroot Hollow, and Bernoda had been confused when he saw the large walls littered with artillery surrounding the settlement on his first day when he had transferred in. There were already outer walls, why inner walls too? He hadn't understood it, but a few days spent in the Mirkroot Hollow changed that. As Bernoda reached the gates of a massive mansion, he paused and took a large gulp. Why did he summon me? Bernoda wondered. He was currently in front of what could be considered the best building in all of Tenorus, dwarfing those of the clan heads and representatives. There was only one figure who could have such privilege, the Arbiter of the Mirkroot Hollow. An Arbiter was the third title in the Blood Guardians ranking, and were even rarer than adjudicators. They were in charge of the Blood Guardians of an entire district, figures of high authority. And as Bernoda walked through the gates, escorted towards the mansion's basement by the Mirkroot Hollow Arbiter's guards, his mind replayed the rumors he had heard about this place. It was said that being summoned to the basement was the end. None had ever made it back. Unfortunately for Bernoda, he had no choice. As Bernoda reached the bottom of the basement stairs, his eyes landed on a door a few steps away. One of the guards stepped forward, opened it, and gestured for him to enter. The moment he stepped inside, the sound of utensils hitting ceramic plates rang in his ears. Bernoda's gaze swept the room. It was simple, large, with a singular table in the center. Seated at the table was the source of the clinking sounds. A man sat with his back straight, eating calmly without even sparing Bernoda a glance. Around the room, several guards stood motionless. Each one radiated a cold aura that sent unease crawling up Bernoda's spine. He didn't like this. He didn't like this one bit. A arbiter, Bernoda said quickly, dropping to one knee and bowing in respect. Seconds passed, then a minute, then two. Before long, over half an hour had gone by. Still no answer, just the occasional clinking of fork against plate. Despite the silence, Bernoda didn't utter a word. He didn't move. He kept his head low and waited. Then finally a satisfied sigh sounded, followed by the sound of utensils being dropped for good. The food was really good, Marvin, the arbiter said at last. Though I was starving, I could still tell it was delicious. Your best one yet. Good job. Marvin grinned and bowed even lower. I'm honored, arbiter. And the arbiter nodded. All right, now shoo. I've got business to take care of. He waved his hand and Marvin quickly scurried out of the room. The moment the arbiter's gaze shifted to Bernoda, the air changed. It was heavy, so heavy that Bernoda's bow involuntarily deepened. What is your name, warrior? The arbiter's voice was calm, but it echoed across the room like a blade dragging on steel. Be Bernoda, your eminence. Bernoda, the arbiter echoed. That's a unique name. Who gave it to you? Am my mother, your eminence. What does it mean? Bernoda hesitated for a second, then said, it means he who trips over nothing. The arbiter let out a laugh. Your mother's an interesting one. Let's hope her son doesn't break her heart by dying an untimely death. Bernoda swallowed hard. Caught the threat loud and clear. It wasn't subtle, not even slightly. Tell me, Bernoda, the arbiter's voice suddenly dropped, growing colder. How did you lose your arm? Bernoda instinctively reached for the empty sleeve, memories of the forest rushing back in an instant. Is that what this is about? He wondered. But there was no way he could tell the truth. The image of those cold crimson eyes flashed in his mind again. There was a scuffle in a bar downtown, your eminence, between two synergy stage evolvers. I had to step in and unfortunately, I lost my arm in the process. The arbiter stared at him in silence. The stillness made Bernoda sweat. Then suddenly the arbiter chuckled and waved a hand. One of the guards behind him bowed and exited through a side door. Seconds later he returned, dragging two battered figures and tossing them onto the floor like sacks of meat. Bernoda's heart dropped. Shit. His mind reeled in dread. They were his colleagues, the ones who had been with him in the forest today. Bernoda's eyes were wide open. His heart thundered hard in his chest. Just a few meters away from him were two of his fellow adjudicators. Only they were far more than that. Both men had become a breath of fresh air in the stillness that was the Mirkroot Hollow. He, Dan, and Kessim had been close ever since he was transferred to the Mirkroot Hollow. His days here were either boring or far too dangerous, and his drunken nights along with his friends were what kept his mind in one piece in this accursed city. Only now they both laid on the ground in front of him, utterly battered, clothes torn to shreds, figures drenched in crimson blood. Their faces were indistinguishable. Countless blows had disfigured them. Bernoda could see their limbs bent in unnatural angles in ways that shouldn't be. Their bones are broken, he realized. The only sign of life was the labored rising and falling of their chests, and the fact that their bodies were still intact, instead of the sleek blackness of the creature that descended whenever there was death. They were tortured. As the realization thundered in his head, somehow, every shred of pity he felt for his mates vanished, replaced only by fear. He had heard the rumors about the Arbiter's basement, but only now did he truly grasp the gravity of the danger he was in. The emergence of Dan and Kessim brought an unreal silence to the room. Brunota didn't dare lift his gaze. He could feel the cold stare of the Arbiter on him as he struggled to come up with his next course of action. Ren, the Arbiter's amused voice, broke the silence. Yes, Arbiter, the voice came from a guard directly behind Brunota. What is the consequence for lying to a superior? Brunota's heart began beating faster at the Arbiter's words. He knew the answer more than anyone. Death, Arbiter, the guard answered immediately, and Brunota had no idea when the trembling started. The Blood Guardians operated like a military army. Their members were trained to respect the chain of command, to take the word of someone above more seriously than their own lives. The Blood Knights protected humanity against the darkness creatures. The Blood Guardians protected humanity against themselves. One could say the latter was a job even more delicate than the former. They dealt with humans, other living beings. The wrong death could spell the end of many. Any mistake would be fatal. For this, humans with far fewer flaws were needed. Humans who could follow orders to the T, ones who wouldn't disobey a direct command. The Arbiter could decide to kill him now and there'd be no consequences. Bam! Brunota slammed his head on the ground, body trembling. He ignored the pain, the crimson blood trickling down his skull, and did the only thing he could in this situation. Arbiter, please forgive me for my insolence. I have no excuse. He accepted his fault. He had heard from many that the Arbiter was a man of logic. He valued the truth more than wading through an endless stream of excuses. The Arbiter laughed. It seems word of my character has spread amongst you all, he said with a smile, but the coldness in his eyes hadn't changed. It's a good thing I feel merciful today. Have your seat, Brunota. Brunota picked himself up from the ground and sat at a seat opposite the Arbiter. His body was drenched in sweat, and he couldn't stop shaking no matter how much he tried. No one had laid a single hand on him since he arrived in this basement, but he looked as though he had gone through hell and back. His gaze didn't dare meet the Arbiter's, it was fixed downward at the table. Now, let's start all over again. I hope for the truth this time, Brunota. For your sake, tell me how you lost your hand. After a second, Brunota began to narrate the events of the day. He talked about everything that occurred in the forest, the bounty, their plan, their encounter with the Gormakai, and how they had ripped his hand from his body. Even after everything, Brunota's trembling refused to stop. From what he had just narrated, in simple terms, they hadn't done anything wrong. The bounty had been placed there for them to attempt to find the Gormakai, and what they had done today was just that, an attempt. Still, Brunota knew there was more to the story, something he was keeping to himself, and he truly hoped the Arbiter would leave it as it was. But the Arbiter's next words told him just how naive he was. A bloom will birth a calamity, but a synergy stage threat can still be managed. Don't underestimate how far I am willing to go. Brunota shivered. The Arbiter had just unleashed his aura, the aura of a bloom. It pressed down on him like a vice, and Brunota glanced at his mates, taking in their battered and wretched figures. He would end up like that too if he didn't talk. But the crimson, cold eyes of a 14-year-old boy refused to leave his thoughts. If he spilled, he somehow had no doubt that the boy would make him pay. However, if he didn't, he couldn't fathom a way he would leave this basement alive. The silence stretched, and after a moment, Brunota chose the present over the uncertain future. The ninth vein, Your Eminence. The Arbiter's eyes glinted. Since the conversation began, he finally showed shock on his face. The ninth vein and other members of Captain Rhett's squad had answered a call in the forest because of the deaths. The Arbiter listened silently, as Brunota added the missing piece he had intentionally left out. After Brunota was done, the Arbiter stared at him silently for a few seconds. Is that all? Brunota shakily nodded in response. I might not have the ability to detect lies like the Sanguine, but my decades spent as an adjudicator made me able to discern when I'm being lied to. You're walking on thin ice, Brunota. The Arbiter watched quietly as Brunota squirmed, wrestling with himself. He knew the man was hiding something, and he was going to find out what, no matter how dirty his hands had to get. Well, I could just let the guards handle it, he thought, and was about to gesture toward one of them when Brunota suddenly spoke up. The Arbiter waved the guard off and listened. The ninth vein asked about the Gormakai and the status of the Merkroot Hollow, Brunota said. Tell me everything you told him, the Arbiter said coldly. Brunota shivered and began to recount his entire conversation with Malachi, everything they discussed. By the time he was done, the Arbiter's expression had darkened so much that Brunota wanted to disappear. It's worse than I thought. Shit. The Arbiter slammed his fist against the table, rattling it. Brunota flinched, but the man didn't seem to care. He had fallen into deep thought. I thought it was salvageable, but he remembered enjoying one of his hobbies when a guard had come to inform him about the ninth vein's entry into the Merkroot Hollow, and that 3 adjudicators had returned from the forest, one of them missing a hand. They had all been seen heading in the same direction. He had been curious and summoned the adjudicators, only to find out what had happened. At the ninth Vane had entered into the forest along with other squad members and had possibly made contact with a Gormakai. It was bad news, and he dreaded how she would act if word reached her. His goal with summoning Bernoda had been to assess just how bad the situation was, and now he had just learned that this fool had basically spilled everything. If the Sanguine clan finds out now, the Arbiter shook his head. The resources in that forest were far too precious to let the Sanguine take control. I have to inform her. His cold gaze returned to Bernoda. Kill them. Bernoda's eyes tore wide, but before he could react, his world tilted. He looked down and saw himself falling while his body was still seated. The realization hit like a slap. Ah, I've been beheaded. His vision was claimed by darkness just before his head hit the floor and rolled to a stop in front of the battered bodies of his mates. There was silence. Then an explosion of darkness tore out from Bernoda's corpse. His severed head snapped back toward his darkness-drenched body, and the Arbiter calmly rose to his feet as the Grade 3 creature began to form. The room remained intact despite the creature's power. Not a quake reached the outside. He had built this basement specifically for this purpose, crafted from materials even a Grade 3 would struggle to break through. More importantly, it blocked out any signal from the outside world, which meant the AI on the lifeguard wouldn't be able to pick up on any deaths. The Arbiter calmly removed the napkin tucked into the button on his chest, gaze fixed on the creature. The Arbiter was short, and many would call him a small man, just slightly above being a dwarf. His face wasn't ugly, but it wasn't handsome either. The only thing he had going for him was his hardened, muscular frame. His spiky orange hair and blazing eyes hinted at his clan, the Adrenari. What happened next was a blur. One moment, the Arbiter stood calmly by the table. Next, he was tearing through the large frame of the darkness creature, crazed eyes glowing. The other two were eventually killed as well, the Arbiter dispatching them easily. Afterward, he walked out of the basement, his figure drenched in black ichor. Get me another suit, and prepare the carriage, the Arbiter said, already making his way to the bathroom to clean himself up. A few minutes later, freshly changed, he stepped into his carriage. Take me to the Blood Commander's mansion. Yes, Arbiter, the coachman said. Soon they were airborne. Throughout the ride, the Arbiter thought about how best to approach it. He would have to relay everything to her soon, and he already had a good idea of how she would react. I might have to take care of him. It was a bad position to be in, but it was a necessary one. He would have no choice. It's worth it. He remembered what they had discovered in that forest and her plan. He steeled his mind. It would all be worth it eventually. The carriage ride took several minutes. Unfortunately, the Equilators had some sort of speed limit when flying within the city. Eventually, the Arbiter reached his destination and landed. He stared at the sprawling mansion through the carriage window, one that dwarfed even his own by many margins. He ignored its grandeur. It wasn't the first time he'd seen it. His gaze locked onto a guard as they reached the gates. Arbiter Nesroth. The guard saluted sharply, and Nesroth gave a short nod. She's expecting me. Of course, Arbiter. The guard gestured to the others, and the gates opened, allowing the carriage to enter. As Nesroth disembarked, he adjusted the helm of his suit and pushed down the unease rising within him before walking toward the mansion. She's waiting for you, Arbiter. A butler stood at the entrance with a small bow. Nesroth nodded calmly and followed behind him in silence as he was led through long halls and up a flight of steps until they stopped before a set of tall double doors. You may go in, Arbiter, the butler said, gesturing toward the entrance. Nesroth looked at the doors for a few seconds, then took a deep breath. He straightened himself, pushed down the tension clawing at his chest, and stepped forward. The moment he opened the door and entered, the scent hit him. Gentle, tranquil. It washed over him like a wave, and for a moment he felt the urge to let everything go, to bare himself, to relax. Nesroth pushed through the feeling and swept his gaze around the room. Nesroth pushed through the terrible feeling deep in his gut and swept his gaze around the room. The room was luxurious to its barest molecule, expansive, akin to a grand hall. Gilded pillars lined the corners, soft red drapes hung from the ceiling, and the furniture was crafted from polished gold and velvet, which glimmered under the faint light illuminating the room. But the only reason Nesroth was able to see through the thick, drug-laced smoke that drenched the air was because he had been here a few times before. It wasn't a memory he would like to remember. He slowed his breathing, dulling the smoke's effects on his body. The last time he'd been here, he had fallen into the temptation and let go completely, a mistake he'd sworn never to repeat. Composing himself, he approached the king-sized bed at the center of the room. There the smoke cleared just enough for his gaze to make out a few outlines on the sheets. A woman lay sprawled across the bed, a shisha pipe in hand, clearly the source of all the smoke. She was nestled between two men who seemed entirely out of it, completely naked, their eyes shut. The only sign of life was the rhythmic rise and fall of their chests. Isn't that Nesroth's eyes landed on one of the men? There wasn't a soul in Silvestein, especially in Cairthorn district, who wouldn't recognize him. The clan head of the Tendrix clan, one of the ruling clans of Cairthorn. Of course she got him in bed with her. If anyone found out the clan head of Tendrix was sleeping with the fourth pulse, they wouldn't believe it. But Nesroth wasn't surprised, only amused. He had worked with the woman for years. He knew exactly what she was capable of. The woman's eyes stirred open slowly, and Nesroth dropped to one knee. "Madam Beatrix," he greeted. The fourth pulse, Beatrix sighed as she saw him, looking thoroughly displeased at being disturbed. "Nesroth," she said. Her voice was low and thick with haze. "What could possibly warrant you interrupting my fun time?" "I apologize, Madam Beatrix," Nesroth said with a lower bow. "But there's trouble." Her eyes sharpened instantly. Beatrix was not someone who tolerated false alarms. Nesroth would know that. If he said there was trouble, then there was trouble. With a wave of her hand, she manipulated the blood of the two men, lifting and sliding their unconscious, naked bodies outside the room. As the door sealed shut, she rose to her feet. She was of average height for a woman, about 57, but she was well endowed in all the right places and carried the kind of beauty that came with danger. Still, it was her eyes, those crimson eyes with their glint of madness, that made most men uneasy. Nesroth only caught a glimpse of her figure before she slipped into a silk robe. She moved to a table beside the bed, poured herself a drink, and downed the glass in one gulp. What happened? Her tone had changed completely, sharper, colder. "The ninth vein knows," Nesroth said. "He knows about the Gormikai and the situation at Mirkroot Hollow." What? Her reaction was immediate. Nesroth could feel the weight of her stare. It was sharp, assessing. She was already planning. He quickly spilled everything he knew. From Bernoda and his team's involvement to everything Malachi likely knew now. By the end of his narration, the room felt colder. "Intercept every communication between Silvestine and Vidimora for the next few days," Beatrix ordered. Nesroth's eyes widened, but before he could say a word. "Save it," she cut in. "Failure isn't something you're known for, Nesroth. And yet you've failed me." She poured herself another drink and downed it. "I don't care how much manpower you need, make it happen. And focus your surveillance on everyone in that wretched squad." Nesroth clenched his fists. Her request was ludicrous. Silvestine and Vidimora exchanged an uncountable number of messages every day, and now he was to monitor all of them. Still, he understood. It wasn't just paranoia. Too much time had passed since the incident occurred. There was no way of knowing who Malachi may have spoken to. They needed to be sure. He nodded. "Yes, Madam Beatrix. If it's confirmed that he hasn't sent word to the clan," she continued, "keep it that way." As expected. Nesroth clenched his fists tighter at her words. He knew what was coming. "Are you saying?" "Do I have to spell it out?" Her voice was ice. "Kill the bastard." Subtly, loudly in his sleep. "I don't care. I want him fucking dead. Figure it out." Nesroth exhaled heavily, then nodded. "Yes, Madam Beatrix." He had a feeling anything other than yes would have cost him his limbs. "Good," Beatrix said, "and keep a close eye on his squad members, especially their captain." "The drunk?" Nesroth asked. Everyone knew Rhett was a walking disaster, but Beatrix shook her head. "Don't let that fool you. He's not to be underestimated." She remembered the monster that once walked alongside Valerian, how the two of them stood against armies of darkness without flinching. Most Pulse didn't know of it, but she knew. Nesroth nodded seriously. In his mind, Rhett's threat level had just skyrocketed. Beatrix sighed loudly, clearly agitated. She truly couldn't believe this had happened. After a pause, she decided to shift the conversation. "Has there been any progress at all?" Nesroth knew exactly what she was referring to. He shook his head. "Not yet, Madam Beatrix," he said. "Your plan to use darkness creatures to locate their settlement will take time to bear results. Many adjudicators and even blood knights are trying daily. Time is not a luxury we have." Beatrix's eyes grew colder. The clan could find out at any moment. Worse, one of the other Pulses. She didn't say their names, but the image of Drenos or Varnal discovering the truth made her chest tight. She couldn't afford it. If this doesn't work within a week, be prepared to storm the forest. Nesroth's eyes widened, but that would. "It's better than having this ripped from our hands," she cut in firm. "What we suspect the Gormikai possess must never be known to the world." Nesroth nodded, face grave. He, more than most, understood its significance. If word ever spread about what they'd discovered, forget the Sanguine clan. Even the other grand clans would descend. It could very well spark a war. "What about the Warden, Madam?" Nesroth asked. The Warden was in charge of all the Blood Guardians in Silvestine. He was a noble man by reputation, which was why he'd been selected in the first place. Nesroth had no idea how Beatrix had kept him in check this long, but an operation of this scale wouldn't go unnoticed by him for much longer. "I'll handle him," Beatrix said simply. Then her gaze flicked back to Nesroth. "I'm running low on ingredients. Bring more of those savages to me." "As you wish, Madam Beatrix. You're dismissed." Nesroth rose and turned to leave, only to pause when she spoke again. "Wait," she said, thinking aloud. "Try and include the fifth vein in whatever plan you come up with to take care of that bastard." Nesroth hid his grimace and bowed deeply. He left the room moments later, thoughts already spinning. There was a lot to do. Malachi walked through the dense forest that led back to their base. He had just finished his discussion with Whiteshade about the Mirkroot Hollow situation. Unfortunately, there was no new information about the Gormikai. He had only managed to confirm a few of his suspicions. The fourth pulse, he pulled up every record and memory he had of her. The fourth pulse of the Sanguine clan. She was usually silent during meetings, especially ones involving him. Malachi had never sensed disdain from her. Instead, she gave him something else, indifference. She didn't speak to him, never spared him a glance, as if he was beneath her notice. She had never crossed him, and he had never bothered her, until now. Now he had stumbled onto something she clearly wanted to keep buried. Malachi couldn't say for certain what would happen next. Would she come for him? Very likely. The Sanguine clan was filled with bloodthirsty individuals who wouldn't hesitate to kill anyone in their way. He had no doubt the fourth pulse was the same. Whiteshade's words echoed in his mind. She rules the city. The fourth pulse wasn't just the commander of the Blood Knights. She ruled Silverstein in all but name. The Council of Clans was supposed to govern the city, but clearly she had overridden them. Malachi wasn't surprised. That just made her more dangerous. Nyx. A figure appeared beside him, matching his pace. She paused briefly, eyes scanning the forest before speaking. Malachi. He ignored her slight hesitation when saying his name. I'm sure you're aware of everything that's going on. Yes. What do you think? He asked. Nyx blinked, caught off guard. This was the first time Malachi had ever asked her opinion on something this important. She thought carefully. She didn't want to say something wrong. If they're trying to hide this from the clan, she said slowly, then they'll make sure you haven't told anyone yet, and then probably. She trailed off, unwilling to finish. She couldn't bring herself to say it. Malachi smiled faintly. It was odd, given the topic. Kill me, he finished for her. Nyx clenched her fists tightly. I won't let anyone hurt you, she said, eyes full of resolve. Of course, Malachi replied, I expect nothing less from the Red Eclipse. A flush crept up Nyx's face. It was the first time Malachi had ever addressed her by her title. Malachi shook his head and drifted into his thought. She's perceptive. He was glad to see that Nyx wasn't all brute force. She had the ability to observe and comprehend too. She's right, Malachi thought. He had come to the same conclusion after speaking with Whiteshade. Others might be too afraid to kill Yvain, but a pulse was different. His life was in danger. As Nyx had said, he suspected they would first confirm if he hadn't sent any word to the clan before making their move. But there must be something else. Malachi had been thinking about this for a while now. The marrow dust was truly an amazing resource, but even then he couldn't see it being worth all this. The secrecy, the bounty, keeping the Blood Knights in check. He suspected there was something else at play, something he would figure out eventually. Still, he decided on his course of action for now. She won't do it herself. I'll first have to determine the enemy. This wasn't his full plan, just his next step. Malachi. Malachi was snapped out of his thoughts by Nyx's voice. He glanced at her. She was looking ahead at something in the distance that he couldn't see. What happened? I noticed you were looking at the big guy suspiciously during today's mission. Grund, Malachi asked. What about him? He's currently leaving the base. Alone. Malachi narrowed his eyes. It's really late. Where could he possibly be going? He thought for a moment. It wasn't his business, but Grund had been acting very suspicious today. We'll follow him, Malachi said, and Nyx immediately nodded. I want you to stay out of sight. You can manipulate my blood to stop me if I'm getting too close. Just don't let him sense me. Control my finger to point me in the right direction. Yes. Nyx vanished from his side, and Malachi continued moving. She took control of his finger, and he followed the direction it pointed toward. As he ran, Malachi couldn't help but wonder where Grund was heading. This direction, the big man wasn't heading into the Carethorn district. He was leaving it completely. He's heading towards the Mirkroot Hollow. Malachi narrowed his eyes. Now, he was sure something was going on with him. As Malachi followed farther behind Grund toward the direction of the Mirkroot Hollow, his mind had long since begun spinning. Is he some spy? There were a lot of thoughts swirling in his head. Earlier today, Malachi had seen Grund lead them through a secret passage and then hold back against the Gormikai. Numerous assumptions had begun to form. He's working for the Gormikai. That was what he believed was most likely, given everything. The other possibility was that Grund was a spy for someone inside the Mirkroot Hollow, but Malachi found that less likely. I'm not so sure of the first one either. His impression of Grund was that he was a simple man, both in mind and personality, not the type of mastermind spy that could deceive someone like Rhett, a Bloom, and someone as perceptive as Layla for years. Malachi just couldn't imagine this big hunk of a man as a spy, no matter how hard he tried. Regardless, seeing was believing, and tonight, he had every intention of seeing exactly what the hell his squadmate was hiding. Their quick pace eventually brought them to the border wall between Carethorn and the Mirkroot Hollow, but Malachi had noticed something odd even before they reached it. We're away from any gates. The border wall stretched for hundreds of kilometers, splitting Carethorn from Mirkroot in one large, imposing structure that extended out from the city at the heart of the stronghold. There were multiple gates connecting the two districts for easier access, but every single one of them was heavily guarded. Entry into either district required revealing one's identity. Malachi assumed this was exactly what Grund had been avoiding by taking this route, a route Malachi could have never imagined existed. This is close to the outer wall. Grund had brought them dangerously close to the outskirts, but away from the watchful eyes of the guards. From a far distance, Malachi watched as the massive man suddenly vanished in front of a tree not far from the border wall. His gaze narrowed. He kept his cool and followed Nix's directions, his pace quick. He arrived at the spot in a few moments and stopped in front of the tree Grund had stood by earlier. There was a hint of confusion in his eyes as he swept his gaze around, searching for any trace of where the big man had disappeared to. Did he find out and decide to hide? Malachi glanced around again and shook his head. Even if Grund had tried to hide, these trees, large as they were, couldn't cover that broad frame. Just as he began to wonder where the man had gone, he felt his fingers subtly nudge him toward the tree in front of him. Nix, he sent a glance toward the distance where he could feel her piercing gaze. Then he turned toward where her finger pointed, directly at the tree. If Nix was leading him there, then there was something he was missing. Malachi stepped closer to the tree and inspected it carefully. It was thick, its roots jutting out in every direction like the others in the area. His gaze settled on the exact spot Nix had indicated. He couldn't see anything wrong with it. Malachi decided to rely on his other senses. He focused on the Vita in the air and extended his perception toward the spot. Almost instantly, his eyes sharpened, an open space. He bent down and knocked gently on one of the roots. A hollow sound echoed back. Another secret passageway. Malachi was almost certain. He wondered how he was supposed to open it when he pushed gently, and with a soft click, the hatch jutted out enough for him to pull it open. Great. Malachi nearly sighed as he saw the dark pit below. The memory of another pit flashed through his mind, one that would never leave him. I have to follow him, he told himself, sending a cautious glance around. Feeling Nix's reassuring gaze, he climbed into the pit. It was utterly dark, darker even than the night above, but that didn't last long. As Malachi ventured deeper, softly glowing roots began to illuminate the space. Once he could see clearly, he picked up his pace. It didn't take long before he reached the end of the path, where thick roots coiled all around, but one had clearly been carved into. He paused, making sure Grund wasn't nearby by reading the Vita in the surroundings. Then he reached upward and pushed the hatch open, stepping outside. Malachi glanced behind him. I'm inside Mirkroot Hollow. He had been right in his assumption. It was a secret passage, one that led directly into Mirkroot Hollow. Why is he doing this? Malachi couldn't help but wonder. And just how many of these passages does he know about? Shaking off the questions, Malachi cleared his mind as his finger pointed him in a direction. He didn't hesitate, his figure blurred as he sprinted through the forest. Through the cover of the night, Malachi followed Grund past the walled city, through a path that Malachi knew all too well. He's going to that forest. Malachi had just ruled out the possibility of Grund being a spy for someone high up in the Mirkroot Hollow. Whatever he's hiding has to do with this forest. In particular, Malachi suspected the Gormakai. Malachi became even more certain of his assumption when they reached the entrance to the ominous forest, where they had met the adjudicators earlier. The sight of the orange glowing veins across the towering trees, drenched in dense fog, chilled Malachi's heart, but he shoved it down. Fear is a limitation, he told himself, calmness settling in. He followed Grund toward the secret passage they had used earlier in the day, and after a few moments, Malachi found himself inside the ominous forest once more. There's no fog here. Now that there was no urgency, Malachi had the time to properly observe his surroundings. Fog drenched the entrance of the forest, but here nothing.